The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Sid, the train just stopped. We should probably jump off before somebody finds us bumming a ride back here. Yep, that seems like the thing to do. See you later, Sonny. Yeah. Well, yep, there's the station up there. Yep, I have a feeling that this is 1942. Just look at the hats. Yes, it's the hats that give it away. Never mind the cars and everything else about this place. It's the hats. You're such a brilliant detective there, Sid. Man, are you getting irritated? Oh, why would I be irritated? I just haven't eaten in days. Now I'm stuck in 1942 for reasons I can't understand, all because you had to eat some fish at an aquarium. Calm down, man. What? Look, let's just sit on this bench and, you could do this day in history. It's April 4th, 1942 for, us, I guess. Whatever. Do it. Alright, fine. In 1581, Francis Drake, knighted by Queen Elizabeth I aboard his galleon, Golden Hind, at Deptford, England. In 1655, battle at Postage Arna, Tunis, England. English fleet beats Barbary pirates. In 1789, First U.S. Congress begins regular session during George Washington's presidency at Federal Hall, New York City, ending 1791. In 1949, North Atlantic Treaty Organization treaty signed in Washington, D.C. In 1968, civil rights activist Martin Luther King Jr. is assassinated by James Earl Jones. Not to be what? I meant James Earl Ray. You're not the first one to make that mistake, Matt. James Earl Ray at Lorraine Hotel in Memphis, Tennessee. In 1973, World Trade Center, then the world's tallest building, opens in New York, 110 stories. In 1975, Microsoft is founded as a partnership between Bill Gates and Paul Allen to develop and sell basic interpreters for Altair 8800 computers. In 1914, film serial Perils of Pauline shown for first time in Los Angeles, California. In 1971, Stephen Sondheim's Follies opens at Winter Gardens Theater, New York City. Runs for 524 performances, then most expensive Broadway musical at the time. In 1974, Hank Aaron ties Babe Ruth's home run record by hitting his 714th in Cincinnati, facing Jack Billingham. Let me see, that is just that easy. That was This Day in History. Now, let's get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
It's time to smile. Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours playing I'm Nobody's Baby. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we take you to Madame Lazonga's School of Dance, where manager Bud Abbott is trying to make an easy mark of Lou Costello. And here they are, the stars of our show, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Well, step right in, folks. Madame Lazonga's School of Dance. 6 easy lessons, 50 beautiful hostesses. Say there, neighbor. How would you like to dance with a pretty girl?
Oh, not me, kid. I just had a terrible accident.
No.
Yeah, my car upset. And if I don't turn it over, my wife is going to be mad at me.
Well, why don't you dance with the pretty girls first? Then you can turn your car over.
Oh, no. I got to do it now, or my wife won't like it.
Look, I'll explain it to your wife. Where is she?
She's under the car.
Oh, my goodness. Where did the accident happen?
Hey, see that car across the street?
Right across the street?
Yeah. See that wreck over there?
Yes. Is that your car?
No, that's my wife.
Your wife?
Yeah, the car is the one with my wife's dress wrapped around it.
Oh, I see.
Fits perfectly, don't it?
Look, wait a minute. Look, if you had an accident, why didn't you call a policeman?
Why didn't I call the police?
Yes.
Because I hit one.
Yeah, you mean you hit a policeman in uniform?
No, I hit him in a patrol car.
Wait a minute. Did he recognize you?
Well, what'd you say?
Could he swear to you?
Yeah, he could swear to me, and I sweared right back at him.
Well, you shouldn't have done that. You should speak softly to a policeman.
I did, but he heard me.
Quiet now. Look, all right, I'll tell you what you do. Step right in and meet Madame Lazonga. But be careful how you talk. She's very hoity-toity.
Hey, is that her over there?
That's her.
She may be hoity, but she'll never see toity again. Ah, mademoiselle, I kiss your hand.
Oh, such a warm kiss. Why does it burn me so?
I forgot to take the cigar out of my mouth. Ah, madame, you have beautiful hands. Beautiful hands. Gorgeous, they're just like petals.
Rose petals?
Nah, bicycle pedals.
Now, skip it. Now, Madame is ready to teach you La Conga.
Yes, come let me put my arm around your waist like this.
Oh. Oh.
Now, wait a minute, neighbor. Wait a minute. Are you getting a trifle emotional?
Emotional nothing. She's standing on my foot. Get off. I thought you told me she could do the La Conga.
Oh, certainly. But usually when I do La Conga, I wear a native sash around my waist.
Size 48, ain't it?
Yeah, how did you know?
I used to put the saddle on War Admiral.
No. Come here.
She's peeved.
I know. Look,
peeved.
now, These lessons are 10 cents each or 3 for $1. How about it?
Each, or
Okay?
3 for $1?
All right.
Well, I'm no sucker. Come on, I'll take the 3 for $1.
Give me the $1.
Okay, here.
There you
There
are.
you
Now
are.
we're all set.
Right.
All set for the first lesson. Are you ready?
Right.
Position. Music. Lesson's over.
What kind of lesson was that?
Now, don't get excited. Now, lesson number 2. Are you ready? Position. Music.
Oh, Mr. Costello, you dance divinely.
I'm not even out of the first position yet. I dance divinely.
You heard the lady.
You should see me when I get a chance to use my yada foot.
All right. Look, neighbor, what do you want to do? Tire yourself out?
Ah, who's getting tired? Come on, will you? I want to do some dancing or something here.
I know, but you shouldn't get tired of these
Look,
things.
you said like this. You said, music, the band went ta-ta-ta, ka-plunk, over.
Oh.
I hate you and Vince
I see.
Stevens.
All right, the band went ta-ta-ta.
Yeah, I heard it.
Well, that'll be $1 extra
For what?
for listening to the music.
Oh. Look, what do you want me to do? You want me to pay for the guy's union card?
Now, wait a minute. Now, that's a fine remark to make. You come to my dancing school, I furnish a wonderful orchestra, I give you the benefit of Madame Lazonga's time and talent, and when it's all over, you can't even lift a foot off the floor.
Oh, I'm a wallflower.
Now, you're telling me.
I'm a bad boy.
Well, why don't you do something about it?
I did. I just wrote myself a nasty letter.
Yeah. What did you say in it?
I won't know till I get it tomorrow.
Well, you should be spanked to impress your mistakes on your mind.
Don't you think that's going about it in a roundabout way?
Oh, come on. What's the use of talking to you? You're dizzy.
I think I am, too.
Yeah, I know it.
I don't know what's happening to me
I
lately.
wonder.
I'm getting awful dizzy.
What do you mean?
I'm getting spells.
Spells?
Just the other day, I walked into the World's Fair. I went in the place, and everything swam before my eyes.
Where did this happen?
At the Aquacade.
Oh, Benet Venuta, before you sing your first song, will you come over here a minute, please?
Well, certainly, Harry. What for?
Well, I just thought that since none of our listeners can see how lovely you are, if I could just tell them what you look like, then when you sang...
Yeah, they could quick hide the children so they wouldn't be frightened out of a night's sleep.
Oh, no, now, wait, don't you go getting modest on my hands, Benet. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Venuta's attractive figure tonight is sporting a very nice-looking outfit.
Harry, it's not worth talking about.
Oh, yes, it is.
Well, then it's thanks to my dressmaker.
Yeah, well, all right. Benet also has a very cute hairdo.
Thanks to my hairdresser.
And she has a very attractive smile.
Thanks to Ipana toothpaste and massage. And, Harry, that's something really worth talking about.
Yes, well, enough people are talking about Ipana Benet and using it to make it the largest selling toothpaste in America today. And the reason for that popularity, ladies and gentlemen, is just as plain as the nose on my face. A winning smile, the kind of a smile we all want, depends not only upon sparkling teeth, but upon firm, healthy gums as well. And the creamy, well-cooked foods we eat nowadays do not give our gums the work they need to keep them firm and healthy. So they often become soft and more susceptible to trouble. That's why so many dentists suggest massage with Ipana toothpaste. Just follow this easy, modern routine.
Every time you brush your teeth with Ipana toothpaste, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or your fingertip and massage it on your gums.
In that way, you help promote firm, healthy gums as well as sparkling, lustrous teeth. And you do it with the toothpaste so many dentists use themselves. For in the 1940 National Survey, it was found that Ipana is personally used by twice as many dentists as any other dental preparation, paste, powder, or liquid. Now make their choice your choice. Start massaging with Ipana toothpaste tomorrow. Our lovely singing star, Benet Venuta, steps to the microphone to give us her own interpretation of St. Louis Blues.
I hate to see the evening sun go down. I hate to see the evening sun go down. 'Cause my baby, he's left this town. St. Louis woman with her diamond ring pulls that man around by her apron string. for powder and for store-bought hair. Oh, the man I love would not have gone nowhere, nowhere. Got to stay bluey blue, just as blue as I can be. That man's got a heart like a rock cast in the sea. Oh, else he wouldn't have gone so far from me. Oh, got the blues, got the blues, got the mean St. Louis blues. That man's got a heart like a rock cast in the sea. Or else he wouldn't have gone so far from me. A red-headed woman makes a good man leave this town. I said a red-headed woman makes a good man leave this town. But a blonde-headed woman makes a fella slap his happy dog. Oh, I love that man like a schoolboy loves his pie. Like a Kentucky colonel loves his rock and roll. And I love that man. I love him till the day I die.
Ladies and gentlemen, last week Abbott and Costello formed the Wackyville Film Company and presented their first effort, The Life of Daniel Boone. Tonight we present their second colossal flop, a swashbuckling saga of the high seas entitled Christopher Columbus. With Lou Costello as Christopher Columbus, Bud Abbott as Vespucius, Benet Venuta will play the Queen, I will play the King, and Peter Van Steeden will play the Ace.
Men, we need hardy sailors to make this pearl voyage to America. Seamen, step forward and state your experience.
King's Fleet, Naval Base.
Captain Kidd's Pirates, Marine Base.
Brooklyn Dodgers, third base.
All right. Columbus, stop fooling. Now, if you're going to discover America, we've got to get started. Did you get any information from the Bureau of Navigation?
No, sir. I kept asking the guy what kind of weather we was going to have for sailing. And all the guy kept saying, hello, to another guy that wasn't even there.
What are you talking about?
He kept saying, hiya, Tide. You know there's nobody around named Tide.
Oh, no. The man meant tide was high.
All right, so Tide was high. The guy will sober up in the morning.
Look, I'm trying to find out about weather conditions. Suppose you're 200 miles out to sea. What happens if you run into a squall?
Suppose we're 200 miles out of sea, we run into a squall.
Yes.
How you gonna run into an Indian's wife in the middle of the ocean?
No, you don't understand.
You know what I'm worried about?
Why?
Octopuses.
Octopuses?
Yeah, that's a fish with 8 faces.
How do you figure that out?
Well, octo is 8.
Yes.
And a puss is a puss.
Oh, come on. Please, that's enough, Columbus. It's the king.
It's the king?
It's the king.
I better hide. Last night I sneaked into the king's castle before the drawbridges was up. And the king's mad about it.
Why should he be mad?
I caught him with his bridges down.
All right, quiet, Columbus. Here's the king.
Huh? So you're Columbus.
Yes, sir.
I've heard about you. You're in love with my wife. Every night you've been coming to my queen and asking her to let you press your suit.
That's a lie. I only asked you to wash a couple of my shirts.
Wait a minute. You asked the queen to wash your shirts?
Yes, sir.
Queen Isabella of Castile?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
No soap. That's you. You're not...
Irregardless. Nevertheless, Christopher Columbus, as captain of the Castilian Navy, I'm going to make you my first mate.
You're gonna make me your first mate?
I am, yes.
Oh, Kingy, I'm gonna be your first mate. Are you sure you won't get tired of me?
Bosh!
I thought that was going to be much better.
We all thought so. Well, I must be getting back to my palace to look over an important paper.
But, Your Majesty, why are you so anxious to look over some paper?
I gotta see how Dick Tracy's coming out with the Yokoyama.
Yeah. Oh, the Queen. The Queen.
Hey, Abbott,
What?
give me a rock. will you?
Quiet. That's the Queen. What a beautiful voice.
She sings like a bird.
What kind of a bird?
A stool pigeon. Chrissy, who you hissing? That's me. Hey, Queen Izzy. Come here. Oh, tonight, Queen Izzy, you are glamorous. What makes you so beautiful?
Well, every day I bathe in milk.
Do you mind if I ask you something personal?
What?
How do you get in a bottle?
Oh, Christopher, I brought you my jewels. Here's my platinum coronet, my diamond rings, my sapphire brooch, my emerald bracelets, my pearl necklace.
Ah, gee whiz. I want to have...
Christopher, why are you crying?
I want a Mickey Mouse wristwatch.
Christopher, don't cry. I want to remember you as a gay, brave adventurer. Before you go, let us have one last dance.
Okay, kid. Oh, come on. Get out of here.
Come on, Columbus. Behave yourself, Columbus. If you're going to discover America, we'd better hurry. The barometer's falling.
Well, pick it up and let's get going.
All right, come on. Pull up that anchor.
Okay.
Wait a minute, hey. And stop throwing your clothes through that porthole.
Porthole?
Yes.
I thought it was a little closet.
No.
Hey, Abbott,
What?
what are all those guys over there?
Vespucius.
Oh, Vespucius?
Yes.
What are all those guys over there working on in the shipyard?
That's a hull of a boat.
You're telling me. What are those guys working on?
4 days later.
Columbus, 4 days out and we're making wonderful time.
Hey, Abbott, how many miles an hour does this boat go?
She doesn't go miles, she goes nuts.
How do you like that? Of all the boats I got to discover America, I got to pick one that goes nuts.
No. No, knots are nautical miles. If you ask a sailor how fast the boat is going, he won't tell you miles.
No?
He'll say knots.
And I'll say nuts right back to him.
No.
Was he a fresh guy?
No, keep quiet. This is a wonderful boat. It has nice sleeping quarters, a fine dining room, and did you get a look at the officers' mess?
No, I didn't see anybody's wife on board.
No.
Maybe she's in the front of the boat.
Columbus, you mean forward. Forward is in the front of the boat. Aft is in the back. The starboard is on the side. Now, where's the port?
In a bottle in the icebox.
You're a fine sailor to send out to discover America. What would you do if you woke up in the middle of the night and found the boat leaking?
What would I do if I found a boat leaking?
Yes.
In the middle of the night?
Yes.
I'd put a pan under it and go back to bed.
No. Here, let's put it this way. Suppose there's a hole in the side of the boat. A hole in the side of the boat. Now, get it right. And the water's rushing in. What would you do?
I bore a hole in the other side and let it rush out.
October 12th, 1492. The intrepid navigator Columbus lands in America, where he is greeted by the Indians.
Hello, Chief. I'm Vespucius. I want to buy some land.
Hey, Abbott.
What?
If I was you, don't buy any of this dirt around here.
Why?
It's no good.
What do you mean it's no good?
It's got worms in it.
No, come on. Talk sense. We're over here to get land.
Okay, Chief. Tell you what I would do. I want to buy Manhattan Isle.
How much?
Is that your line? Oh, excuse me. Okay. I'll pay it $24.
Sold.
I'll also give you a bottle of rum.
What is bottle of rum for?
Brooklyn.
Peter Van Steeden and the I-Pana Troubadours bring us the title song from the Broadway success Louisiana Purchase. presenting The Whack of the Week. Once again, we come to that part of the program wherein Messrs. Abbot and Costello interview the mental giants of our time. Each week, we bring to our listeners a unique personality, someone whose creative ideas are richly deserving of public acclaim. Tonight's genius is a woman, a style creator, whose radical ideas on women's clothes threaten to revolutionize the world of fashion. She is the author of the book, Phooey on Fashion. And here she is, Miss Nancy Barton.
Good evening, Miss Barton. Mr. Costello has told me that your book is very helpful.
Oh, really? But, Mr. Costello, my book is for women. How could it possibly be helpful to you?
Well, I got a short leg on my kitchen table, and your book just fits under it.
All right, now, quiet.
What do you want to do, make trouble?
Now, never mind. Miss Barton, would you mind telling us some of your ideas on women's clothes?
Oh, no, not at all, not at all. Too many women are like sheep. They copy dresses of debutantes and other celebrities without regard to their own personalities. Now, this fails to express individuality and frequently results in poor color harmony.
Color harmony, what's that?
It's very simple, Mr. Costello. For instance, if you were carrying a pink handbag, you wouldn't wear a green dress now, would you?
Oh, I wouldn't dare. Heaven forbid. What would the neighbors say? Why, I'd be the laughing stock of my sewing circle.
Mr. Costello. You mean you belong to a sewing circle?
Oh, yes. I just whipped up a swell dress for my wife.
Costello, you made the dress yourself without having your wife with you? How did you guess her size?
Oh, I tried it on a beer barrel. Yes, I did. And then I took it home and I put it on my wife.
Yes, and how did it look?
It looked better on the beer barrel.
Well, what kind of a dress was it? Was it satin?
Satin. It looked like somebody slept in it.
Well, from what you say, I take it Mrs. Costello is just a little overweight.
A little overweight. Listen, when Abbott gets on a scale, it says 135. When I get on a scale, it says 189. When my wife gets on a scale, it says one at a time. One at a time.
Tell me, Mr. Costello, where does she have all this extra weight?
Well, if the bustle ever comes back, she won't have to buy one.
Well, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, Mr. Costello, but I'm afraid your wife wouldn't look good in any kind of a dress.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Red. Why, when she wears a sleeveless gown, people admire her. They stand up and cheer.
Now, that's ridiculous. Why should people stand up and cheer when they see your wife in a sleeveless gown?
She's got an American flag tattooed on her arm.
All right.
Mr. Costello, your wife must be very patriotic.
I'll say she is. She's got another tattoo on her back. A map of North America. Every time she takes a deep breath, Mexico joins the Union. We're doing good.
Yeah, look, forget your wife. Miss Barton, I understand that you recently designed a sensational costume called Futuristic Fantasy, which is to be exhibited at the World's Fair. Am I right?
Yes, you're quite right. It throws all convention to the winds. You see, I took one of my models, and I covered her with a veritable splurge of color. One dress and hat are rainbow color. Now, one shoe is blue and the other is yellow. The left side of her hair is dyed green, while the right side is purple.
It's remarkable. Have you ever seen anything like that, Costello?
Not since I gave up drinking.
No. It doesn't look as bad as it sounds. It's really a dream.
A dream? Mm-hmm. Don't kid me, lady. That's a nightmare. In Technicolor.
Now, furthermore, the hat is quite chic. It has 3 roses with a ribbon on the side. Could you think of anything more attractive?
Yeah, 4 roses with a chaser on the side. That's even more attractive to men. Especially if he's a musician.
All right.
Especially if he's in Van Stevens' band.
All right, we'll forget
Especially if he's Van
Yeah,
Stevens.
well, all right, never mind.
Especially if he's Van.
Yes.
Especially if.
Yes.
Especially.
All right, now...
I ain't got any more.
All right, well, keep quiet. We're supposed to be discussing clothes.
Okay. Miss Barton, what do you think I ought to wear at a dinner party tomorrow night?
Well, now, that depends. Is it a catered affair? I mean, is it being arranged by a caterer?
Well, a what?
Caterer. Look, when we had that party at my house last week, who supplied the food?
Salvation Army.
Mr. Costello, if this party you're going to is informal, you can wear your tweed.
Why, sure. I can wear my what?
Your tweed, Costello. Your tweed.
I think you're tweed, too.
No.
Kiss me?
Now, never mind that. Now, let's get back to Miss Barton.
Oh, thank you. You know, Mr. Abbott, there are other things besides clothes that contribute to the charm of a woman. For instance, milady must be careful to choose a perfume in keeping with her personality. Mr. Costello, does your wife like things scented?
No, she just has them wrapped up, carries them home herself.
I am talking about perfume, Shorty. Every woman has a favorite brand. You think your wife would care for my sin?
No, ma'am, she don't care what you do.
No. My sin is perfume.
All right, some people's is drinking, some is gambling, so your sin is perfume.
No.
If I was you, I wouldn't go around bragging about it.
Look, talk sense, please. My sin is an expensive perfume, but my wife likes Cody sheep.
What a coincidence. My wife likes McGarrett's goat.
McGarrett's goat? Oh, I have never been so insulted. As far as I'm concerned, this interview is at an end.
Yes, ma'am.
There you are. Now, you see, Miss Barton walked out on us. And there's thousands of women listening in who expected to get styles. Information on
That's all right,
styles.
Abbott. From now on, I'll take care of it. I'm going to tell the women all over the nation what to wear.
You better.
Ladies, dear ladies, have you lost your ump? Is your husband cold to you because you have no allure? He is the rat. But I'll tell you what to do. Go out and buy yourself a bleary bolero and a chic little hat trimmed with panting petunias and drooping daisies. Next, put a dab of perfume behind each ear. Personally, I prefer Canal number 5. And after that, have your nails done over in the latest color, a gruesome green. Then when you're looking your best and you're just adorable and fascinating, send for me.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may, I'd like to ask a question.
Oh, no, you don't. You don't ask me any questions.
I beg your pardon. Who are you, sir?
I am a victim. That's what I am, a victim of quiz programs.
Oh.
Every time I go to see a radio show, somebody shoves a microphone under my nose and starts asking me questions. What's your name? What do you do? All I do is answer. I'm tired of it. Tonight, I'm going to ask a few questions. What's your name?
Harry Von Zell.
What do you do?
Well, I try to make people understand how much sal hepatica will help them when...
What's salopatica?
It's a famous sparkling saline you should take any time and every time you need a laxative.
Why?
Well, simply because it helps you feel better faster. You see, sal hepatica is a quick-acting laxative, yet it's very gentle. And besides, it also helps counteract excess gastric acidity, chases that sickish feeling fast.
Well, I guess you've answered all my questions.
Yes, and you'll find that sal hepatica will ideally answer almost everyone's question as to what laxative to take. So get a bottle of sal hepatica from your druggist and see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, quick-acting sal hepatica.
Hey, young fellow with that sour-looking puss.
Now, please don't pick on me, Benet.
All right, Harry, but must you stand there with that sour-looking puss?
Well, I have had an awful day.
Well, what happened?
Well, I wrecked my car this morning. The coffee burnt my tongue.
Aw.
The bank called me for money, and my nerves are all unstrung.
Shame.
The laundry ruined my Palm Beach suit. A neighbor stole my bumper suit, and it rained.
It rained.
Yeah, it rained.
Oh, Harry, stop hiding behind a pillow. Whenever the dawn looks gray, get up, and meet the sun halfway. There may be a fortune waiting, or maybe an egg souffle. Get up, and meet the sun halfway. Get into the tub, and as you begin to rub and scrub, give out with your version of the road to Mandalay. Don't ever expect the bright side served up to you on a tray. Get up, and meet the sun halfway. Stop hiding behind a pillow whenever the dawn looks gray. Get up, meet the sun halfway. There may be a fortune waiting, or maybe an egg souffle. Get up, meet the sun halfway. Get into the tub, and then begin to rub and scrub your out with your version of Steve-O-Nay. Don't ever expect the bright side served up to you on a tray. Get out of bed, you sleepyhead. Meet the sun halfway.
We're a little late, so join us next week, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
And now, here is a man who only wishes he could sing as well as I do. It's Bing Crosby.
Hello, everybody. Bing, you want to say hello, too?
I sure do. Howdy, friends. You know what? I'd sing something if someone would ask me.
Oh, don't tell us you want coaxing now. Get on with it, boy.
Oh, when the red robin comes bobbing along, along, there'll be no more sobbing when he starts throbbing his old sweet song. Wake up, you sleepyhead. Get up, get out of bed. Cheer up, the sun is red. Live, love, laugh, and be happy. What if I've been blue? Now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I'll listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red robin comes bobbing along. Come in, Red. I've been blue, now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I'll listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red robin comes a bobbing. When the red robin comes bobbing along. Bob it, Red.
Yeah. What's your mood, Rosemary?
I'm in an outdoor mood, Ken.
Shall I open a window?
If you like, I'm going to sing Mountain Greenery.
Oh, yes, Rogers and Hart's tribute to camping.
Ah, yes, that happy paean to the outdoor life.
Should I rub a couple of sticks together and start a fire?
Yes, and you might pitch the tent, too, while I'm singing.
Well, being an old pitch man, I should have no trouble pitching a tent.
I figure you're a man of destiny.
Oh, at least.
Here's Mountain Greenery, folks. On the 1st of May, it is moving day. Spring is here, so blow your job. Throw your job away. Now's the time to trust to your wanderlusts. In the city's dust you wait. Must you wait? Just you wait. In a mountain greenery where God paints the scenery, just two crazy people together. While you love your lover, let blue skies be your coverlet. When it rains, we'll laugh at the weather. And if you're good, I'll search for wood so you can cook while I stand looking. Beans could get no keener reception in a beanery. Bless our mountain greenery home. We could find no cleaner retreat from life's machinery than our mountain greenery home. Home, sweet home.
Sure, and I don't know a finer thing you could be doing than sending someone a St. Patrick's Day card from Norcross. They're grand fun, our Norcross greeting cards, both for the one who sends and one who gets. Pick the card with the N on the back. For Norcross cards are a bit of a wonder at saying the things you want to say on St. Patrick's Day or any other fine occasion. What's your touch now, Bing?
This moment, friends, I'm delighted to report that Miss Rosemary Clooney is sashaying to the mic to engage in a song with me.
What type of song shall we do, Bing?
Well, I don't know.
Or what do you say we do a love song?
Might be nice. You know, I was wondering, shall we do an out-and-out mushy love song or something sultry and sophisticated and sneaky?
What do you mean, a sneaky love song?
Ooh, a song like People Will Say We're in Love.
Oh, that's a good example.
I think so.
Okay, let's sneak into it.
We should have worn our sneakers.
Let's kick our shoes off at least.
No, it's better with your shoes off. Don't throw bouquets at me.
Don't please my folks too much.
Don't laugh at my jokes too much. People will say we're in love.
Don't sigh and gaze at me. Your sighs are so like mine.
Your eyes mustn't glow like mine. People will say we're in love.
Don't start collecting things. Give me my rose and my glove.
Sweetheart, they're suspecting things. People will say we're in love, so in love. All the people will say we're in love.
Now we turn the show over to the devices and talents of Buddy Cole.
Wunderbar, Buddy and Chums. It brightened up the entire network.
You got something real crazy cooked up for us, Bing?
What, do you want something crazy?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Well, Well, swing then. Here's something that's mad. Matter of fact, it's an old song called Crazy Rhythm. You remember that?
Crazy Rhythm. Oh, indeed I do. I also recall that I used to fly around the dance floor pretty good to that tune.
Oh, you did not. I just can't conceive of you flying around the maple in your high-button two-tone job. Now, don't you try it around here. Now.
No, I shan't.
You know what, Ken? Crazy Rhythm, it's such a wonderful old song. It brings back some great memories to me. It was a real hip tune, you know, back in the days when I thought I was real hip.
Oh, man, we were sharp then, weren't we?
We were a problem.
Well, we lived.
Tell me something. Did you, in those days, did you go for the bell-bottom trousers with the inverted pleat up the ankle with the little red satin laid in there? And a different colored sock on each foot?
Sure.
You went the route, huh?
All that stuff. I was way out with that stuff. Big, oh no. I poured enough steak on my hair to lubricate a locomotive.
Hey, come here.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you in on something.
What?
I wore a pompadour.
Oh, man, how stylish.
You know that I used to sleep in a skull cap made from one of my sister's stockings?
Oh, this is revealing.
Not a pretty picture, is it, huh? I look like Voltaire lying. That's what I did, Ken. You'll forgive me, won't you, for bearing my soul like this publicly?
Certainly, Bing. You know, I imagine you've had that on your mind for a long time, haven't you?
It's been gnawing, really. Gnawing on me.
It does you good to confess those things, even at this date.
I think so. I do feel a great deal better now.
By the way, you don't sleep in a skull cap anymore, do you?
Oh, no.
Not even on a bitter, cold night?
Oh, a bitter, cold night, I go for a full parka. Hey, let's go for the song. Crazy rhythm, here's the doorway. I'll go my way, you go your way. Crazy rhythm, from now on we're through. Here is where we have a showdown. I'm too high-hat, you're too low down. Crazy rhythm means goodbye to you. They say that when a highbrow meets a lowbrow walking along Broadway, soon the highbrow, he has no brow. Ain't it a shame, and you're to blame? What's the use of prohibition? You've produced the same condition. Crazy rhythm, I'm gone crazy too. From now on, we're through. Oh, yes, here's where we have a showdown. I'm too high-hat, you're too low down. Crazy rhythm, goodbye to you. They say that when a highbrow meets a lowbrow walking along Broadway, soon the highbrow, he has no brow. Ain't it a shame? You're to blame. What's the use of jazz progression? I'll just take an old jam session. Crazy rhythm, I've gone crazy too.
Crazy.
Ready with your song, Rosie?
Ready with the big one, I think, Ken.
Something powerful, huh?
Very powerful and bright. Song titled, I Feel a Song Coming On.
Aha, a rambunctious roundelay if I ever heard one.
Rambunctious, yes. Also exhilarating. This song gives one a lift, Ken.
Oh, that's just what we need. You know, Rosemary, that's what happens when a fellow receives a Norcross greeting card.
Oh, the minute you get a Norcross card, you've got to feel a song coming on.
'Tis a joyful experience indeed.
'Tis also a joy to send a Norcross greeting.
Say, Rosemary, this reminds me of something, something I've always meant to ask a singer.
What's that?
Well, when you have a song to sing and you don't feel a song coming on, what happens?
Well, you sing it anyway.
But you don't feel it.
Oh, you've got to feel it. A singer must sing with feeling.
Well, then at times you feel a song even though you don't feel it. Huh?
That's it. Yeah, that's it exactly.
That's rather perplexing, isn't it?
Life is complex, Ken. It's not all Skittles and beer.
Yes, life does get pretty dreary at times, doesn't it?
I'd rather not answer that, Ken.
Why not?
Because I feel a song coming on, and I really feel this one.
I feel a song coming on. And I'm warning you, it's a victorious, happy and glorious new strain. I feel a song coming on. It's a melody full of the laughter of children out after the rain. You'll hear a tuneful story ringing through you, love and glory, hallelujah now. That my troubles are gone. Let those heavenly drums go on drumming, 'cause I feel a song coming on. You'll hear a tuneful story ringing through you, love and glory, hallelujah now. That my troubles are gone. Let those heavenly drums go on drumming, 'cause I feel a song coming on.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we present Mr. Bing Crosby with Mr. Buddy Cole and his outstanding group.
And where are you going, Rosie?
We'll sit right here and listen.
Clap hands and we're off. It seems we stood and talked like this before. We looked at each other in the same way then, but I can't remember where or when. The clothes you're wearing are the clothes you wore. The smile you're smiling, you were smiling then, but I can't remember where or when. Some things that happen for the first time seem to be happening again. And so it seems that we have met before, laughed before, and loved before, but who knows where or when. And so it seems that we have met before and laughed before and loved before, but who knows where or when.
We gotta go now, friends.
Let's make a date for tomorrow, though, shall we, folks?
See you then.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
Ladies and gentlemen, the radio season is opened officially. Fibber, Magee, and Molly are back on the air. Welcome home, you kid.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day to your dentist twice a year. Again this week, the Pepsodent Company presents another in its series of broadcasts to our men in the armed forces throughout the United States. Tonight, for the men of naval aviation at Terminal Island, California, the Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and his guest star, Orson Welles.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from fragrant Terminal Island off the beautiful Pacific Hope, telling you pilots who fly the supplies from the Solomons to Iran to use Pepsodent on your teeth and you'll never have any hollow ones in your pan. Yes, sir. This has been a great week getting back home and on the air. Since I was just back from England, I walked down Hollywood Boulevard with a monocle in my eye. And a little kid said to his mother, "Hey, Ma, get a load of that wolf for the windshield." Then I walked into the Brown Derby, and I noticed they had my picture facing the wall. So I said to the manager, "What's the idea?" He said, "Well, we can't serve ham these days, so why tantalize the people?" And everybody was excited because I was back. When Gypsy Rose Lee heard about it, she dropped everything. She was doing at the time. And Gypsy Rose Lee, that's the star of the picture, the watch and the spine. But I was so glad to be back, I went down to the blood bank and gave a pint of blood. After a few minutes, the doctor came out and said, "Have you kissed Hedy Lamarr lately?" I said, "Yes, why?" He said, "We can't get your corpuscles to stop fanning themselves." Edward Arnold was there. He doesn't give a pint. He just asks them what they need. And W.C. Fields was there, too. He donated a fifth. I went over to Paramount and started to give Dorothy Lamour a hello hug, but it doesn't look nice to do that to a married woman. I discovered the next day when her husband mailed my arms back to me. But here we are broadcasting for the Navy at Terminal Island. Terminal Island, that's a body of men surrounded by pin-up girls. And there's so many naval officers here. You know what a naval officer, that's the only gob I've seen who can bend over with his pants on. And I want to tell you, it's really busy at this base. Every 2 minutes, a plane takes off with supplies, and every 2 minutes, one comes in with Eleanor's luggage. And I want to tell you, these naval aviators here can really find beautiful girls here in San Pedro. Then, of course, there's the one they got for me. But I went out with a couple of the sailors here last night, and you should see the nice girl they got for me. She was a pistol-packing mama, and all she wanted to do was get loaded. Boy, what a girl. She'd been out with so many Navy men, she had bilge water on the knee. But we had a nice time. We made the rounds of San Pedro. San Pedro, that's an old Spanish phrase meaning you take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in the shore patrol wagon before you. Well, we had a great time, and these Navy men are real gentlemen. I want to tell you, a Marine cut in while one of them was dancing, and he smiled, bowed, stepped back, and gave him the whole floor, a board at a time. What a night. What a night and what a dancer I had. She tripped the lights fantastic and everybody else on the floor. And I saw a sailor with a pretty girl, and I tried to figure out how I could get her away from him. So I sneaked up behind the sailor and whispered, "I'm from the FBI. The girl you're with is a Japanese agent." And he said, "Brother, I'm from the USS Arkansas, and what I'm telling you ain't no secret." Song from the Picture Dixie, and I'm going to help. A little thing called
By the way, have you tried going out for a little buggy ride?
With a girl by your side and a horse that knows the way back home.
Summer sky, rosy lane, while a lark in the meadow entertains.
And you can drop the rein with a horse that knows the way back home.
And between all the farms, you can then use your arms to express what you long to say.
And you won't mind at all if the horse wants to stall just to try out some new mown hay.
So if you should decide
to go out for a little buggy ride.
And perhaps win a bride.
Get a horse that knows the way, either black or brown or gray, but a horse that knows the way back home.
Well, here we are out in an open buggy all alone.
Yes, here we are, all alone.
Well, how about it? Let's neck.
Okay.
Oh, not so quick. You'll mix me up.
You really like me, Robert?
Yeah, I like you a lot.
Why?
I don't know. I guess it's because you're a girl.
Did you like the movie, Robert?
Sure I did. Oh, I love that Betty Grable.
Robert, why do you like Betty Grable better than me?
I don't know. It's like farms. Some of them have better crops.
But don't you think I'm pretty? Look at my hair. It's as fine and golden as ripe corn silk.
Yep, it sure is. Just like corn silk.
Robert, quit putting it in your pipe. Robert, you're so different from the other boys. All they want to do is neck. You're more of the quiet, studious type.
Yep. I do a lot of deep thinking.
What do you think about?
Necking.
Gee, you got your hair all slicked down nice tonight, Robert. What'd you put on it?
Oleomargarine.
You put oleomargarine on your hair?
Well, there's a war on. You can't get butter. But we'll have some soon. Pa just bought us a cow.
Did your cow eat a lot?
Yeah, but we don't mind. She's got her own points.
Robert.
Yeah, Francie.
Robert, I feel a little chilly.
Yeah, winter's coming.
Robert, I feel cold. Put your arms around me. Now, kiss me.
Okay.
Well, how'd you like it?
You know, I think we got the answer to the fuel shortage. Let's try it again. More exciting than bubble gum, isn't it?
Gosh, Robert, where'd you ever learn to kiss that way?
Getting corks out of jugs.
I thought you used your nose for that.
Oh, Fran. You talk like I was a freak, like I had 11 toes or something.
Well, haven't you?
Of course not. I only have 10, like everybody, see? 7 on my right foot and 3 on my left.
Well, here we are at my house, Robert. You've been a perfect gentleman all the way home.
Yeah, now put away that flamethrower. Let's sit here in the buggy and say goodnight, huh?
All right, but be quiet. Father's asleep upstairs. Now, Robert. Robert!
Teach Dad every night the same thing. Say, who is it down there?
It's me, Father. I brought home one of my boyfriends.
Did you bring home one of your girlfriends, too?
No.
Wait till you have a slow night. Who are you with?
Father, I'm down here with a nice young man.
Good. Are you making hay with that nice Smith boy?
No.
Are you making hay with that nice Johnson boy?
No, I'm with Robert Hope.
Oh, in the cornfield, eh?
You know, Robert, you and I have been going together for a long time. All our friends are getting married.
That's right.
Well, Robert, you're 28 years old now. Haven't you ever thought of children?
Yep, but I like you better.
Say, Hope, are you necking with my daughter?
Oh, no, sir.
Are you kissing her?
Oh, no, sir.
Are you holding hands with her?
No, sir.
What do you hear from the rest of the campfire girls?
So if you should decide to go out for a little buggy ride
and perhaps win a bride, just get a horse that knows the way back, either black or brown or sway back.
Get a horse that knows the way back home.
Poor Miriam, neglected using Irium, so she waited for a thing for the phone to ring.
Hello.
Wrong number.
Uh-oh. Hello.
Wrong number.
Uh-oh.
So, girls, don't be like Miriam. Use Irium.
It's the film you feel on your teeth that makes your teeth look dull. Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes that film, uncovers the natural brightness of your smile. You see, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely. And when film is gone, Pepsodent toothpaste brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. No wonder it's number one with men in the service. Try Pepsodent toothpaste for just 1 week. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See if it doesn't uncover that natural brilliance of your smile. Get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste, and remember, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, now she's heard of Irium, so the telephone ring is a busy thing.
Hello.
Some number.
Oh. Hello.
Some number.
Oh.
So, girls, just be like Miriam. Use Irium.
Oh, very nice. Thank you, choir. Thank you. And say, by the way, thank you, Stan Kenton. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet our new band leader, Stan Kenton, right here. How about that?
Thank you, Bob.
Sorry I didn't have a chance to introduce you last week. Now, listen, let's get started right, Stan. I want to know one thing. Did you go to see Road to Morocco and they got me covered? And did you go to see my new picture, Let's Face It?
No, I didn't see any of them, Bob. Why should I?
I think this guy knows he's the only band leader left. I understand you're quite a hit with the gals, too. What's your technique?
Oh, that's a secret.
Well, you can tell me, can't you?
Listen, Bob, does Crosby tell Sinatra?
Oh, Stan, don't think those two boys are jealous of each other. They're not. They're very friendly.
They are?
Yeah, Crosby likes Sinatra, and Sinatra thinks Crosby's one, too. But, Stan, you really like the girls, don't you?
Yes, Bob, I do.
Well, here she is coming in with a ring and a prayer.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hope.
Not resist.
Oh, my goodness, who's this handsome creature?
Well, Miss Vague, I want you to meet our new orchestra leader, Stan Kenton.
Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, tall, dark, and scarce.
Oh, Stan, this is Miss Vera Vague.
I got to get more money.
Oh, well, bless your heart. I can see you and Luke Snoot here will get along fine.
Miss Vague, Stan is our new orchestra leader.
Well, I'm musically inclined.
Well, Stan also paints.
I'm artistically inclined.
Bob, she's leaning all over me.
She's inclined that way, too.
Pay no attention to Trout Snout, Mr. Kenton. And so you've taken the job as band leader on Mr. Hope's program.
Well, it's a living.
You want to bet?
Tell me, Miss Vague, are you married?
No, you see, I never met Tommy Manville. Oh, you're so good-looking and young, Mr. Kenton. So different from anybody else on this program. Why, you're the very flower of youth.
But, Miss Vague, how about me?
Quiet century plant. Tell me, what's your favorite instrument, Mr. Kenton?
The piano.
Oh, is that so? Well, you know, I've had a lot of experience with pianos myself.
Yes, Miss Vague, but playing on them is different from moving them.
Oh, you dear boy, you. You have an answer for everything, haven't you? Too bad nobody's ever been able to explain you. Anyway, I don't care. I just love music. Beethoven, you know, was my favorite.
I bet you were his, too.
Mr. Hope, why don't you come over to my house someday? I want to try out a new booby trap. But really, I am very musical. Just last night, I wrote a song.
You wrote a song?
Yes, it was just a matter of inspiration. I was out canoeing with a handsome naval aviator in the moonlight. And just as he put his arm around me, I thought of this beautiful melody.
So you left the naval aviator and ran home and wrote it down?
He's stupid, isn't he?
Here's Stan Petson in the orchestra.
It's the film you feel on your teeth that makes teeth look dull. Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes that film, uncovers the natural brightness of your smile. You see, Pepsodent and only Pepsodent contains Irium. It loosens film and floats it away quickly, easily, safely. And when film is gone, Pepsodent toothpaste brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. No wonder it's number one with men in the service. Try Pepsodent toothpaste for just 1 week. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See if it doesn't uncover that natural brilliance of your smile. Get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste. Remember, Pepsodent and only Pepsodent contains Irium.
So girls, don't be like Miriam. Use Irium.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce one of the real geniuses of the theater, Mr. Orson Welles. Here he is, right here.
Thank you very much. I presume you're Bob Hope.
Why, yes, I am.
Well, go sit down somewhere. I'll call you if I need you.
Yeah. Wait a minute. This is my show. I'm supposed to be right here. What do you think Pepsodent is paying me for?
Mr. Hope, there are some questions even a genius can't answer.
I'll bet somewhere in his family tree there's an ensign. But I want to tell you, Orson, we're very glad to have you with us tonight. I've always wanted to meet you. You know, people say that you resemble me.
Yes. In fact, I'm becoming known as the Bob Hope of this generation.
Yeah. That's a fine thing to say to the youngest man in this room, mentally. Say, by the way, Orson, what do you do?
Well, I'm a producer, director, writer, and actor.
Well, what do you do for a living? Say, they tell me, was that me?
That's you, yeah.
Me next. I had that egg all to myself, didn't I? Oh, thanks.
I'm glad it was you.
Say. Wasn't that cute? I was standing there scrambling that little kid all by myself. And I looked at you. I thought you were next, and I followed that kid. I'll fix that for now. Say, they tell me you got an early start in this business, Mr. Wells.
Bob, I was so young when I went on the stage they had to change me more often than the scenery.
And you're still a pin-up boy to me. But tell me, what are you doing these days, Orson?
I'm going to England very soon to make a picture.
Oh, you're pulling my leg.
I wouldn't dream of it, old man. At your age, those things come apart.
Now, wait a minute.
I am going to England, Bob. I am going to England.
Tell me, let me know when you're leaving for England. I'll give you a note to the king.
Oh, are you and the king good friends?
Good friends. Orson, do you know where I slept in Buckingham Palace?
Yes, damp down there, wasn't it?
Well, when you go to England, I suppose you'll do your magician act for the boys over there.
Yes, I will, Bob.
Well, you know, Orson, I think you're the greatest magician in the world.
You really think I'm a great magician?
I certainly do. 50,000 bachelors in the country, and you make Rita Hayworth disappear. Tell me, what did you do? Pull her out of your sleeve?
There is a limit to what you can do with magic, Bob. I couldn't any more pull Rita out of my sleeve than you could pull Mussolini out of your baggy pants. Or whoever that is hiding in there.
Well, where do you keep your butter? Say, but, You know, Orson, I'm a little jealous. After all, I was going with Rita first. It was a pretty steady thing.
You were going with Rita?
Well, I wasn't exactly going with her. I danced with her once at the Hollywood Canteen until the cops made me take off the uniform. But, you know, before she married you, some gossip was spreading a story around town that Rita was sweet on me.
I know, Bob, but I think you went too far when you had it mimeographed and dropped it from aeroplanes.
Well, while we're on the subject, Orson, you know, I gave Rita a necklace.
Isn't this rather an odd time to bring that up?
Well, I want it back, that's all.
Now, don't get excited about it, Bob. After all, how expensive could it have been? 10 Pepsodent tubes strung together.
Well, a week's pay is a week's pay. But, Orson, your romance with Rita started when she was in your magic show, and you cut her in half, didn't it?
Yes, Bob, I knew it was love the first time I saw her.
Drop the net.
The first time I saw her. Why do I stand here reading this tripe when I could get a good job at Lockheed?
Well, my agent was going to get me a job there, but I refused to let him eat 10% of my lunch. But tell me, do you actually believe in magic and psychic stuff, Orson? Can you read people's minds?
Well, yes, Bob. I might say I'm an amateur mind reader.
Well, can you read my mind?
Bob, I said amateur, not immature. However, I'll try. Give me a minute and I'll transform myself into a mystic. I am now my real self, Swami Wells. I am the great Swami. I see all. I know all.
I'm Bob Hope.
I smell all, too. I will give you a reading. Here, let us sit in front of the crystal ball.
Is this your crystal ball? Why has it got 2 holes drilled in it?
On Thursday nights, I go bowling. Sit down, Bob. I'll read your future.
Now, wait a minute. That ain't a crystal ball. You're reading my future from a grapefruit.
Well, that's the one I use for squirts. I can look in a crystal ball and tell you happenings of the future. I can tell you who's going to be in the White House in 1950.
You need a crystal ball to see who's going to be in the White House in 1950?
Yes.
Republican.
We'll hold a seance. Put the lights out. Ready? We are now entering the spirit world.
Can I ask you a question?
All right, Hope. Oh, great spirit, are you there? There's someone here who wants to ask you some questions.
Okay, but make it snappy. I'm in 1A.
Hope, you may now speak to the spirit. He is ready to obey your order.
Fine. Spirit, I'd like to speak to my old granddad.
What was your order?
Old granddad.
Sorry, it's after curfew.
Cologne, are you a spirit now?
That's right, Hope. I am a spirit who sees all, knows all, past, present, future. I have great psychic powers because the ghosts of the great beyond have made me their lieutenant. J.G.
Kelowna, why have you got so many screws loose?
Well, I don't know, Hope. Yesterday was absenteeism on the assembly line.
Kelowna, I don't believe you're in the great beyond at all.
Don't be silly, Hope. Of course I am. I'm sitting here with Cleopatra on my lap.
Kelowna, Cleopatra's been dead for 400 years.
She has?
Yes.
Well, I'll take back my fraternity pin.
Come over here, Kelowna. Come over here right away.
Now, wait a minute. Hope, I'm going to perform my greatest trick. You've heard how Orson Welles saws girls in half? Well, I am going to saw Orson Welles in half. Come here, Orson.
Kelowna, that's my trick. You've never done it before. I'm afraid that there might be a slip-up.
Quit horsing, Orson. I'll bet you $1,000 I can do it. $1,000.
I'll bet. Let's go.
Okay.
Oh!
Well, which end should I pay it to?
For the memory, you Navy men who fly for freedom in the sky, a nation's heart goes with you like your ground crew standing by. We thank you so much, and thanks for the memory of every bond you bought. Folks, these boys bought a lot. Not only do they give their dough, but everything they've got. Let's thank them so much. Folks, let's help these men's great endeavor to bring the world freedom forever. And they'll do it if we pull together. Back their attack with all our jack. Well, we've had a fine day here at Terminal Island. Thanks to Captain McGinnis, Lieutenant Hooper, and a wonderful bunch of boys here. Bunch of great boys. You know, in the art galleries, they have paintings that symbolize America, a farm in Ohio, or Coney Island on Sunday, and smokestacks above Pittsburgh. But the best action picture of America today is the Navy doing its stuff on the road to victory. It's a long road that leads from New York to Berlin, from the Golden Gate to Tokyo, and there's water on both sides and air above it. And that's where you'll find the Navy night and day. Like the Army throws a bridge across a river, Navy throws a bridge of ships and planes across an ocean. And the men in blue work with the men in khaki, not only hand in hand, but heart to heart, for they've been through part of hell together. Yes, sir, and if we work in the factory and on the farm like our sailor boy worked to cover that first beachhead on the fortress of Europe, they'll come back from that hell a lot sooner. You know, George Washington said, without a decisive naval force, we can do nothing definite. But with it, we can do everything honorable and glorious. Good night, fellas.
Next week, we'll be back at the same time broadcasting for the men of the Army Air Force at Bitter Field. Since the Navy Department has not endorsed any product, this broadcast is not intended as an endorsement or product of the Navy Department.
You folks up around Seattle, we'll be up there to see you Sunday. Seattle, Washington.
Beginning Friday, October 1st, your druggists will celebrate Wartime Health Week. Drop in early for your free copy of Health Rules for Wartime and get several packages of Pepsin and antiseptic and other health products participating in this nationwide event. This broadcast came to you from Pasadena, California. This is Wendell Niles speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to KFI Los Angeles.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Leggett & Myers, makers of Fatima cigarettes, is proud to bring you its prize-winning radio program, winner of the Motion Picture Herald Fame Award. The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. 12 men drop completely from sight over a short period of time. There's evidence of foul play. 4 months pass. you finally locate the leading suspect in the case. Your job? Pick him up. You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes.
You'll find they now cost the same. But in Fatima, the difference is quality.
You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
So compare Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, October the 6th. It was sultry in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 10:45 a.m. when we got to Ortega Street, number 1285.
Second floor?
Yeah, room 14.
They all smell the same, don't they?
What's that?
Rooming houses.
Oh, yeah. No, these are the odd numbers here. Must be down that way, huh?
Yeah, here it is. 14.
Yeah. Just a minute.
Taking his time.
Try it again, huh?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah?
Police officers. Your name Henry Ross?
Get out of here. Get out.
All right, come on.
What is this? What do you want?
Ben.
Yeah. I got him.
What is this? You guys really cops?
All right, come on, get up.
No fooling. No fooling. You really cops? I thought you were faking.
We showed you our identification at the door.
I thought you were faking. That's the truth. There's a couple of guys out to muss me up. I thought you were them.
Your name Henry Ross?
Yeah, that's right. I thought you were one of those moochers I had a fight with in the bar the other night. Said he's going to get a pal and come back in and take care of me.
Yeah?
Yeah. I ain't got no reason to fight with cops. I didn't do my room any good. Landlady's sure going to scream.
All right, come on. You want to finish up dressing? I want to talk to you downtown.
What's it about, officer?
Missing person. We'll brief you when we get downtown.
Well, that's all right with me. Could you take these handcuffs off, please? It's kind of hard dressing with them.
All you have to do is put your shoes on. You can make out.
All right. I don't know why you had to slap handcuffs on me. I didn't know you were cops.
You mind if we check through your things, Rolf?
Huh? Why?
You mind?
Oh, go ahead if you want. I got nothing to hide. You know, if you'd spoke up at the door, there wouldn't have been a fight. I thought you were that mooch in the bar and his friend. I thought you were looking for trouble.
You about ready to go?
Yeah, I'd like to brush my teeth, though, if you don't mind. I got a real mouthful of cotton this morning.
All right, where do you keep your toothbrush?
It's over here. I'll get it.
No, I'll get it. Never mind. Get here?
Yeah, first shelf. It's in the glass.
Yeah,
Don't you trust me?
Here you go. Want some toothpaste?
Yeah.
All right. There you are.
Turn on the water tap, huh?
Hey. Nothing, Joe. It's pretty clean.
Of course I'm clean. What'd you expect? Anybody could have made the mistake. I didn't know you were cops.
Henry Ellsworth Ross. Is that your full name?
Yeah, that's right. I hardly ever use the Ellsworth, though. That's a real lousy name, huh? Well, what's the fitch on all this, officer?
We told you, missing person. Want to talk to you about it.
I don't think I can help you. Nobody I know is missing.
How about Paul Davis?
Davis? Yeah, I know Davis. I don't know if his name is Paul, though. Been gone a long time, huh, this Davis?
Yeah, that's right.
Something wrong, you think?
We figure murder. After going over his room thoroughly, we took Henry Ellsworth Ross back to the city hall to the interrogation room. He was a slightly built man, dark hair, brown eyes, swarthy complexion. He was a longshoreman by trade. Among his friends and acquaintances, he was known as a heavy drinker and a man with a violent temper. Ben and I questioned him for a half an hour and got nowhere. He sat across the table, relaxed, scraping at a thick callus on his hand with his fingernail.
I'll tell you the truth. I just don't know what you're getting at. I think I know a guy named Davis, and that's about as far as it goes.
Sure that's all you got to tell us?
Of course I'm sure. Now, look, I got a right to call a lawyer if you're going to sit there and throw a lot of charges at me.
We're not throwing charges at you, Henry. We've got a missing persons case. We'd like to have you cooperate. That's about it.
Well, maybe I'd like to, but I can't. Paul Davis is just a name to me. Maybe I know him. I don't know.
You got that report there, Ben?
Yeah, just a minute.
Here you go. Thanks. Well, here's the way it goes, Henry.
Yeah?
According to his wife, Paul Davis left Los Angeles by auto a little over 4 months ago. He was driving up to Oakdale, California to take a job with a dairy company up there. He never got there. He's been missing ever since.
So? What's the pitch?
All we've been able to find is Davis's car, the 36 Ford Coupe, 7 Tom 792. It was sold a month ago up in Lodi, California. But Davis didn't sell it. A man by the name of Carter signed the pink slip at the time of the sale. Henry Carter.
Sorry. Don't mean anything to me.
Well, this Carter made it look like Paul Davis had signed the Ford over to him. We checked it out. Davis's signature was Ford's.
That's so? It's supposed to have something to do with me?
Did you ever use the name Henry Carter?
Of course not. Ross. That's the only name I go by.
Never had your name changed?
No.
Never used an alias?
I told you, no.
I wonder if you'd mind taking a look at this. Here you go, this here.
What's this got to do with me?
The pink slip to Paul Davis' car. See these signatures on the back here? Transfer of ownership. You recognize either one of them?
Paul Davis. Henry H. Carter. No? Doesn't mean anything to me. Is it supposed to?
It should, yeah.
Why?
The signatures are both in your handwriting. How about it, Henry?
How about what? I don't even know what you're talking about. You're trying to give me the treatment? What's this all about?
We're trying to locate Paul Davis.
I'm not even sure I know the guy.
Well, I think you better level, Henry. Our handwriting man checked both the signatures. It's your writing.
Well, then maybe you better get a new handwriting man. I never saw that slip. I never wrote those signatures. Anybody can copy handwriting.
Well, I got something else for you, Ross. I'd like to have you check it over, see if you can identify it.
What is it?
It's a letter. Want to take a look here? That mean anything to you?
No, nothing. I hope you're not going to tell me this is my handwriting.
That's what the report said.
Oh, it's crazy. I never wrote like that in my life.
All the writing characteristics match up, same as the signatures on the pink slip.
All right, maybe they are the same. I didn't write either one. I never wrote like that in my life. Here, let me show you how I write.
No, that's all right, Henry. Ben, do you want to pull the package tomorrow night? Yeah, okay.
I don't savvy one bit of this, Sergeant. How about laying it out for me? Huh?
You can see the name at the bottom of the letter. It's signed Henry Carter, same as the pink slip.
Well, that doesn't mean anything to me.
Well, this letter was sent to the wife of Paul Davis about 9 weeks ago, and it says here that Davis supposedly was too busy to write his wife, so he had this Henry Carter send a letter. He also writes in here that Davis sold his car to Carter.
Somebody trying to cover up, huh?
Yeah, we think so. We think it's Henry Carter.
This Davis guy, he's been gone about 4 months?
That's right.
You said you thought Davis was murdered. How come?
Just an idea.
Oh.
8 men had disappeared from around here in the last 14 months, just like Davis. 6 more up in the San Joaquin Valley the same way. They took off alone on auto trips. They're never seen again. Not a trace.
Pretty funny.
Here you go, Joe. Thank you. You've got your record here, Henry, from Baton Rouge. Sent to Sheriff Clemens for it.
Huh? Look, do we have to drag all out again? It's past.
Just one thing we had to check, Henry. You told us that you never use an alias, is that right?
All right, I have. I didn't know what you're getting at. I didn't figure there's any use dragging out dirty laundry again.
I asked you if you ever used the name Henry Carter.
Okay, I've used it. It's a common name. There's a lot of Henry Carters around.
We only know one who fits your description.
I'm clean. You know that.
Want to smoke, Henry?
No.
You?
Yeah, thanks.
Well, let me have one, will you?
Sure. Here you go.
Thanks.
We got a match here. You know, we rode this thing for 4 months. It's all over the state. Here.
Thanks.
I'll tell you what we got, Henry. We'll let you make up your own mind.
It's not my writing.
On June 4th, Paul Davis left Los Angeles in his car headed for Oakdale. Late in the afternoon, he stopped for gas at a service station just beyond San Fernando. The attendant says a man was with Davis. You fit that man's description, Henry.
Yeah? Well, I've seen monks like that in court. They get on the stand and can't even remember their own name.
A couple others. You and Davis stopped for a hamburger just outside of Gorman. There's a man there. He remembers you, too. You stopped again in Bakersfield. Picked up a quart of oil for the car. You and Davis had a Coke. It's the last time he was seen alive.
That makes me a killer, huh?
A month after that, the pink slip to Davis's car came through DMV up in Sacramento. That was for the transfer of ownership from Davis to Henry Carter, both in your handwriting. A couple of weeks later, Mrs. Davis got that letter. A month ago, Davis's car was sold to a dealer in Lodi.
Yeah.
We found the dealer, Ross. Showed him your mugshot. He says you sold him the car.
That all?
It's just the main part. There's more. We've been on the road a lot. We followed you from here to Sacramento and back, Henry. Every stop, every detour took us a long time.
Yeah, I guess it did.
What do you say, Ross?
Nothing.
Any way you want it, Henry.
You got another smoke?
Yeah? Yeah, here you are.
Thanks.
Here.
Yeah. I guess you worked hard on it, huh? All over the state.
That's right.
Must be pretty hot up in the valley summertime. Dusty, huh?
We made out.
I've never been up in the valley in summer. It's too hot for me.
We got people who saw you there.
What's it prove? 10 people and some writing samples. You can't build a case on that. You know it, don't you?
We're going to try.
You think I murdered Davis? You, Sergeant?
Yeah?
You think I murdered those other guys, too, huh? What was it, 10, 12 of them?
We're asking about Davis.
You think I killed him? Tell me the truth, do you? You think I murdered Davis?
Yeah, I think you did.
Uh-huh. Well, then you know as well as I do. There's only one way to prove it. Yeah. Find his body.
1:15 p.m. Ben and I took Henry Ross out and fed him some lunch. Then we took him back to the city hall to the interrogation room where we continued to question him. It was relaxed, and he talked a great deal about everything but the disappearance of Paul Davis. He didn't seem anxious to get away, made no demands for an attorney to represent him. For a full hour, he did most of the talking. He told us about the different homicide cases he'd read up on. He asked us about the 12 men who disappeared in the past months in the same manner Paul Davis had. Was there any trace of them at all? Did we have any leads? How did we think we were going to find them? Well, we finally got around to asking him if he'd submit to a lie detector test. He seemed taken by the idea and agreed to it almost immediately. Ben called Sergeant Berger and made arrangements for the test. We made up a list of key questions. At 5 p.m., we took the suspect to the third floor of the old city jail where Sergeant Berger gave him the polygraph test. On the way back to the office, Ross complained he was hungry. We stopped and bought him coffee and donuts. We got back to the interrogation room a little after 6 p.m. The questioning continued. Ross didn't seem to mind at all. He kept talking. We let him talk. 8 p.m., he was still going strong.
You remember the Wilson case back in 34, don't you, Sergeant? Woman killed her whole family. Big case, you remember.
Yeah, that's pretty tragic.
Is that a hobby of yours, Henry, collecting murder stories?
No, I just read them, remember 'em. I guess I can remember every big murder case in the last 15 years.
That's so.
Yeah, it's about all of them. I guess it is kind of a hobby. I get a big kick out of it.
I get it, Ben. Excuse me, Henry.
Oh, sure.
Interrogation room, Friday. Oh, yeah, Berger. Mm-hmm. Yeah, how many? Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You know, there's one thing I get a real big kick out of, those detective magazines. mystery stories, the way they make out the murderer.
How do you mean?
You know, they always build it up into something big. Somebody's always killing somebody else for $1 million, or maybe over some woman, some beautiful woman. Same way with the movies. That's where they get it all mixed up.
I don't think I follow you, Henry.
Oh, sure you do. Every time some guy writes a murder story, he's got to build up a big reason for the killing.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of money, beautiful woman, revenge maybe. Always got to be a big reason. Motive, that's what they say.
Yeah, well, it generally works out that way, doesn't it?
Why? I bet you there's a 1,000 murder cases in your files without any reason at all. Some people kill, that's all. I've heard about lots of them. They just want to kill, and they go ahead and do it. Maybe for a few bucks, maybe for nothing. They just do it, that's all.
That's all.
Sure, you know that. Like this thing you've been talking about. 10, 12 guys disappear. They got a few bucks, maybe they got nothing. Somebody plows them under, and that's all. No big reason. They just do it. So 12 guys are gone. It doesn't mean anything.
Mm-hmm. That's how you got it figured, huh, Henry?
Huh?
The phone call a minute ago there was a man who gave you the lie detector test.
Oh, that right? How'd it go?
He just finished going over your graph. He got 16 positive reactions.
Yeah, what's that mean?
You lied, Henry, 16 times.
That's right. You better tell him to get a new machine. I lied all the way through.
Mind telling us why?
No, I don't mind. I guess I knew you'd find out. Let's go get something to eat first, though. I'm hungry.
No, we better talk a little more, Henry.
Oh, let's go. I'll tell you why we're eating. Bring a pencil with you. I'll draw you a map.
Map of what?
The canyon, where I buried it.
You are listening to Dragnet for the step-by-step solution to tonight's authentic case history.
Here, step by step, are the actual reasons why Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette. Why in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Quality of tobaccos. The finest domestic and Turkish varieties, extra mild and superbly blended to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, round, perfect cigarettes. Rolled in the finest paper money can buy. Manufactured in the newest and most modern of all cigarette factories.
Quality even to the appearance of the bright, clean, golden yellow package, carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
Compare Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Insist on Fatima. Start enjoying the quality king-size cigarette. Fatima, best of all long cigarettes.
Wednesday, 9:55 p.m. Ben and I took Henry Ross across the street, bought him a Coke at Mac's place, then we took him next door to the Melbourne cafeteria. It was almost closing time. Ross got himself a cottage cheese and pineapple salad, bacon and liver with onions, rye bread, banana pie, and coffee. Ben had a hot beef sandwich, mashed potatoes, and coffee. I had the same. At the back of the cafeteria, one of the busboys was mopping the tile floor. It was a strong smell of disinfectant.
How about that table over there, Sergeant? That all right with you?
Yeah, it's okay. Doesn't make any difference.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, you want some water?
Yeah.
Henry?
Yeah, please.
All right, I'll get some.
Oh, boy, living onions. That sure smells great, huh?
Yeah. I can't take those onions so well. They repeat on me.
Not me. I can eat anything.
Salt and pepper?
Yeah, thanks. Boy, I'm sure hungry. I haven't eaten much today. Did you get a sandwich made with rye bread?
Graham bread.
Oh, you should have gotten the rye. Real German rye bread. Here. Smell that. Real nice and fresh. Here you go. Ben?
Oh, thanks.
Oh, thank you. You know, all that talk really sharpened up my appetite. Boy, this food tastes good.
Mm-hmm. Sugar, Joe?
Yeah, thanks.
We brought a pencil along, Henry. You want us to start taking notes?
As good a time as any, I guess. You know, the whole thing just comes right back to what I was trying to tell you there in the office.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, you know, all about those phony mystery stories.
Oh, yeah.
Every time there's trouble, there's a big reason behind it. It's phony, that's all.
Yeah?
Sure, this Paul Davis, for instance. I guess I knew you'd find me out. I knew this morning when you picked me up, you had it figured. Must have been a big job, huh? Finding me?
Mm-hmm. Pretty big, Henry, yeah. A lot of mileage. How'd it happen?
Well, there again. Just like I was saying. There's no big reason behind it. I needed a few bucks, and Miss Davis came along. I guess he was it. Hey, pass me a ketchup, will you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, here you are.
I'll get the lid off there.
There you go.
Thanks.
Where'd you meet Davis, Henry?
Oh, I was hitchhiking out in Ventura. Not a dime in my jeans. I was going up to Maricopa. I thought I had a job up there, and Miss Davis come along. Picked me up.
Mm-hmm. You ever know him before that?
No, a stranger. He said he's going to Oakdale. The guy give me a ride.
Go ahead.
Well, we stopped for gas at San Fernando, and I saw he had a few bucks in his wallet, and I guess that's when I got the idea.
About what?
Killing him. Now, maybe that gives you an idea what I was talking about. You don't need any big reason to kill somebody. Davis said 18 bucks. Now, suppose I told that to a writer. Somebody killing the guy for 18 bucks. That wouldn't make much sense, huh? He'd tell you it'd never sell. You need $1 million, beautiful woman, good motive.
Yeah. Where'd you kill him, Henry?
Just outside of Bakersfield. A little canyon there. I got Davis to buy a fifth of sherry in Bakersfield. He drank some on the way. Hey, pass the salt, huh?
Yeah. There you are.
Thanks. Liver's no good without plenty of salt.
How'd you kill Davis, Henry?
Well, that's a funny thing. He drank some of the wine, got a little sleepy. I was just outside of Bakersfield. Dark by that time. I spotted this little canyon. I figured it's as good a place as any.
Well?
So I guess him pull off to a side road and had a few more drinks. I spotted this little shack out there in the middle of nowhere.
Exactly where was this, Henry?
Well, I can show you. It's maybe 2 miles north of Bakersfield. We got to the shack, finished the wine, and went to sleep.
Both of you?
Mm-hmm. And that's where the funny part comes in. I guess I killed Davis, all right. But I didn't mean it. Oh, brother, get a whiff of that, huh? Why do these monks have to mop up while people are eating?
They'll be through in a minute, Henry.
Fine.
How'd you mean, Henry, you didn't mean to kill him? You already told us you had the idea.
Well, sure I had the idea. Let me explain, huh? We both went to sleep in the shack, Davis and me. Guess that must have been, about 9 o'clock at night. I don't know what it was. Maybe the wine, I guess, but I started having nightmares.
Hmm?
Yeah, now maybe this part sounds like a story, but it's the truth. I had all these dreams. I woke up, but they're still there.
What was that?
Faces. Faces. That's all I could see. It was full of faces. I guess I was really still asleep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I picked up a 2x4 and started swinging at them, their faces. Funny thing, too, I knew every one of these faces.
How do you mean?
People I killed. There are only a dozen of them, really, but it seemed like there were 100 of them all around in the air. Well, I grabbed that 2x4 and I started swinging. I was cold and sweating all at the same time, and I kept on swinging. And I saw Davis's face, and I swung hard, kept swinging. Didn't even make a sound. His eyes closed, kept on swinging at his head. Well, I come to, there he was, lying on the floor. Seemed to take those other faces away. They didn't bother me after I killed Davis.
What'd you do with him, Henry?
Oh, pulled him outside the shack, dug a hole and buried him. Burned his clothes, took his car and money, and drove off. I'll show you if you like where I buried him, I mean.
How about these other men, Ross? These faces you saw?
Hmm? Oh. When if I get a little more coffee? Huh? It's all gone.
I'll get it. Joe?
No, thanks. I'm finished. What about it, Ross? The other men?
Well, I don't recall them too well. It's what you said in the office. 10 or 12 of them. A couple in Sacramento, the others down through the valley. Like I say, there was no big reason for killing them. It just happened that way, that's all.
What'd you do with them, you remember?
Generally, yeah. There's one of them that stands out. A guy by the name of Slattery, some kind of salesman, a real crybaby.
Where'd this happen?
Oh, he picked me up in his car outside of Chowchilla. It's nighttime. He must be feeling pretty good. I made him stop on a side road. I hit him with a piece of angle iron. He cried like a baby. Buried him in a field there. It is one of the faces that I saw. That's funny, huh? It shows you how psychology works, huh?
Yeah, what'd you do with his car? Slattery's, I mean.
Drove it down to Mexico and sold it there. I guess that's what I should have done with Davis's gun.
Oh, here you go.
Oh, thanks.
These killings of yours, you got any more you want to tell us about?
Well, I told you already. 10 or 12 of them. They're pretty much the same.
When was the first one?
Oh, maybe 18 months, 2 years ago. The first one wasn't any harder than the last. It's just like I was telling you before.
Yeah.
Everybody builds up murder. It's supposed to be a big thing, hard to do, all those phony stories. I'd just hit a guy a couple of times or something, that'd be it, a real small thing. Didn't change me any. That's why I say it's all built up.
You ever been treated for any mental sickness, Ross?
No, why?
You ever been examined by a psychiatrist?
No.
After you killed these men, did it bother you at all?
I just had one dream. Time I was with Davis. That's about it. Sure, good meal, Sergeant. Thanks.
Yeah, okay. You ready, Ben?
Let's go. We go back upstairs, huh?
Yeah. You want to give us a statement?
All right. I had an idea you'd find me. I guess I always knew that you'd find me.
Well, let's go, Henry.
Guess I proved my point anyway, huh? It's all built up. Huh? Murder. Killing somebody. Those phony stories. It's all built up. It's cheap.
No, you got it wrong, Henry.
Huh?
Wait till they read you the bill.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 7th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 86, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, the makers of Fatima have done everything possible to produce the kind of cigarette you want, just as we on Dragnet try to bring you the kind of entertainment you want. In my honest opinion, Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes. But frankly, my opinion doesn't count because Fatimas must please you. That's why I suggest you buy a pack of Fatimas tomorrow, so you can prove to yourself that Fatimas are extra mild, with a rich, better flavor and aroma. You'll find Fatima now costs the same as other long cigarettes. And I'm convinced that you'll discover what I did. In Fatima, the difference is quality.
Henry Ellsworth Ross was tried and found guilty on 2 counts of murder in the first degree and received the death sentence. While he indicated that he had murdered the other 10 men, he refused to give any further information regarding the killings or what he had done with the bodies. Ross was executed in the lethal gas chamber at the State Penitentiary, San Quentin, California. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet portions transcribed from Los Angeles.
Now more excitement with Counter Spy on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
So we take you now to Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Big crowd here tonight. Crackpot O'Toole, Looney Mulligan. By the way, Looney is very worried. Well, his brother is in trouble again. He'll probably get out of it? I doubt it, Duffy. They electrocuted him last night. Yeah. And you know who else is here? Yaki Harrigan. Well, yeah, he's been in the hospital. No, just a flesh wound. Well, you remember the $100 bill he had tattooed on his chest? He was robbed. Oh. That reminds me, Duffy, Dave Hossinger is coming down here tonight. Huh? You still sore because he sold you that vanishing cream for Mrs. Duffy? But, Duffy, he didn't guarantee to make her vanish permanently. Huh? Well, I know he's a phony, Duffy, but he is my pal. And I'll brook nothing further in his behalf. Good day, sir. That guy. Well, Eddie, come here. You know, Dave Hossinger is coming down here tonight, so leave us lay out the welcome mat for him, huh?
No, we can't do it.
Why not?
He swiped it the last time he was here.
Now, look, Eddie, Dave has reformed.
Again?
Well, a leopard can change his spots, can't he?
Yeah, if he does, it'll be for stripes.
Eddie, you're a stubborn man. Leave me quote you what Dave says in his letter. And I quote, Archie, I am working on a highly secret and scientific experiment involving the splitting of the atom, and I may let you in on it. Signed, Dave.
Mr. Archie, I got a feeling there's a fraud in your future. But tell me, what do you estimate your friendship with Dave Hossinger has cost you so far?
Eddie, you don't measure friendship in dollars and cents. I've known Dave for a long time. I know that through the years he has come to me for money, but only when he couldn't raise it no place else. And it was never for himself. He was always trying to do some good with it. For example, Mother's Day had come along, and Dave, sweet guy that he is, he'd get sentimental and borrow a couple of bucks to bail the old lady out.
A very nice touch.
Yeah. And now, me and Dave are going to work together, delving into the mysteries of anatomic physics. And what that means, Eddie. Have you ever considered the atom with respect to industry?
Naturally. What you think I do with my days off?
Imagine what it'll do, huh? I was reading that one fingernail full of atoms will be able to pull a train up a 90% hydraulic grade with only 3 amperes of diesel horsepower.
How do they do it?
Well, it's simple. The train will be jet propulsed. You understand about the atom, of course.
No, tell me about it, Daddy.
Well, these atoms are so small, you see, that you can get a dozen of them on a pinhead. Hello, Finnegan. What do you hear?
Bells, like always. What are you talking about?
Well, we was talking about splitting the atom.
Oh, that's a big mistake, Arch.
Expostulate.
Well, look what happened in the Garden of Eden. They split an atom, and look what come out of it. Damn.
Finnegan, as your nearest and dearest friend, may I make an illuminating comment?
Well, certainly, Arch. What is it?
You're stupid.
Not so loud. That's just between you and me.
Finnegan, what I was talking about was not the ADAM. I was talking about the atom. ATAM. No, I can't understand a guy like you. Here are big things happening in the world. The atom is split up. Reconversion is setting in. But it means nothing to you, does it?
No.
You see what I mean? You don't know from nothing.
Oh, yeah? Do you know that Tessie Mumler fell down a manhole?
No, I didn't.
Well, touche. Don't be telling me what to, Adam.
Hello, Archie. Hello, Finnegan.
Hello, Miss Duffy.
Boy, that's some short skirt you got on. Boy, I can see your knees.
Finnegan, them are her ankles.
They still look good to me, Arch.
Finnegan, please. The beast in you is coming out, and 2 beasts is too much. Now go on home and take a cold shower.
Archie, what's this about Dave Hossinger coming down here tonight?
So what?
He's a crook.
Define that.
Well, you remember the last time he was here, he was selling that surplus army goods?
Yeah.
Well, he sold Mama a surplus girdle that split the first time she wore it.
Well, don't blame the girdle just because your old lady has too much surplus.
Archie, do you always have to say nasty things behind Mama's back?
Well, it offers such a nice broad field of operation. And furthermore, I don't want no more questions about Hossinger. He's coming down here tonight on a very secret mission.
Well, you could tell me what it is.
Tell you, the Tokyo Rose at 3rd Avenue?
What are you talking about? If you remember, Ernest Diefeldorfer and I were secretly engaged for 2 years, and I didn't tell a soul.
Well, you must have told somebody, or else how would his wife have found out? Now, look, Miss Duffy, if you were the last woman on Earth, which is a horrible thought in itself, and if I was madly in love with you, which is too revolting for words, I would still say that this secret is none of your business.
But, Archie...
Now, please, stop. You're getting to be a pest.
Oh, you never have a good word for anybody.
On the contrary, I have 5 good words for you. Hit the road.
That's only 3.
The rest ain't hard to figure. Now stop bothering me before you drive me to berserk. What a dame.
Mr. Archer?
Yeah, Eddie?
I think Mr. Hossinger's here.
How do you know?
I just heard one pretzel say to another, and you think you're crooked.
Quiet. Here he comes. You'll hurt his feelings.
Archie, my old pal.
Dave, me old buddy.
My old schoolmate.
Me old sidekick.
The next voice you hear will be that of the old prosecuting attorney.
Eddie, please, cut out the rejoinders. Well, Dave, it's great to see you again. What you been doing? Working hard?
Well, not too hard, Arch. I like to take things easy.
Yeah, you do at that, don't you? And yet, you're a success. How do you do it, Dave? What's your formula?
Oh, it's very simple, Arch. Hear no evil, speak no evil, and keep moving. You got my letter, didn't you?
Yeah, but Dave, why so mysterioso?
Well, look, you read in the papers about them splitting the atom in half, huh?
Yeah?
I have got both halves right here in this box.
But, Dave, what are you going to do with a split atom?
It's obvious. Piece it together again.
Amazing. But that's a big job, Dave. What do you get out of it?
Where's your imagination, Arch? They worked on the atom for years, spent $2 billion on it, and what happened? The doggone thing split. So if they spent $2 billion splitting it, what do you think they'll pay to have it put together again?
Holy cat, it's fanciful. There'd be a fortune in it. But tell me, Dave, do you know anything about atoms?
Well, not personally, but I have hired one of the biggest scientific minds in the country to work with me on it.
Not Bernard McFadden.
Even bigger, Professor Thaddeus Radcliffe.
Smart guy, huh, Dave?
Smart. You've heard of radar?
Yeah?
The professor's name is Radcliffe. Need I say more?
I got you, Dave. Well, how do I enter into the picture? Financially?
No, I don't want a penny from you, Arch.
Oh, that's good.
See, all I want is a place for the professor and I to conduct our experiments. A little hideaway. You know, something like the back room here at the Tavern.
Dave, I got a thought. Why not use the back room?
A very clever idea, Arch. And very generous, Arch.
Well, if I can help one little bit in giving the posterity of the world a little surcease, it's worth it.
Well, thanks, Arch. Now I better get an okay from the higher-ups. Can I use the phone?
Oh, by all means.
Thank you. Oh, hello, operator. Let me have Washington, D.C., please. War Department.
Everything all set, Dave?
Arch, we have just made history. And you are in on the ground floor.
Hello, Mr. Hossinger.
Well, Professor, just in time. I would like you to meet a friend of mine, Archie.
Hello, Professor.
Pleased to meet you, Archie. My, you have a lovely laboratory.
Well, I'll be honored to have you use it. Anytime you feel like it.
Well, thank you very much. Too bad I didn't have a nice, large place like this when I was conducting my last experiment.
The place was too small, Professor?
Yes, there was no room for my dynamo and generator. No room for my hydraulic compressor. But the big obstacle was that I didn't have room for my revolving turbines.
What were you working on, Professor?
Rainbow bubbles.
The professor's kidding, of course, Archie. You know what he's really been working on?
What, Dave?
FM.
Okay, if you don't want to tell me. Okay.
Well, Professor, I think now we better go to work, huh?
Oh, goody.
Oh, Arch, one thing more. While we're in the back room, you better question all the people around here. We can't be too careful, you know.
Dave, depend on me. From now on, it's Archie the Bloodhound.
I knew I could count on you. See you later, you dog, you.
See you later, Dave. Now, leave me see. Who's suspicious looking around here?
Mr. Archie, what's going on here anyway?
What's going on? Why are you so curious? You know, it comes to my mind that actually we know very little about your background. Quick, did you ever think of overthrowing the American form of government?
Wait a minute.
Do you belong to any subversive activity?
Squirrel bait.
Don't avoid the issue. I want the truth now. Did you ever work for a foreign power?
Oh, sure. Wait a minute. You are talking to the man who in 1942 worked for the Cuban underground smuggling rum into Coca-Cola.
You're a cool one. Okay. You may step down now, but don't try and leave the country.
I was just wondering.
You was just wondering, huh? What's your name, Bud?
Clifton Finnegan.
Oh, ready with a pat answer, huh? How old are you?
Well,
I'll try another question.
Look, don't worry about me, Arch. Nobody will learn nothing from me.
That I guess I should believe. Now, let's see. Who else is there around here?
Say.
You know, Eddie, I've been thinking here, and I'm a little worried.
Why?
Well, if the professor succeeds with these atoms, it might be very dangerous. You know, them atoms give out poison radioactive rays that linger around for months, you know. You read about it, where the white corpuscles eat the red corpuscles.
Yeah, don't worry about poison gas around here. Nobody would ever notice it.
Say, Arch.
Oh, how are you, Dave? How's things going back there?
Arch, we have run into a snag. I need your brains.
Oh, what's the trouble, Dave?
Well, you know how this atom works, don't you?
Well, I got a smattering idea. As I understand it, the basic elements is composed of protons, electrons, and croutons.
To say nothing of the Sir Isaac Neutron.
Quiet, Eddie. You're stepping out of your class here. Now, as I further understand it, all of these trons is held together and homogenized into a tube full of the aforesaid electrons, which are composed mostly of ingredients.
Arch, I think you have hit it. That's where our trouble is.
What?
There is one ingredient missing. I'm afraid we can't put the atom together again.
Well, what's the missing ingredient?
Well, don't let this get any further, Arch. But this vital material, which we shall hereafter refer to as Factor X, is, and let me whisper this to you, glue.
Glue?
Careful, Factor X.
Oh, yeah, well, look, Dave, you got nothing to worry about. We always keep a bottle of Factor X right here in the place. We use it on the free lunch instead of fly paper.
No, Arch. This is a special kind of Factor X we have to buy.
Oh, expensive?
Oh, yes, and that's the trouble, you see. The professor and I have just sunk our last nickels into this thing.
Oh, well, why don't you ask Washington for some money?
Arch, I haven't the heart. They've already sunk $2 billion. Now to ask them for another bottle?
Oh, no, that'd be too much. Well, look, Dave, I realize that this atom is a great boon to humanity. As a favor to me, could I help contribute something?
How much you got, Arch?
$5.
$5, eh? Let me consult my catalog. Oh, yes, here it is. Special secret Factor X for vulcanizing atoms. 1 quart to a customer. Price, $4.90 per quart.
$4.90 a quart. Dave, where does this glue come from? Man of war?
Well, it's up to you, Archie. But I don't think you're the kind of man that would let a measly $4.90 stand between you and immortality, are you? Arch, not that I want to press you, but just picture that statue of you sitting on a horse in Central Park, holding an atom in each hand.
Okay, Dave, it's a deal. Here's the $5.
Thanks, Arch. Well, I'd better hurry over and get the merchandise. See you later. And keep your eyes open. Our enemies are very clever.
Okay, Dave. See you later. Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Professor Radcliffe? Yeah, he's here. He's in the back. Just a second. Whom to am I speaking? The superintendent of Bellevue Hospital, huh? Oh, the insane ward, huh? Look, wise guy, do you think you're dealing with children? There's no Professor Thaddeus Radcliffe here, and you got the wrong number. Trace that call, Eddie.
Hey, maybe that call was on the level, Mr. Archie.
What do you mean?
Well, that professor's got some peculiar ideas.
What do you mean?
Well, 10 minutes ago, I served him a ham-on rye. 5 minutes later, he asked me for another ham-on rye.
Well, what's so peculiar about that?
Nothing, only this time he wanted it in a glass. With a cherry in it.
What is it, Professor?
Archie, this glass. Wherever did you get such a glass?
What's wrong with it?
Nothing. It's delicious.
Professor, have you always been a professor?
Oh, no. Just recently.
What was you before that?
I was a general in the French army.
When was this?
Well, let me see. I met Josephine in 1812.
Good guess. Holy cat. The ambulance.
Oh, there you are, Professor. Yoo-hoo.
Yoo-hoo.
Now, come on. You and I are going for a nice ride.
Oh, really?
Yes. Say goodnight to the nice gentleman.
Oh. Good night, Archie. If you ever come to France again, look me up. You'll find me buried on a little island called St. Helena. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
And there goes one of the nicest pecans I have ever met.
Holy cat. Wait until Hossinger finds out that he's been dealing with a nut.
Yeah. And wait till he finds out that the professor was crazy, too.
Yep, Dave's heart will be broken. He placed a lot of faith in that Adam.
Say, Arch! Arch!
Oh, here he is now.
Arch, did I just see the professor leaving in an ambulance?
Yeah, Dave, this is going to be a blow to you, but that professor was a demented praecox.
What?
They just sent the keeper for him from Bellevue.
The keeper? Arch, how can you be that stupid? Don't you know who that was?
Who?
That was no keeper. That was an undercover agent from the Balkans.
From the Balkans? Holy cat.
Arch, why did you let him go?
Oh, but Dave...
Man, you have placed me in a terrible position with Washington.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Do you realize that by letting that spy take the professor back to the Balkans, it may mean that civilization will be set back 1,000 years? It may mean war.
Oh, anything but that, Dave. What can we do about it?
Well, there's only one thing I can do. Go to the Balkans and get the professor back. But where am I going to get the money for the boat trip?
How much do you need, Dave?
Oh, you haven't got that much money, Arch. It'd mean that we'd have to tap the register.
Well, so what? If it's going to save another war, let's tap the register. Here you are, Dave. $18.53. Will that take you to the Balkans?
Well, no. But if it's all you got, maybe I can work fast and head him off at Hoboken.
Oh.
Well, so long, Arch. And thanks, old man, on behalf of humanity and the entire civilized world. Be seeing you, kid.
Good luck, Dave. Holy cat, ain't it amazing? Me, Archie, a kid from PS4 saving civilization. Boy, what a small world, huh?
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
Fed up with the everyday grind? Tired out from the summer heat? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are clinging precariously to a diving, pitching longboat, lashed by mountainous seas in the middle of a hurricane. And at the helm, driving you on, is a man bent on revenge and willing to kill for it.
Tonight, we escape to the open sea with an ancient tramp steamer and its fighting captain, as F.R. Buckley told it in his ironic story, Abbot.
Very well. The court has no more questions. Step down, please.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor.
Well, Captain Weatherfield, you've just heard the complaining witness. Have you anything to say in your own defense?
Yeah. Hit the man about a bit. No doubt of that, Your Honor. In fact, with half chance, I'd have pounded his blasted head off.
Quiet! Quiet! We'll have order in the court. Then you admit the charges, Captain Weatherfield.
That I hit him? Yeah. But I had extenuating circumstances, Your Honor.
I see. And what were they?
He laughed at my ship. At the Wakeling, Your Honor. As fine a freighter as ever steamed out of here on the Liverpool run.
I don't quite see.
He stood there on the wharf. Squint-eyed son of a landlubbered lawyer. He said my ship looked like an old woman. With her dress on backwards. Her hair not combed. That's when I flattened him out.
Yes, and I still say that's what she looks like.
Order! Why, you confounded little pipsqueak, I'll break your part.
Sit him down, Captain Weatherfield. Grab him, bailiff.
Let go, please. Confound it, let go, please. Let go, Master.
Order in the court. Captain Weatherfield. Captain Weatherfield, this court finds you guilty of assault and battery as charged, and sentences you to 7 days in the New Bristol City Jail. All right, bailiff. Lock him up.
And that's the way it started, with the captain getting 7 days in the New Bristol jail. Yeah, but it went a whole lot further before it was over. It was like a bolt of chain lightning that may take a dozen strange turns or more before it finally strikes home. And, actually, of course, the Wakeling was a funny-looking old scow. She'd had 30 years on the North Atlantic with never a part being replaced so long as there was some way of patching it up. Yeah, she was a regular joke of a ship. That is, to everybody except Captain Weatherfield. Yeah, those of us who were officers aboard her had learned a long time before not to hint anything like that to him. No, she was the Queen Mary and the Normandy and his firstborn child, all rolled up into one. So you can bet your life we all kept sober faces when the captain finally came aboard at the end of the week.
Connolly?
Yes, sir.
Well, everything in order? Will we be able to sail in an hour?
Yes, sir. I've been keeping her ready for the last 4 days, just in case...
That will do.
Might,
I'm fully aware that we're 4 days past schedule. And the reason for it will not be discussed on board. Is that clear?
Yes, Captain.
I've been badly treated in this town, Mr. Connolly. Thrown behind bars like some thieving dock rat. I don't feel good about it. And if it takes me the rest of my life, I'm going to even up the score. Do you understand that?
I think so.
You think so, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then button up your collar and go get up ahead of steam.
So, 3 days later, we were plowing through a heavy sea 580 miles out on the Atlantic. The spray was freezing in the rigging. We were flirting with the fringe of a northeast hurricane.
Blast this double-blasted, confounded wind. Mr. Connolly! Well, how's she looking, Mr. Connolly?
Not so bad. We're taking the seas in our quarter, and so far we're making only about 4 inches of water an hour.
4 inches of water an hour, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good. Then we'll take a chance on it.
Take a chance on what, sir?
A distress message. Just picked it up in the wireless shack.
Oh.
Here, take a look.
Mm-hmm. The freighter Johannes out of New Bristol. Main shaft broken, auxiliaries out of commission, shipping water fast. Latitude 4630, longitude... Let me see. Yeah, about 90 miles from us, north and west.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Connolly. Lay out the course.
What?
We should sight her sometime around dawn. If we hold to full speed all night.
Full speed? Dead into a hurricane? Why, the Wakeland would fall apart in 2 hours.
I doubt it. She's a good ship. Lay out the course.
Yeah, but the Johannes is right in the main shipping lane. Somebody else is bound to pick her up before morning anyway.
Mr. Connolly, we can hope not.
What do you mean, hope not?
Evidently you didn't notice her registry, Mr. Connolly. She's out of New Bristol.
Well, what of it?
That, as you may recall, is the town that threw me into jail. Gotten all the papers. Like as not, my daughters up in Maine have probably read about it by now. I'll not have them thinking their father's a man who does nothing but go around punching people in the noggin.
All right, but what's it got to do with this?
I'm going to be alongside the Johannes before anybody else is, Mr. Connolly. I'm going to rescue every man aboard her. Then I'm going to take them back to New Bristol and get a public apology out of that town. And I'll see that gets in the papers, too.
I've never heard of anything so crazy.
I don't care what you've never heard of, Mr. Connolly. Lay out that course now before I get mad. Decide to punch somebody's blasted head off.
Well, the little cock of the walk made good the first part of his plan all right. In spite of a broken steam injector that had to be patched up with rigging wire, by shortly after dawn he had us hove to, half a cable length off from the Johannes. She was down by the stern, listing badly, but still afloat. The wind was howling like a banshee, and the flying spume was freezing all over our decks. There was no doubt but the next part of our job was going to be a lot tougher than the first part.
Mr. Connolly, you got a boat crew together?
Yes, sir. There'll be 5 seamen and a third mate. I'll take charge myself.
Leave the third mate aboard. I'll take charge myself. My show. I'm going to run it.
All right, Captain. Whatever you say.
Well, let's hold this up. Let's get this boat over the side.
Not the frozen, Captain. Carpenter's trying to break it loose.
Well, he's not cracking walnuts at the tea party. Here, Chips, give me that mallet. Mr. Roberts.
Yes, sir.
You'll stay on board.
Yes, sir.
Keep an oil slick running. Waves out there. Pretty high.
Pretty high? Never seen him any higher.
Well, I can't help it, Mr. Connolly. I've got to... There, that's it. Boat's all ready.
Ready aboard, sir.
All right, then. Lower away.
For the 7 of us who went overside in the longboat, that command was the beginning of a nightmare. If things had been bad up on the Wakeland's deck, they were 100 times worse down there in the very midst of that smashing, that tumbling maelstrom of water and wind. A continuous drive-in spray was torn from the wave crests and froze solid on the gunwales and the boat seats and on our faces. One man bailed constantly while the others pulled away on the oars with bleeding hands. And even then, we were never far from foundering. Captain Weatherfield sat in the stern and shouted orders none of us could hear, but we could see his face, and that was enough to keep us at it. With a halo of sheet glass around his sou'wester and his gray beard turned to a frozen mass of jumbled icicles, he looked like Neptune come to life, or maybe even more like the devil himself. It took us over 2 hours before we finally hauled in against the rusty side of the battered old Johannes.
Ahoy, the deck! Aye, sir! In what you matter?
You'll have to jump for it. Can't use a ladder. Sea's too heavy.
Understood! Already here!
Wait till we come up on a swell. We'll hold as steady as we can. And by no, not yet!
Good Lord, he fell on the gun.
Blasted fool told him to wait.
He smashed in his chest. Why, it's the captain of the ship.
Then he had no business jumping first anyhow. Haul him aboard, Mr. Conley. Get him out of the way. All right. Ready on deck? All right, there. Steady. Now! Good. Throw that man aft there. On deck. Wait for the swell. Wait. Now! Get him, Conley. A blast of sea. You on deck. Jump now! Wait. Ben, help him out there. Here comes another. Catch him. Hold him in, Conley. Good. Backhorn, you. Stand by. Fore and aft line there. Here comes another one. Hold her steady. Keep one oar against the side there. Anybody else out there, mister?
No, sir. 6 of us. Others lost overboard last night.
All right, then. Back off yours. You there, Polano. Get a hold of that oar.
He can't do it very well with only one arm, Captain.
What do you mean, one arm?
He broke his arm a couple of minutes ago when we bumped the side.
Then give him a bucket. At least he can bail. All right, let's go.
It was 6 hours before we finally got back aboard the Wakeland. But we did get back. And I doubt if any other man but Captain Weatherfield could have done it. True enough, he fainted across the engine room hatch once we were on board. But don't forget, he was 72 years old. He'd taken a crew of 6 out in an open boat in the high seas in the middle of a hurricane, rescued 6 more men off a sinking ship, and brought the whole 12 back alive. Well, one of them, of course, was only barely alive, and that was Captain Miller of the Johannes. He was still unconscious. I had him put in a bunk and hoped for the best. And then I turned in to grab a few hours' sleep. I guess it was sometime after midnight when the third mate called me. I got dressed, went down, woke up the captain.
Confound it, Mr. Conley. Can't a man even close his eyes aboard this ship without somebody rousing him out of his bunk?
I'm sorry, Captain. Thought you ought to know. Miller's conscious now and wants to see you. He thinks he's dying.
Dying, is it?
Yeah.
I'll see about that. Where's my pants?
Here you are, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, might be a good thing if Miller did die, according to his first mate, Larson.
Huh?
Well, Larson says they had plenty of warning of this storm, but Miller drove straight on into it. He was racing for port.
Oh, racing for port.
Yeah.
Bad business.
There'll be an inquiry on it. He'll lose his ticket when they find out.
It's also bad business, Mr. Conley, when first mates talk out of turn. Come on. Where is he?
I put him in the cabin off the wardroom. The third mate's in there with him now.
How is the ship heading?
Due south.
Due south?
Well, we're running before the wind. Can't do anything else.
I told you, Mr. Conley, to lay a course for New Bristol.
I know, but we can't do it. The main boiler's out, and we're on the auxiliaries. It may take 2 days to fix it.
Confound the luck. Risk my life to rescue a man. Tries to die on me. Now that bonehead engineer's let the main boiler break down.
That's not his fault. It should have been replaced 5 years ago.
5 years ago, what, Mr. Connolly?
5 years ago, sir.
Good.
Now, here we are.
Oh, glad you got here, sir. I was getting worried.
It's all right, Mr. Roberts. Here, stand back a bit and hold the light up.
Yes.
There, that's fine. Evening, Captain Miller.
Evening, Captain.
You're in some pain, I take it?
Yeah. Feels like something sharp. Sticking in my chest. Getting worse.
Something sharp, eh? No doubt the broken end of a rib poking into your lungs.
Yeah. Guess so.
There. Feels like there's a rib gone.
I want to make a statement for the log.
Oh, I do. I figure you're getting ready to die, is that it?
Yeah. Not much chance. Shouldn't I jump first?
No, you shouldn't have. Understand you was racing for pot. Drove straight into the storm.
Yeah. I had to. It's my wife. Her first baby. Wanted to be with her. What's he saying, sir?
His wife's thinking of having a baby, Roberts.
Oh. Statement. Responsibility.
We'll discuss that later, Captain. That lung gets a hole punched in it. You're done for.
He's practically done for now.
You know, Mr. Connolly, I saw a doctor open up a man once, take a broken rib out of him. Think I can remember fairly well how he went about it. And there ought to be some chloroform on board.
Captain Weather.
You shut up, Mr. Connolly. Captain Miller, it's one chance in a million, but you've got no chance now. How about it?
Anything. Doesn't matter. Be an inquiry report. Better to die.
Well, we'll worry about that later. All right, then. Go find that chloroform, Mr. Roberts.
Yes, sir.
And bring me a bar of soap.
Yes.
And get a couple of them little knives, whatever they call them, out of the medicine locker.
Yes, sir, right away.
Mr. Connolly, go wake up that first mate of his. Get him in here. We'll need a witness to Captain Miller's consent.
All right, sir.
And Mr. Connolly.
Yes, sir.
Find Chips and borrow his chest of tools. Never can tell what you'll find when you start to open a man up.
In 10 minutes, we had everything ready. Larson signed a statement, swearing that Captain Miller had agreed to it. And the third mate, with his face white as a sheet, stood at the head of the bunk, dripping chloroform onto a towel and holding it over Miller's nose and mouth. I held the light in one hand and kept the other on the patient's pulse, while Captain Weatherfield rolled up his sleeves and started in on a major operation that he thought he'd seen some doctor perform once.
Everything's snug and proper. How's he seem to be getting along, Mr. Connolly?
I don't know. He's still breathing.
I know he's breathing, man. It's his chest I'm operating on. How's his pulse?
Pretty weak. No worse than it was.
Keep that chloroform dripping, Mr. Roberts.
Yes, sir.
Well, there's no time like the present. Hold that light steady, Mr. Conley.
Yes, sir.
Steady yourself. Now, let me see. I think that doctor did it like this.
I've used up half the chloroform, Captain.
Keep it dripping, Roberts. Well now. Don't remember anything like that being in there. Let's see now.
Pulse getting pretty weak.
Mr. Connolly, don't bother me. Got more important things here to think about. That's it. Here's the end of the rib, all right. Now, I can just... That's all right, let it go. Don't need the knife anymore. Confound it, Connolly. Give me a little more room to work in. Cabin's small enough as it is.
Captain, his pulse has stopped.
No, it hasn't, Mr. Connolly. Now, why the devil doesn't that rib come loose when I...
It's no use, Captain. He's dead. His heart stopped beating.
Mr. Connolly, don't stand there. Try to tell me his heart stopped when I can see it beating right now. Mr. Larson.
Yes, sir.
Would you look at that tool chest behind you? See if you can find me a pair of pliers.
I doubt if there's ever been another operation like it before or since. By all rights, Captain Miller should have died 10 times over, right there on the bunk. Only he didn't. He was unconscious for 48 hours. But on the 5th day, he was sitting up on a deck chair and cussing because somebody had slung his broken rib overboard instead of saving it so he could whittle out a letter opener. We were driven 600 miles to the south before the storm blew itself out, and we got the main boiler back into operation and could lay a course for New Bristol. And 3 days away from port, Captain Weatherfield called all of us officers of the Wakeland together in the chart room, along with First Mate Larson of the Johannes.
Gentlemen, there may be some questions in your minds in regard to what this meeting's all about. No doubt you're wondering, even if you aren't asking. Am I right?
Well, yes, sir. We have been trying to guess.
Then I'll tell you, gentlemen. I called this meeting to put a stop to certain idle rumors, which I hear have been floating around.
Just what kind of rumors, Captain Weatherfield?
Them which says that Captain Miller of late ship Johannes deliberately drove head-on into a storm while racing to make port.
There's no rumor about that. It's what he was doing. As his first mate, I should know.
And I say he wasn't, Mr. Larson. The way I figure it, got caught by the storm without any warning. He gave orders for full speed to try to beat out of it. A couple of hours later, main shaft broke, left him helpless without steerage way. Could happen to anybody.
Maybe. Only it didn't. I was there, Captain Weatherfield. I know what happened. And there's 5 of my crew left to back me up.
They'll back up anything you say, Mr. Larson. You know that.
And there's nothing to talk about. When the Board of Inquiry gets through with Miller, he won't command another ship as long as he lives.
So, there's not going to be any Board of Inquiry.
Huh? Maybe that's not up to you.
Which is what we're here to decide.
I don't get it, Captain. Miller's a rat. He was the first one to jump when we come alongside. Anything that happens to him serves him right. Now, why should you stick up for him?
My personal opinion of the man has nothing to do with this, Mr. Conley. I say there'll be no Board of Inquiry because it suits my purposes that there be none.
And just what are your purposes, Captain?
I drove my ship 90 miles off her course in a hurricane, risked my life in an open boat, just for one reason, Mr. Larson. Because I knew you were registered out of New Bristol.
Ah, so that's it.
Aye, Mr. Conley, that's it. I operated on a man, saved his life, just so he could stand up alongside of me, have our pictures taken for the newspapers.
I get it. So, you don't want some messy Board of Inquiry throwing scandal in the story of your noble rescue on the high sea, huh? You want to be a blasted hero.
Mr. Larson, being a hero has got nothing to do with it. But I am planning to get a public apology out of the town of New Bristol. And you, or nobody else, is going to do anything to stop me.
Yeah, well, it's too bad you haven't got the whole say about it, Captain.
And it's too bad you're so bullheaded, sit on swearing away your captain's ticket, that you forced me to teach you a lesson.
And just how are you aiming to do that?
By knocking a little sense into your thick noggin, something like this.
Oh, so it's a fight you're after. All right. Come on, Captain. Teach me a lesson.
I'm the one who learned in Shanghai. I'll teach you all right. You got it, Captain. Get up, Mr. Larson.
I'll get up. All right.
He's got a pair of dividers. So you tried to stab him, would you? Well, Larson, what about it?
All right. I'm through.
There's going to be a Board of Inquiry?
No. I'll back up anything you say.
Good. What about the rest of you? Anything I say go?
Yes, sir.
All right, then. Get back on watch. What do you think this is, a peaceful harbor of a Sunday?
It was a clear, sunshiny day when we steamed into New Bristol Harbor and dropped anchor at the mouth of the river. Captain Weatherfield sent Miller on ashore at quarantine, insisting that his reason was not just to make sure of having a reception ready. Nonetheless, he spent an hour and a half shaving, trimming his hair, and dressing up in his best shore-going clothes. But he had a right to strut a little at that. He'd moved through a whole series of tough jobs, every one against almost impossible odds, and he'd come out on top. And all because he wanted his daughters up in Maine. to know he could do something once in a while besides punch people in the noggin. It was mid-afternoon by the time we finally rowed ashore in the longboat, and a good-sized crowd had assembled on the wharf. And when we got in close, we could see Captain Miller waiting by the landing along with a regular reception committee, all dressed up in striped pants and top hats like a bunch of foreign diplomats. And the head man of the whole layout was the same judge who'd given the captain 7 days in jail.
Easy now, Mr. Conley.
I'll hold it steady, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome, Captain Weatherfield, on behalf of the town of New Bristol.
Well, now, it's mighty nice of you, Judge.
Not at all, Captain. We're the ones who are honored. The whole town. We want you to know it.
Well, thank you, Judge.
Captain Miller here has given us the complete story. The rescue at sea, a daring operation that saved his life.
Here. How you feeling, Captain Miller?
A little tired right now, Captain. Been pretty busy. Arranging things, you know.
Yeah, of course.
You're a hero in this town, Captain Weatherfield. There's nothing too good for you. We're proud of you.
I was wondering if you'd recall a little incident where we met before, Judge, not so long ago.
A terrible mistake. I'll never forgive myself. I feel I owe you a public apology, Captain Weatherfield.
Well, now, I don't believe I know just what to say, Judge.
Nothing at all to say, Captain Weatherfield. As I said before, we're the ones who are honored. The whole town of New Bristol. And all of New England, too, by Jove. Once those reporters get their stories on the wire.
Reporters, eh? Well, now, that's going to too much trouble, Judge.
Oh, not at all, Captain, not at all. They'll be wanting an interview with you, you know. We've had quite a time keeping them off this long. You're a hero, man. Don't you realize that?
I only did my duty, Judge.
New Bristol needs more men who only do their duty, Captain Weatherfield.
Mighty nice of you to say so.
And I recall the way you were treated here a few weeks ago, Captain. Well, all I can do is to ask your forgiveness publicly.
I suspect that might be arranged, Judge. I'm not a man to bear a grudge.
A fact which your actions have proven, sir.
Them there fellows with the cameras. Are they reporters, are they?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed, Captain. Well, of course, they're photographers, really.
They're taking them pictures to print in the newspapers, are they?
That's right, Captain. They'll be seen by people all over the country.
Yeah. I suppose we might walk over that way?
Certainly, Captain Weatherfield. Certainly. Anything you like. Won't you join us, Captain Miller?
Thanks, gentlemen. You know, I was just thinking, if they print a picture of that ship out there, nobody will believe the story.
What did you say, Captain Miller?
I said they wouldn't believe it. To look at that old mud scow, you wouldn't think she could float in a calm sea, much less...
Captain Weatherfield. Heavens, he struck the man.
I'll teach you to call my ship a mud scow. Squint-eyed son of a five-legged salamander.
Stop, I say. Stop, thank you. Stop it. Stop it. Constable, arrest that man and look him up. I'm filing a charge of assault and battery.
Escape, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, tonight brought you Habit by F.R. Buckley, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Dunkel. Featured in tonight's cast were John Daner as Mr. McConley and Louis Van Rooten as Captain Weatherfield, with Wilms Herbert as Captain Miller, Barry Kroger as the judge, and Bill Boucher as First Mate Larson. Special music by Ivan Ditmars. Next week.
You are making your painful way over the great India desert, alone and dying of thirst, while behind you, pursuing you, are the fanatical Kafirs, who once bowed to you as king, and now call for your life.
Next week, we escape with Rudyard Kipling's exciting story, The Man Who Would Be King. Good night, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now let's see what Fibber, Magee, and Molly are up to.
the Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with It's High Time. When you left your kitchen a little while ago, did you happen to notice your linoleum floors? Were they something to be proud of or ashamed of? Are the colors still fresh and bright, or are they faded and gloomy? Is the floor sparkling and gleaming so you're happy to work there? Or is it the kind of floor that never seems to get clean? Well, if you're not already using Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, find out how easy it is to have beautiful kitchen floors with practically no work. Buy a can of Glow Coat tomorrow. Pour it onto your floors, spread it around, and let it dry. That's all there is to it. There's no rubbing or buffing with Glow Coat. In 20 minutes, it dries to a beautiful, hard, long-lasting polish that brings out the colors of your linoleum, saves you cleaning work, and makes the linoleum itself last much longer. You really couldn't ask for more than that from any polish, could you? Remember the name Johnson's Glow Coat, spelled Glo-COAT. Ladies and gentlemen, through the courtesy of Johnson's Wax, we bring you the more or less correct time. At Ida, Idaho, it's 7:32½ Rocky Mountain time. At Chow, Maine, it is 9:32 3/4 Eastern time. At Umsky, Siberia, it's still yesterday. And at 79 Wistful Vista, it's time we dropped in on Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Hey, Molly, you know what time it is?
No, does it matter?
Well, it does to me. On account of you know what I'm going to do?
Dearie, if I could ever foresee what you're going to do, I'd be one of those happy mediums people are always striking. What you going to do?
I'm going to go to bed.
What, at 8:30 in the evening?
Yep.
Don't you feel well, Magee?
Feel wonderful. Now, I'll feel better after one good solid night's sleep. You know, early to bed and early to rise, and you don't need to call any red caps to carry them bags under your eyes.
But my goodness, Magee, for years now I've been trying to get you to go to bed earlier, and now, well, why, I'm dumbfoundered. What's got into you?
Well, I just got to thinking that us being on the Lux Theater program next week and all, we ought to cut out this staying up late.
Say, that's a good idea. We'll go to bed right now.
Okay.
It's only 8:30, and if we get up at 7, that's a good 10 hours sleep.
10 hours? Wow. Why, I'll leap out of bed in the morning ready to whip my weight in
field mice.
Be that as it may or may not be or not. Now, whoever this is, watch me give him the brush off. I want to get to bed. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. What you want now? I can't take much time to dilly-dally. I want to get to bed early, I do.
Why?
Well, I just think it'll do me good, that's why. I've always been a late stayer-upper, so for once I'm going to be a early-goer to bedder.
Well, personally, mister, I'm a take a nap in the afternooner.
Well, that's good, too. Builds up your resistance. And you got to have a lot of resistance to go through a winter, you know.
Well, gee, Mr. Magee, when will summer be here? When will it? I want to use my new roller skates.
Well, you can't rush these things, sis. We can't have summer until the pixies get their reservoirs all filled up. You mean to stand there with your little nose between your eyes and tell me you ain't heard about the pixies?
I haven't, I betcha.
Well, I think you're old enough to know about these things, sis.
Now, be careful, Magee.
You see, when the snow melts, it soaks into the ground, and the pixies gather it all up into a big reservoir way down deep under the earth. Then when summer comes, the pixies fill their little squirt guns full of water out of the reservoir and squirt it onto the roots of the flowers and plants so they'll grow, you see. And we can't have summer till they gather enough water. Look at that little face light up, Molly. Well, sis, does that answer your question?
Sure it does, I bet you. But what about the equinox?
The equinox, what are they?
Well, the equinox is an astronomical term to denote those periods of the year which usher in the spring and fall season.
Yeah, but what I was
An
talking...
equinox is when the sun's center crosses the equator and is either of 2 points where the celestial equator intersects the ecliptic.
Yeah, but what...
And if that's too tough for you, you can go back to the Pixies.
You hear that, Molly? That kid has got a great IQ, hasn't she?
What's an IQ?
An infuriating quality. Speaking of infuriating quality, that reminds us, Uncle Dennis in yet?
Oh, he's been in all evening, dearie.
Huh?
Why, you can hear him in the other room. Listen.
Is that Uncle Dennis?
Yes.
What's he doing?
Taking a cat nap. Now, come on and turn out the lights. You got the alarm clock?
Yeah, is this the correct time? 9:22?
Yes, it is. And we've lost a half an hour's sleep already, Magee. We better hurry. And don't forget now.
What is this, a conspiracy?
Looks like the Sandman is going to be left holding the bag tonight. Come in.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Effie.
Will you help me?
Help? Don't tell me you've lost that diamond necklace again, Abigail.
Have you looked under all your chins, Uppy?
Please, Mr. McGee. It's my automobile.
Well, that couldn't be under your chin.
It broke down right in front of your house.
Oh, well, I'm sure McGee will be glad to run out and get it started for you, won't you, dearie?
Oh, Dad, Rabbit, I don't want to do it. We were going to go to bed.
Oh, never mind, Miss McGee. Perhaps I should get someone who thoroughly understands what they're doing.
Hey, wait a minute, Uppy. Who says I don't understand automobiles? Why, I was an expert mechanic when General Motors was a corporal.
Oh, but Miss McGee...
Why, half the developments in the modern motor are my inventions, Uppy.
Oh, indeed. Well, if you were the one who invented the automobile radio that goes dead while passing under a viaduct, congratulations. It's very restful.
That wasn't mine, but I spent 4 years as chief mechanic at the Biggs Body Works.
Yes, he did.
You should have seen the laboratory and workshop old man Biggs gave me just to tinker around in. Biggs Tinker McGee, I was known as in there. Biggs Tinker McGee, the brawny and brainy Bonaparte, a benzene buggy blacksmith, busy as a beaver, bright as a beacon at bolt and bumper brackets on bus bodies, boosted as the best boss in the business at boring bronze bearings and boat boilers, bringing back the bacon as the boss of the brake band, bumblebee of the brace and bit, and big bullfrog of the brass bicycle bell bongers, a breezy, brilliant bozo for budding boys to copy, but excuse me while I go to work on Uppington's jalopy.
1:30. Aren't you ready for bed yet?
I'm still trying to get the grease off my hands that I got off of Uppy's car.
Oh, dear.
It's a fine state of how do you do. Here I try to go to bed early, and what happens? I spend 3 hours out there fixing a car at 15 above zero.
Did you find the trouble?
Yes, finally. No gasoline. Hand me my bathrobe, will you, Molly?
Here you are, dear.
Thanks. You ready for bed?
Well, I will be as soon as I finish brushing my hair. 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. There.
Well, you got any hair left on your head? The way you slap away at it with that brush every night,
Why, that makes it grow more.
Oh, yeah?
Why, certainly.
Yeah.
Your father used to use a hairbrush on you, didn't he?
Yeah.
And look how you developed.
Okay, never mind. Well, just as soon as I get...
McGee, what's that?
Oh.
Sounded like a prowler on the front porch. Go see who it is. Don't wait, I'll go with you.
Well, all right. Well, it's probably just a cat. I hope. Come on.
Say, if that's a cat, McGee, somebody's taught him how to use a flashlight and a bunch of keys.
Must be a hep cat. I'll be quiet, Molly, and I'll catch this guy red-handed. 1, 2, 3. I caught you in the act, didn't I, Bud? Now, suppose you...
Why, McGee, it's Mr. Boomer.
Oh, good evening, my dear. And a nasty nocturnal nip up to you, nutpick.
What you doing on our front porch at this time of night, Boomer?
Just checking up to see that your front door was locked. Sleepy, slappy, and sloppy. Checking all the front doors in the neighborhood. Yes.
A likely story, Mr. Boomer. We already have a night watchman in this neighborhood.
Of course you have, my dear. But I'm helping him out tonight after he met with an accident.
Oh.
Accident? What accident?
Seems he bumped himself on a pair of brass knuckles. I would have run to his rescue, but I was several inches away at the time. Very regrettable. Yes, indeed.
Say, Mr. Boomer, you can find more ways of getting into people's house than a cold rat.
You wrong me, my dear. I'm a bona fide night watchman. Let me show you my star. Now, what did I do with that star?
Where is it?
Star. Here's a large dental mirror for looking gift horses in the mouth. Dress shirt badly scorched when my laundress walked out on me. Yes. She decided to strike while the iron was hot. Here's a postcard from Sheila the shoplifter. Says she took a Greyhound bus to Chicago, but they made her bring it back. Here's a photograph of Badger Game Bessie in a bathing suit. You ought to see her dive in Toledo. What's this? Oh, yes. Payment for a ball player I sold to the Cincinnati Reds. See?
Huh?
A check for a short stop.
Oh.
Well, imagine that. No star. How did I happen to miss that? He must have had it pinned inside his vest, the double-crosser. Well, good night, my dear, and to you, Burptworth.
It's odd, ain't it, Molly, that a guy like Boomer who don't know a note of music is going to wind up someday as a conductor?
Musical?
No, electrical. Now, come on, let's get to bed. What time is it?
Well, it's almost 2 o'clock.
Wow.
And we started to go to bed at 8:30.
Well, maybe we couldn't have got to sleep that early anyway.
Oh, dear.
I can sure sleep now. I'm so sleepy.
Heavenly days now.
Rat. Can't we have a moment's peace in our own house of all the...
Oh, my. Guess I better answer that we'll never get a night's sleep. 79 Molly McGee, Wistful Vista speaking.
Well, hello, Molly. This is Harlow Wilcox. Sorry to disturb you, folks, but can you tell me how to spell indispensable?
McGee, Mr. Wilcox wants to know how to spell indispensable.
Give me that phone. See how dramatic I did that? I'm practicing up for Lux next week. Hello, Wilcox. What's the idea of waking us up in the middle of the night?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Fibber. I have to get a sales letter in the mail first thing tomorrow, and I can't spell indispensable because you borrowed my dictionary and never returned it. Look it up for me, will you, pal? Indispensable.
What?
Indispensable. You know, like Johnson's wax is indispensable to a well-kept floor and in the protection of furniture and woodwork.
Oh, indispensable. Well, that's spelled I-N-D-E-C-P-T... why don't you use the word necessary? Like saying to keep your home spotless and gleaming, Johnson's wax is necessary.
Say, great idea. Necessary it is. Now, let's see. That's with 2 C's and 1 S, isn't it?
No, I think it's with 1 C and 2 S's. Hey, Molly, how do you spell necessary?
Give me that phone. Hello, Mr. Wilcox. What did you want to know?
Is necessary with 1 S and 2 C's?
Is what necessary with 1 S and 2 C's?
Look, Molly, I'm trying to point out that in order to give lasting beauty and protection to floors and furniture, Johnson's wax is necessary.
Why don't you say indispensable?
That's the word I want. Thanks, beautiful. Indispensable, the very thing. Hey, how do you spell indispensable?
Wait a minute. Hey, McGee, how do you spell indispensable?
I don't know.
Well, look it up.
Well, what in?
Mr. Wilcox's dictionary.
Okay, but you'll have to wait till I get it.
Where is it?
It's right here in the hall closet. Gotta straighten out that closet one of these days.
The King's Men sing In the Gloaming.
In the gloaming, oh, my darling, when the lights are dim and low, and the quiet shadows falling, softly come and softly go. When the winds are sobbing faintly, will a gentle unknown know? Will you think of me and love me as you did once long ago? When the winds are faintly sobbing, with a gentle unknown woe, will you think of me and love me as you did so long ago?
Hurry up, McGee. It's after 4 o'clock and you haven't had a wink of sleep.
I had to throw all that stuff back in that hall closet, didn't I? I'll be ready as soon as I brush my teeth.
Oh, what was that?
I knocked a couple of bottles off the medicine shelf. I'm so sleepy I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, I'll clean it up in the morning, dearie. In the meantime, don't step in any broken glass.
I already did.
What? Oh, dear, let me see
No,
what
it's all right. It's all right. I stepped in some iodine, too. Boy, what a night. Tomorrow night, I'm going to put a smallpox sign on the door and start going to bed at 5 o'clock. I'll move over, Molly. Here I come. And believe me, I'm sure. Oh, that rabbit. Who put that cedar chest there?
You did, 6 years ago.
Well, I must be off the beam. Boy, it's cold in here. We got enough blankets on that bed?
Plenty, but get in now before you catch cold.
Okay. Hot dog, at last. I'm so tired I could...
McGee.
Huh?
You forgot to turn the light off in the bathroom.
Hey, I'll flip you a coin to see who gets up and turns it out.
All right, you got a coin?
Well, I got one right here in my pants pocket. Oh, it's over there on the chair. Wait a minute. Okay, Molly, I got a 2-bit piece here. You call heads or tails.
Say, as long as you're up, why don't you turn off the light?
I never thought of that. Okay.
Oh, my.
Ah, boy, does this bed feel good. Yeah, good night, Molly.
Good night, dearie.
Hey, Molly.
Yes?
There's a fire someplace. You want to go to a fire?
No.
Me either. At my age, I ain't going to chase any more fires.
No, or anything else.
Huh?
Never mind. Good night.
Good night.
Enough room, dearie?
Mm-hmm. Good night.
Good night.
It's Gildersleeve. That dirty. I'll teach him to ruin a guy's sleep. Where's my slippers? Oh, here they are. That thoughtless, selfish, unthinkable so-and-so can't ruin my night. Oh! I wish that cedar chest had quit crawling around the floor and stay in one place.
Oh, Magee!
Dad, ratted Gildersleeve, what's the idea of beating our door in at this hour of the night? You ought to be ashamed. A guy your age out hooting all night. Why, if you had an ounce of decency...
Oh, wait a minute, Magee. I just wanted to ask you for the keys to your car.
Oh, that's all, eh? Hey, Molly.
Yes?
You know what this big baboon has got the unirrigated gall to ask me? He wants the keys to our car. Gildersleeve, you got more brass than the Marine Band. I got a good notion to pop you one right on top of you.
No, look here, Magee. I was just trying to do you a favor.
A fine favor. Waking me up at this hour of the night.
I just woke up myself.
Huh?
I woke up and happened to look out the window, and there was your car standing outside.
Oh.
I knew you'd forgotten to put it in the garage, and I was afraid it would freeze up.
Oh.
So I was going to put it away for you.
Well, gee, that was a pretty nice... well, that's pretty white of you.
I'm white, all right, chum. I'm frostbitten. Now, you give me your keys and go on back to bed.
Here, Gildy, and I'm sorry I popped off at you. You're really a great guy.
Oh. You don't mean that, Magee.
Yes, I do, Gil. You're the best friend I ever had.
Really, little chum?
You betcha. Why, there ain't anything you could ask me to do that I wouldn't do for you. My buddy.
Nothing at all?
Nothing. Just ask me. That's all. Just ask me.
All right. I will, Magee. Take these keys and put that jalopy away yourself. Good night, buddy.
Why, that mealy-mouthed double-crossing...
Magee, come to bed before you catch cold.
Okay, I'm coming. You know what Gildersleeve just done? He wanted Gildersleeve just done. He wanted... Oh! That rat, that cedar chest!
Oh, get in bed and calm yourself, Magee. Remember the old saying, late to bed and late to get up, and you'll feel all day like a poison pup.
At last. Boy, can I sleep now. I'm so tired, I... Wow.
4 o'clock, and we were going to bed at 8:30. Oh, well. Good night, Magee.
Good night.
Magee, somebody at the door.
Yeah. Let's keep quiet. Maybe they'll go away.
I've got a better idea. Bring them in and let us go away.
Oh, all right, I'm coming. Ouch!
Did you kick that cedar chest again?
No, but I thought I was gonna.
Hello there, Johnny. Telegram for you. Sign here.
What's the idea of bringing this so early in the morning, old-timer?
You mean you kids ain't up yet, Johnny? What you gonna do? Sleep all the forenoon?
Why, you old...
You ought to get to bed earlier. Why, you're just a growing boy and you need your sleep. Don't forget, an hour's sleep before midnight is worth
Dad,
more.
Rabbit, I know that. I started to go to bed at 8:30. And if it hadn't been for a bunch of jugheads like you hammering at my door all night, I'd have been in bed.
Easy there, Johnny. Easy. Don't take that tone of voice with me. I'm sensitive.
Yeah. You're sensitive, all right. Like a violet. And confidentially, you shrink.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard
I don't care how you heard it. Good night. That takes care of that old fossil.
What was it, dearie?
It's a telegram.
Who from?
I don't know. I ain't opened it yet. Wait till I get back in bed. I'm cold. Why? Well, I'll be out.
What is it?
Why, it's from our sponsor.
What's he say?
He says, Dear Fibber and Molly, your last 2 or 3 shows have sounded very tired. Why don't you try getting a good night's sleep?
Oh, Piggy, what are you doing?
I'm kicking that cedar chest.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. And now here are the simple directions for keeping linoleum floors clean and beautiful. Spread a little Johnson's self-polishing glow coat lightly over the floor surface. This amazing liquid polish is so easy to use, goes on so smoothly that a child can apply it without any difficulty. Glow coat never streaks or smears, never becomes gummy. It dries in 20 minutes, becomes a sparkling, gleaming surface without any rubbing or buffing. The floor that wears a glow coat polish is protected from the wear of scuffing feet. Dirt and stains can't cling to the shining surface. If you want to save yourself hours of work and also make your linoleum last longer, order Johnson's Glow Coat from your dealer. Look for the attractive yellow can. And remember, you save money on the larger sizes.
Hey, Molly.
Yes.
Must be morning. I just heard a rooster crowing.
That wasn't a real rooster.
It wasn't?
No.
What was it?
This has been such a wonderful evening, Pathé News is making a picture of it.
Good night.
Good night, Doc.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
Hello.
Hiya, new car?
No, car new. It does look new, though, doesn't it? Oh, this Johnson's Car New Auto Polish is really something. Actually cleans and wax polishes a car at the same time. One operation, half the time it used to take. No more dirty cars for me. Why don't you buy a can of Johnson's Car New and wax polish your car this easy way? Here's how it's spelled. C-A-R-N-U. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chicago WMAQ. This is Chicago WMAQ. This is Chicago WMAQ. This is Chicago WMAQ.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
It isn't Ma Perkins, kiddies.
The
makers of Bluebonnet Margarine and Tenderleaf Tea present The Fred Allen Show with Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, Alan Reed as Falstaff Openshaw, the Tenderleaf Workshop Players, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And in a few minutes, I will be Senator Claghorn. But right now, my name is Kenny Delmar. Here he is again, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Kenny, those Mexican League owners are signing anyone, apparently. It isn't safe to even look like a ball player these days. I know a fellow who was walking down Broadway. He had athlete's foot. A Mexican crept up behind him and slipped $20,000 into his hand.
Yeah, well, I hope...
You and I will enjoy it. Let's go off. But you and I go off in a corner someplace and enjoy it.
Well, I was kind of worried because I hope those Mexicans don't steal any more Brooklyn players.
Well, if they do, Kenny, let me warn you that Leo DeRocher is going to get even.
How?
Well, if the Mexicans take one more Dodger, Leo DeRocher is going down to Mexico, and he's going to bring back Tito Gazar to play shortstop for Brooklyn. I hear one Mexican team is so short of men, they have a bull playing center field. The bull was formerly with the... I'll skip the rest of it, this much. Portland, would you come in? There's another dead one. Well, I'll show you that the line wouldn't have gotten anything. The rest of it was the bull was formerly with the Cincinnati Reds, but he couldn't keep his mind on the game. So it would have been a waste of time to even read it. You know?
Mr. Allen!
Portland. Well, gee whiz. Well, Portland, pull up an old stuffed faux paw and sit down. What is the good word?
New York, they're going to teach automobile driving in high school.
Well, it's about time. Perhaps the next generation will be safer drivers.
I saw a high school class yesterday. It was 2 groups.
A driving class in 2 groups?
One group was sitting behind steering wheels, learning to be motorists.
Yeah.
The other group was lying around on the floor.
Students lying around on the floor?
They were studying to be pedestrians.
Oh, I see. There's only one place where a pedestrian is safe these days, Portland, and that's down in Allen's Alley.
Shall we go?
As the bathtub said to the open faucet, I think I shall run over. Ah, gosh, Portland, isn't it good to get back to Allen's Alley? Say, the senator must be going away. Look, his mules are hitched to the buckboard out back of the house there. Well, let's knock.
Somebody knock.
Well, Senator Claghorn leaving town?
I got my mules fed, watered, and hitched, son. I'm going to Texas. Dallas, that is.
Well, what's doing in Dallas, Senator?
Next Wednesday is Claghorn Day.
Claghorn Day.
What a celebration.
Big doings, eh?
The Corn Cadets, the biggest hillbilly band in the world, 2,000 boys playing jugs, will be there to welcome me.
What song will they play?
Shoe Fly Pie and Texas Panhandle.
Well, tell me, are you taking the train to Dallas, Senator?
No, I'm speeding there by buckboard. I'm leaving Washington.
Yeah?
I'm swinging up through Toronto.
Yes?
Over across Illinois and Iowa into Nebraska.
Yes?
Then I'm veering down through Colorado and Santa Fe.
Yeah?
Taking a left turn at Abilene, I'm coming through Cleburne and Mineral Wells, smack into Dallas.
But why take this roundabout route, Senator?
Son, it's the only way I can get to Dallas without setting foot on that Lincoln Highway.
Well, tell me, Senator, what is your reaction to this Coney Island reopening?
Coney Island is the watering place of the South.
The South?
When I go to Coney Island, I see them Frankforts. Frankfort is the capital of Kentucky.
Yeah.
I stuff myself with that Cracker Jack. Georgia cracker, that is.
Yeah.
Taste that yummy pie and ice cream, Texas style.
Pie with ice cream, Texas style?
Pie Alamo, son. When I'm ready to swim, I grab my seersucker water wings and plunge into that southern water.
Southern water at Coney Island?
That's the Atlantic Ocean, son.
So long. guess when the senator dives in at Coney Island, he probably comes up at Southampton. Well, let's try Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bob.
Tell me, Mr. Moody, how do you feel about Coney Island opening?
I only went to Coney Island once. It ruined my whole life.
Well, how?
Well, about 20 years ago, I sold my collection of speckled bird's eggs.
I see.
And I took the money and went to Coney Island.
You were going to have a good time, eh?
I had the world by the tail, and I wasn't letting go.
Well, what happened?
Well, as soon as I got off the train, a fellow sold me a red balloon.
Yeah?
Another fellow pinned a button on me that said, Chicken Inspector.
You were running wild, eh?
I went into a place called the Fun House.
Yeah?
Gust of wind shot up my pants leg.
Wind was strong, hey?
Blew my union suit up under my arms.
What happened next?
Gypsy told my fortune.
Yeah?
Gypsy said I'd be poor before I knew it.
And you were?
When I stepped out of that gypsy's tent, my long beaded pocketbook was gone.
Well, you had some day.
Yeah, long about sundown, I went into a place that said Tunnel of Love.
Tunnel of Love, huh?
I was sitting in a boat next to a girl.
Yeah?
It was pitch black in the tunnel. I couldn't see nothing.
Uh-huh.
All of a sudden, I heard kissing.
You heard kissing, eh?
Yeah. The boat come out into the light.
Yes?
The girl's veil was up.
Uh-huh.
My mustache was wet.
Well, what did you do?
What could I do? I married her.
Oh. Fine.
She was the homeliest woman that ever wore gaiters.
Really?
On account of Coney Island, my whole life was ruined.
And the moral is?
If you're a single man at Coney Island...
Yes?
And you're going through the Tunnel of Love...
Yes?
For Pete's sake, carry a lantern. So long, now.
Well, I guess Mr. Moody saw the light too late. Well, what can happen at this next door?
No?
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You are expecting maybe the Fink Spot.
Tell me, Mrs. Ann, how do you feel about Coney Island?
For 20 years, every Sunday I'm going to Coney Island.
To see the sights?
What sights? Pierre and I are too short. In the crowds, we are seeing nothing.
You mean you're so short?
On the subway, all we are looking on is backbones and suspenders.
What happens when you get to Coney Island?
Again, we are seeing nothing. In the crowd, we are getting jammed with pushed around.
I see.
On a merry-go-round, we are pushed, we are riding.
Uh-huh.
To a hamburger stand, we are pushed, we are eating.
Uh-huh.
But without onions.
Oh, I see.
On the shoots, we are pushed, the shoots, we are shooting.
Uh-huh.
It is getting dark. We are pushed on a train, we are coming home.
And you go through this same routine every Sunday all summer?
For 20 years, it is pushing, riding, eating without onions, and shooting.
Well, don't you swim? Don't you ever go into the water?
What water?
Why, Coney Island is a beach.
And there is water there?
Yes.
Now he is telling me.
Well, this last house can only cause trouble, I'm sure. Let us see.
Hi-ho, alas, alack-a-day. Falstaff's here to make you gay.
What new poems come hot from your griddle tonight, Falstaff?
When summer comes.
How does it go?
When summer comes and the hot winds blow, I pack a lunch and away I go. Down in the subway, the BMT, it's yoinks away to the open sea. First in the briny, I splash my feet. Then on the sand, I sit and eat. Sardines, rye bread, frozen custard, popcorn, ice cream, hot dogs with mustard. Then, lying back in my bathing suit damp, I moan and I groan, getting cramp after cramp. Where else can you swim and get tanned half bare by an ocean beach for a 5-cent fare? You can have the mountains, Dude Ranch, and Spa. Give me Coney Island. It's Shangri-La.
And as Falstaff takes his canoe paddle and heads for the subway, we turn our attention to the DeMarco sisters, accompanied by Maestro Al Goodman and his What Has Stokowski Got That We Haven't Got Except Melody Philharmonic. The DeMarco sing There's Good Blues Tonight.
I'm a telling you, Jack, great days are back. Take the word of a bird with an ear and ear. Get around the stand, listen to the band. The job you've been waiting to hear. Ah, yes, there's good blues tonight. There's good blues tonight. You can't help but dance, 'cause the music is really right. Ah, yes, there's good blues tonight. There's groovy blues tonight. A chance to romance while the dancing is wilting life. Each jock can cheek to cheek it with his chick. No gate that's late will rate the latest lick. Ba, ba, ba. Ah, yes, there's very good blues tonight. Blues tonight. To hold your baby tight. There's sure good blues tonight. Very good blues tonight. I say good blues tonight. That is, to hold your baby tight. There's sure good blues
Now stand by for a worthwhile suggestion. A suggestion about something good to eat makes us all take notice, so here's one for the book. Made popovers lately? Why not surprise your folks with some soon? Big, puffy ones, crispy, golden brown, piping hot, with lots of Bluebonnet melting into them. Yes, Bluebonnet, the margarine that gives you flavor, nutrition, economy, all three. Bluebonnet has a delicious flavor, fresh, delicate, country sweet, and it keeps its delicate, delightful flavor even when half melted on piping hot foods. Bluebonnet margarine is packed with nutrition, too, rich in food energy, rich in vitamin A. As for economy, Bluebonnet saves you real money. It costs so little you can spread it on twice as thick. And boy, you want to. And don't forget, Bluebonnet margarine is a product of the makers of Fleischmann's yeast. That fact alone tells you it must be good. Ask your grocer for Bluebonnet tomorrow. Remember the letters FNE for flavor, nutrition, economy. Bluebonnet margarine gives all three: flavor, nutrition, economy.
That was just a sample of When We Meet Again, played by Maestro Al Goodman, and his Why Worry About the Coal Shortage, We Hit Plenty of Clinkers symphony. Say, Portland,
Yes,
have you a pin?
I have a safety pin here.
Good. Would you mind opening it and sticking it in my leg every few minutes to make sure I stay awake?
Haven't you been sleeping?
Sleeping? How can I sleep? I live in the same house with Oscar Levant, and it seems that Oscar is writing a cannibal symphony. All night long, he has natives up in his place auditioning tom-toms. Tuesday night, he had a cannibal blowing hot licks on a ram's horn up there. And another guy beating on a shrunken skull with a shin bone. Well, it was so noisy, I finally had to get out of the house.
Well, where did you go?
I went to a little theatrical hotel, the Trapeze Towers, on 44th Street. What a night I had in that joint.
What happened?
Well, Thursday night, after Levant had two medicine men giving voodoo chants and playing on Lydia Pinkham bottles, I put on my hat and I started for the Trapeze Towers.
Here's your room, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, bellboy. Oh, gosh, I'm sleepy. Say, somebody left a book here on the table. Says this book is the property of Jack Benny. The title is I Stand Condemned. This is the story of a man who goes to the electric chair and leaves three lovely children, Mary, Margaret, and McBride. Well, I'm too tired to read. Jeepers. Those shots were fired in the next room. Something must be wrong in there. See, this door connects with the next room. Open up. Hey, open up. Open up in there.
Yes?
What's going on?
I am
Say.
Sidney Greenstreet.
Oh. Mr. Greenstreet, what are you doing with that gun in your hand?
I was attempting to commit suicide. I missed.
But there were 2 shots. You missed both times?
Yes, I have short arms. I can't reach around my stomach.
Oh, I see.
If you'll be kind enough to kill me, I should be greatly obliged.
But I'm Fred Allen.
You're the very man. You've been getting away with murder for years. Take the gun.
But Mr. Greenstreet.
You may call me Sidney.
All right, Sid.
I said, Sidney, don't overdo it.
Look, will you please put away that gun?
I must try once more. I may be able to make it the hard way. Missed it again. Confounding short arms.
But why kill yourself? You're a big success, a famous actor.
It's Hollywood.
Hollywood has depressed you?
I even came to New York to take my leave of the world.
You mean you wouldn't even be found dead in Hollywood?
I refuse to be laid out in slacks, a beret, and wedges.
Say, I've heard about those fantastic Hollywood funerals. Pallbearers in loud check suits, a bright red convertible hearse with the top down.
Pink stucco tombstones, only one mourner, your agent.
But tell me, Sidney, what has Hollywood done to you to induce this state of melancholia?
You turn a life of luxury, Fred. I haven't a moment's peace.
You're annoyed?
Constantly. When I lie floating in my pool.
Yes?
Carrier planes from the Pacific swoop down on me for a landing.
No kidding.
They say from the air I look like the Enterprise with a lumpy deck.
But, Sidney, you are not so buxom.
I'm not exactly another Sinatra, Fred.
No, if Sinatra only had one leg, he'd look like a niblick. You may be a mite overstuffed.
My most devoted friends all call me Fatso.
Fatso, what friends?
I've only 3 friends. Peter Lorre, Boris Karloff, and Bela Lugosi.
Well, tell me, Sidney, what do you and your friends do for diversion?
Boris, Bela, Peter, and I go to the ball game.
You like baseball, huh?
Anything with bats.
You boys are fond of sports?
Every night we play football in the cemetery.
Football in the cemetery?
Yes, we take turns kicking ghouls.
You must have some team.
The tackling guards are all right, but we have a couple of dead ends.
Well, I can't understand it, Sidney. If you're having so much fun, why do you want to shoot yourself?
I'll tell you why, Fred. Sit down.
Thank you.
Fred, suppose you were an American tourist on a world cruise.
Yes?
One day you find yourself in the ancient and mysterious city of Cairo, Egypt. As you approach Cairo's marketplace, native beggars advance shouting.
Get away. Let go of my brownie camera.
La tequila.
They'll join the glitch.
Beat it, you beggars. Gad, what people. That crowd looks like a Red Skelton studio audience. Peddlers every place.
Halva white, tasty little turkey's good. Halva, Sahib.
No, thank you, son. I've tried halva. It tastes like sweet beaver board.
Sahib, quick, in this doorway.
What are you selling, postcards?
No, Sahib. You buy this jewel, cheap.
Gad, a pure white diamond. It looks like a big bubble.
You buy, Sahib, hot merchandise.
Let me see. Jeepers, on the bottom, the initial CS. CS. It must be the famous Cleopatra solitaire. It's worth millions. How much, Cebu?
10,000 mamulians.
How much is that in American money?
$8.
Here you are. Gosh, CS, Cleopatra solitaire.
Beware, Sahib. And his jewel is the curse of Turan Bey.
The curse of Turhan... Curse of Turhan Bey?
Yes.
Gad, a knife in his back. It's murder.
Yes, it's murder.
The fat man.
It isn't Skinny Ennis, bub.
What do you want?
I'll take that bauble you just purchased from the beggar I just defunct.
Well, I am in a hurry, fat man. I'm catching the 1 o'clock camel to Azerbaijan.
Not so fast, my baggy-eyed friend. You're coming with me.
No.
We're going to see Humphrey.
No. Let go of my arm.
Come, my friend. I will show you the beauty, the mystery of Cairo. It's my good friend Ali Boone of Lexington, Morocco.
Never mind, Allie Boone, and get your fat digit out of my buttonhole.
I have my orders from Humphrey. Kindly step into this cafe.
Where are you taking me?
This is the famous Dirty Oasis. Through these portals pass people who never again pass through these portals.
Stop pushing me. Stop pushing me.
Say, Sam, where's Humphrey?
I wish I knew, boss.
Why?
3 months ago, Humphrey said, play it, Sam.
Yes?
I've been playing it ever since. If I stop, Humphrey will kill me.
Who is Humphrey?
You'll find out. Sit down, tourist.
What do you want from me?
I want that priceless trinket you bought from the dead beggar.
No, it's mine.
I will give you exactly 1 minute to produce it. I shall take out my watch.
Your watch chain. It's a live cobra.
Yes. His name is Max. I like to have something. I like to have something that will strike on the hour.
Fat man, take that snake away from my throat.
You hold your fangs, Max. Now will you give up that jewel?
Yes, but it's here in my money belt. I can't undress in here.
Step into that back room. You just have 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. Gad, this must be a tomb in here. It's filled with mummies, hundreds of mummies. The fat man will never find me here. Humphrey will never get the Cleopatra solitaire. I'll hide behind this big mummy.
No, you won't.
Fat man, I thought you were still sitting in the other room.
Oh, if you try to escape the jewel before Humphrey comes, I will have to kill you.
Kill me?
I will poison you. I have here in my pocket a vial of deadly jitter hashish.
Jitter hashish?
1 drop in the cuffs of your pants tighten. Your body shakes. In 3 seconds, you slowly expire, whispering, Frankie.
No, not that. Here, fat man, take the jewel.
Good. Now, if...
Hello, Greenstreet.
Humphrey.
Greenstreet, did you get it?
Yes, Humphrey, here it is. The thieves have not harmed it.
At last, it's mine again.
It isn't yours, it's mine. Who is this guy?
This is Humphrey Van Dusen, the American shirt tycoon.
Shirt tycoon?
Yes, he bought up all the mummies in Egypt. He's got hundreds of people working on unwrapping them.
Unwrapping mummies?
Yes, America will soon have white shirts again.
But what? It's been terrible. The mummy unwrappers called a strike. I've been stuck here in Egypt for 6 months. It was okay until one night a native stole this treasure you bought.
Your bubble diamond?
What bubble diamond? This is the top of my percolator.
A percolator top?
The only percolator in Egypt. I'm a coffee fiend. I drink 40 cups of coffee a day. I haven't had a good cup of coffee for 6 months. Without the percolator top, all I was getting was brown steam.
But Greenstreet...
I hired him. If Greenstreet could find the Maltese Falcon, I knew he could find my percolator top.
Thank you very much. You hear a lot about Miss America. We bring you now a tribute to Mrs. America.
The world takes its hat off to Mrs. America for a great many things. Her beauty, her wit, the way she cares for her children and manages her home. One characteristic that brings her fame is that she's so practical. That comes out in her buying, of course. And when it comes to T-balls, she buys more Tenderleaf brand T-balls than any other kind. Practical is the word for these finer T-balls. They are better in every way. The tea inside is famous for flavored Tenderleaf brand tea, and the filter paper that makes the packets is tasteless and insoluble. This is the modern, gracious, convenient way to serve tea with meals and between. Put in a supply, and when you want a cup of quick comfort in a hurry...
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Now, Sugar Crinkles, the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet, is proud to present Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. Say, if there ever was a cereal designed to boost a family's breakfast morale, it's new Sugar Crinkles. Why, that sugar rice treat that's just right sweet makes breakfast more fun than a circus. Come breakfast time, just pour on milk, and you've got a breakfast main dish as you like it. Those golden nuggets of sugar-coated rice we call Sugar Crinkles are really special. Not too sweet, the way some sugar-coated cereals seem to be, and not like others that don't seem sweet enough. Sugar Crinkles really are the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. And whether you eat them from the bowl for breakfast, from the pack as a snack, or both ways, you love Sugar Crinkles. Try 'em soon. And now, Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad.
One thing about Dodge being quiet like this, there's time for fishing.
Beer, steak, and catfish stew makes for a good supper.
You two are going to be sick, stuffing yourselves that way.
Well, now, Kitty, Chester spent all day catching these fish. He's got a right to eat what he wants.
I've heard of people who go to bed with an aspidity bag around their necks when they eat too heavy.
I'd rather be sick.
Oh, it's not so bad. Once you're used to it, it kind of lulls you to sleep. More coffee, Miss Kitty?
No, thanks, Chester. It's late. I better get back to my place. You're a good cook, Chester.
Oh, say, thank you.
If you ever get tired of the law business, Chester, maybe you could get a job at Delmonico.
The regular customers might get a little tired of catfish stew, Matt.
Come on, Kitty, I'll walk you back.
All right.
Will I see you in the morning, Mr. Dillon?
I'll be at the office early, and I want to ride out to Jim Redigo's place and look at a horse.
Can I go with you?
Sure. Maybe you'll see something you'd like to have. We'll leave early before it gets too hot. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Dillon. Miss Kitty.
Good night.
Redigo's place is going to look kind of nice. All them trees growing up around the house that way.
He's done pretty good in a year's time.
Of course, it's a long way out of Dodge.
You need space to raise good horses, Chester.
Yes, sir, I know, but it must get mighty lonesome out here.
I don't think that bothers Jim much.
Looks from here like his corrals and cat's pens are empty, Mr. Dillon.
Well, maybe he's moved his horses out to get the last of the summer grass.
You got any special horse in mind?
Well, the last time he was in Dodge, Jim was bragging up a sorrel stud he's got. It might take $30 for him.
Well, good horses come high, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Now, let's pull up here. The horses will stand.
Quiet like, isn't it?
Jim? Jim Redigo.
Maybe he's not here.
He can't have gone far. He didn't even push the door shut. I guess he won't mind if we go in and boil up a pot of coffee.
There's a pot already on the stove.
Looks like he was just about to fry up some side meat.
Pot's full.
Jim must have spent the night away from here. The stove's cold, Chester.
Well, Maybe he ate early this morning.
Now, this stove hasn't been lit for longer than that. A man doesn't leave side meat lying uncooked in a skillet.
It sure don't figure, Mr. Dillon.
No.
I ain't armed, mister. Don't shoot.
What?
Don't shoot me.
Nobody's going to shoot you, old man. Well, come on in.
I seen you ride up. I was hiding out back.
Well, who are you?
I'm Jed Cuff.
What are you doing here?
I worked for young Jim Redigo, but not anymore.
What are you talking about?
They come riding up and they killed Jim. 2 nights ago it was. I was hiding, but I got hungry and I come in to get something to eat.
Redigo's dead?
Laying dead against the water trough out back. They shot him. Can I eat something?
Who shot him?
The men who come to take the horses. They killed Jim and then they run his horses off. Jim tried to fight them, but it was 2 of them against the 1 of him.
Well, I thought you were here.
I run away. I was scared. Cold coffee is better on the empty stomach.
He's plumb out of his head, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Old man.
Jed Cuff, that's me.
Well, show us where Jim is, huh?
I ain't a brave man, mister. I run away from all them guns.
That's okay, Jed. You'll just take us to Jim.
Out back. That's where he's laying. I'll show you. But before he died, mister, Jim killed one of them horse thieves dead. He's laying out here, too.
You think this old man's telling the truth, Mr. Dillon?
Well, as straight as he can remember it, Chester. It's just that he's old and not very bright anyway.
There he is. There's Jim. And there's the other fellow laying right where Jim shot him out of his saddle. Jim was a fine boy. But I was scared, and I run out the back way and hid where they couldn't see me.
Jed, did you know these 2 men? Had you ever seen them before?
No, mister, I never.
Chester, see if you can find a shovel. It took less than an hour to bury Jim Redigo and the other men. When we were through, Jed put a sort of marker on each grave, and we went into the house. Chester and I found some food in the cupboard, and we fed the old man. Then we started him for Dodge. Happy enough, astride an old donkey we found grazing free behind the house. Then Chester and I watered our horses, and a few minutes later rode away from the Redigo place, following the 2-day-old sign of the stolen horses. About sundown, we saw a long column of riders moving towards the north.
What do you think it is, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it could be cavalry out of Fort Larned.
Or maybe Indians?
Or Indians.
If 'tis Indians, we ought to get out of here.
They're riding too slow to be a war party, Chester. It's Indians, all right. Cavalry wouldn't circle that way.
Then we're going to go right up to them?
Well, if we can.
Hey, look, they've stopped.
Yeah.
How many of you figure there are?
Maybe 60, 70. Might be a whole Indian village on the move. If it is, they're not looking for trouble.
I hope not.
They're waiting for us, all right. Now, when we get up to them, keep both your hands on the saddle horn.
Yes, sir.
All right. Heads up.
Yes, sir. They're just sitting there, looking at us.
They'll talk when they're ready.
quick knife?
My name is Matt Dillon.
My braves and I have watched you come. You are looking for the white man.
That's right.
The white man sold us horses. Our squaws ride them now.
He stole those horses from another white man.
We bought the horses with gold.
He killed a man when he stole.
You have come to take back the horses and punish the man.
Yeah.
The horses you cannot take. The man you must find for yourself. The horses are ours now. There are 2 of you, and many of us.
All right, Quick-Knife. What about the man?
He left the horses with us and rode west. His name is Tebow.
How long ago?
Not long. He knows someone is following him, and he is afraid. His trail will not be hard to follow.
Thank you, Quick-Knife. Chester.
I wonder if they're going to try.
Don't look back.
Well,
Now, what were you going to say?
nothing. Only they're still just sitting back there on their horses, Mr. Dillon, watching us.
Yeah.
I was just a mite scared, was you?
Yeah, I think maybe I was.
Well. Are we going to track Tebow now, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. We'll track him, Chester. And we'll find him.
If your family is getting weary of the same old breakfast cereal every morning, time to retire it and introduce him to New Sugar Crinkles. Say, New Sugar Crinkles is the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. And I'm here to tell you Sugar Crinkles make breakfast more fun than a circus. Golden crisp nuggets of sugar-coated rice, and every nugget in your breakfast bowl just right sweet. Forget your experience with sugar-coated cereals that seem too sweet, and with others that don't seem sweet enough. Treat yourself and your favorite family to New Sugar Crinkles at breakfast time and snack time, too.
For your breakfast or a snack, you love Sugar Crinkles. Sugar Crinkles can't be beat. Sugar ice cream that's just right sweet.
With milk for the breakfast joy.
As a snack from the pack, oh boy! Can't be beat, just right sweet. Sugar Crinkles, good
to eat.
Now back to Gunsmoke.
Soon after we left the Indians, night came, and we couldn't track Tebow any farther. The next day, we rode hard, following his trail towards the west. The prairie stretched out gray and green before us, and several times out on the horizon, we saw puffs of dust rising. We knew Tebow was somewhere ahead of us. He must have been riding a good animal, because when dusk came, we hadn't closed in on him. It was dark when we spotted a nester's cabin and pulled up.
You think maybe he's hiding out in there, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, he could be. Just keep your eyes open.
Well, but who knows? We can't track him at night. Don't you think maybe he'd just keep it going?
Well, any man's got to sleep and eat sometime, Chester.
Oh, yes, sir, that's true.
What do you want?
I thought maybe we could get some food and water our horses.
Who are you?
My name's Dillon.
We don't have many strangers out here.
I'm a U.S. Marshal.
Well, I've got some tater soup working.
Well, thank you. This is Chester Proudfoot.
How do, ma'am?
Just set at the table there.
Thank you, ma'am. You're a long ways out here.
We was headed for Colorado territory. We never made it.
You're a widow woman?
No. It's just the boy that died. Maybe that's why my man and I stopped here. He built this place. Here you are.
Thank you.
Say, this is real stout soup.
Where is your husband?
Hunting.
Uh-huh. Night hunting's a pretty poor thing, isn't it?
Sometimes the body don't have much choice.
When will your husband be back?
You're asking a lot of questions, mister.
I told you I'm a U.S. Marshal.
People have good luck and bad. Ours has been mostly bad.
Yeah. I'm looking for a man called Tebow.
I don't know him.
What? Yours is the only place we've seen. He came this way.
My man's name is Kirch. Abe Kirch. We don't know anybody called Tebow.
Well, thank you, Miss Kirch. We'll water our horses and get moving.
Get moving. Thank you, ma'am. It was mighty tasty soup.
You're riding on now, ain't you?
Yes, that's right.
You can water your horses right out there in front.
Good night.
Good night. Well, one thing, she wasn't too talky of a woman, at least.
Living out here so long, maybe she's lost the habit.
Yeah, maybe. This cussed buckskin can drink more water than a Texas mule.
Yeah, they've had enough. All right, let's ride.
Oh. Mr. Dillon?
What?
I can't see no doggone tracks in all this dark.
Never mind.
Yes, sir, but how are we going to see
Just
where...
ride and be quiet, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
All right, hold on. Now, let's get these horses hobbled.
Oh, I think they'll stand, Mr. Dillon.
And I want to make sure they do.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll walk back to the Nestor's cabin.
Walk back? Well, what in the world for?
That woman said her husband was out hunting, but there was a Sharps 50 leaning in the corner. A man doesn't go hunting and leave his gun home. All right, come on.
It could be Mr. Kirch took another gun with him.
He's too poor to have another gun.
Well, where do you think he is?
I don't know, but there's something wrong back there, Chester. His wife was mighty anxious to be rid of us. Usually it's hard for a traveler to break away. The people are so hungry for news and a little talk.
I guess that's right.
Yeah. Now watch where you put your feet.
Yes, sir.
It only took a few minutes to make our way back to the Nestor's cabin, where a pale light showed through the chinking and under the door. Some 30 feet short of the cabin, we stopped. We could hear voices inside. I motioned to Chester, and we stretched out flat against the ground, and then inched our way closer. Now we could make out it was a man and woman talking. One voice was Miss Kirch, and the other was either her husband or Tebow.
Hurt him. He said that.
He ain't hurt bad.
There's blood on his face.
I hit him to keep him from talking out. You come around.
I got rid of those two men like you told me.
Is that him?
Said you wouldn't hurt Abe if I did that.
Wait a minute, Chester.
I just hit him on the head. Now, shut up.
We ain't never harmed nobody. I did what you said, and I...
I told you to shut up. You open your mouth again, and I'll fix your husband good. Get your food out on that table. Gotta have me something to take along.
Chester, he's busy now packing up that food. Crawl around to the back of the cabin, then make some noise.
What sort of a noise?
It doesn't matter, just so he knows somebody's out back.
Well, then what?
I don't know yet. I'll get going.
That's fine.
take all that? What we gonna eat?
So hungry.
Those men here were the law, weren't they? One man said he was a marshal. They've been following you. You must have done something bad, real bad.
I killed a man who talked too much, woman. And I just... Someone's out back.
Please, don't shut up.
I'm going out. Don't you make a sound or I'll come back for you.
All right, T-Bo, drop it. What? I can see you, T-Bo. Drop your gun or I'll kill you.
Well, now, hold on, mister. Let's talk a minute, huh?
You can't shoot at my voice. Now drop it.
No, I won't.
Everything all right, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, sure.
Kind of too bad you had to kill him. But then they'd have hung him for a horse thief anyway.
Yeah.
And he killed Jim Redigo, too, Mr. Dillon.
Forget it, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Now, we better get into the cabin. There's nothing we can do out here. We did what we could to make Kirch rest comfortable, and then sat up half the night talking to his wife about Dodge, the railroad, stores, all the news a woman would be hungry for. And the next morning early, Chester and I started on the ride back to Dodge. It was clear and bright, and we made good time. Chester riding along feeling mighty proud. The nester had said he couldn't feed another horse, and so Chester was trailing his own buckskin and riding the big red stud that T-Bo had been using. Yeah, Chester was mighty pleased with life. And T-Bo, who'd stolen the stud a few days earlier from Jim Redigo, was buried out on the prairie with stones piled on his grave to keep off the coyotes.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's adventure on Gunsmoke. If you want to be a real good scout, Mom, tell you what to do. See that your whole tribe sits down to Post Toasties for breakfast in the morning. What a way to start the day for every big and little Indian in your wigwam. You see, Post Toasties are heap good cornflakes, spankin' fresh, crisp, with that sweet kernel corn flavor toasted right in. It's a feather in your cap to serve 'em. Sure, because Post Toasties are not only the best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. Post Toasties are the best thing that ever happened to breakfast. And say, if you want to make a good thing even better, add your favorite fruit to that bowl full of Post Toasties, sugar, and milk. It's mighty delicious nourishment. Get Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes, next time you shop. Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Norman MacDonald, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Helen Cleve, Ralph Moody, James Nusser, and Paul Frees. Parley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Ken Peters speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, tries to prevent mass murder during his fight to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Listen next week at this time when Gunsmoke will be brought to you by Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes.
America's favorite miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny program.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Swing the Jinx Away from the picture Born to Dance. Today is St. Valentine's Day, a day that makes you think of gaiety and color. A day when people giving Valentine parties are serving Jell-O because Jell-O is such a gay, colorful, delicious dessert. And Jell-O is as popular at everyday meals as it is at parties. For Jell-O is good to look at, easy to make, and delicious to taste. Everybody everywhere is sure to give Jell-O's refreshing taste of fresh, ripe fruit the grand reception it deserves. So add a final triumphant, colorful note to your menus. Serve a great gleaming dish of Jell-O for dessert soon. But be sure you get genuine Jell-O, for only real Jell-O has that extra rich fruit flavor that comes from fresh, ripe fruit. So order Jell-O tomorrow from your grocer, but be sure you get genuine Jell-O. Look for the big red letters on the box. Ladies and gentlemen, on this same Valentine's Day many years ago in the little town of Waukegan, Illinois, there was cause for great rejoicing, for on that day in a certain household, a little bundle of joy made his entrance into the world. So now we bring you Happy Birthday to you, Happy Birthday to you, Happy Birthday, Jack Benny, Happy Birthday to you.
Well, what an original greeting. How'd you fellas ever think of those words?
Come on, Jack, how about a speech? What do you think about it?
Well, this is rather embarrassing. I would like to say something, but I'm kind of all choked up. So I'll just say thanks a million thanks to you.
That's original, too.
Never mind the speech, Jack. We just want to wish you many happy returns of the day and hope that we'll all be with you on your next birthday.
Well, thanks, Phil.
I feel the same way. And to prove it, Jack, I'm going to give you a great big kiss.
So am I.
You stay out of this, Kenny. All right, come on, Mary. I'll give you the kiss. Mary, how was that?
Not bad.
Pretty good, huh?
No, just not bad.
Well, after all, Mary, we're in front of an audience.
Say, Jack, I was going to bring you a cake, but I didn't know how many candles to put on it.
Oh, yes, and by the way, Jack, how old are you?
Well, I'm in the neighborhood of 35.
I thought you moved from there.
Yes, but not far. On a clear day, I can still see 35.
Well, birthdays do come along fast, don't they, Jack?
Yes, sir. Here today and the Townsend plan tomorrow. Ah, that's life. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Oh, you again. What is it this time?
May this, your birthday, bring you boundless joy, supreme happiness, and the realization of your fondest dreams.
Thanks. Now, please tell me, who are you?
Western Union greeting number 87. Goodbye.
How do you like that? That guy could be sent any place in the United States for a quarter, and he has to come here.
Well, Jack, to forget the ribbing for a moment, the gang and I got together to buy you a birthday gift, and, well,
Yes?
Or you tell it, Mary.
Well, Jack, we got together and we didn't know what to buy you.
Oh, you didn't have to bother with anything.
So we all chipped in and went to see your picture, College Holiday.
Well, that's what I call a real tribute. But you might have invited me to the picture.
Oh, you wouldn't have liked it.
Well, Kenny, I can make allowances for the rest of the gang, but I certainly thought that you'd come through with a present.
I did, Jack, but I thought I'd wait until everybody went home before giving it to you.
Oh, what is it, Kenny?
Well, I feel kind of silly.
Oh, come on now. What is it?
I baked you a cake.
Well, thanks, Kenny. It's nothing to be ashamed of.
Wait till you eat it.
Here you are, Jack.
Oh, it's lovely, and such nice icing on it. Where are the candles?
Inside the cake.
Well, that's a surprise. I hope the wax doesn't get caught in my teeth.
I was going to bring you one, too, Jack, but I don't know how to bake a cake.
Oh, that's all right, Mary.
So I baked a potato. Here.
Oh, a real Idaho. Well.
Jack, not to be outdone by the others, I didn't bake a cake, but I brought you a beautiful dish of molded raspberry jello.
Oh.
And on top of it, I have your name spelled out in sliced bananas.
That's sweet, but you only have one N in Benny.
Well, I was hungry.
I sure get a lot of presents. This must be the Prudence Benny's cooking school.
And now, Jack, if everybody will be quiet for a minute, I've got something that I want to read to you.
If it's a poem, I'll die.
Well, topple over. Here it comes.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, Jack Benny, oh, Jack Benny, this is sure your lucky day. Though everybody brings you presents, I would rather shout, hey, hey.
Well, that's inexpensive.
With the wrinkles on your forehead and your silver streaked with hair.
Silver streaked with hair.
Well, it won't rhyme the other way.
Oh.
If you'd been twins when you were born, gee, you'd make a lovely pair. Oh, Jack Benny, oh. Wait a minute, there's more.
Well, the audience knows what they're doing. Oh, Phil, you better go into your number before Mary overrules the audience.
Okay.
Come in.
Postal telegram for Jack Benny.
Well, we got both companies in nicely. Right here, Bud.
Happy birthday, Mr. Benny.
Thank you. Well, get this. Dear Mr. Benny, stop. Very sincere congratulations on your birthday. Stop. You certainly fooled us again.
Who's it from, Jack?
The Metropolitan Life Insurance Company. Play, Phil. I'll fool them plenty many more. By Phil Harrison as orchestra. And Phil, I want to tell you those boys of yours are in great shape today.
Well, Jack, they know it's your birthday.
Oh.
In fact, they've asked me if it's all right, they'd like to pay you a little tribute.
Why, certainly, Phil. I think it's awfully nice of them. After all, they're part of our little company.
Okay. Give it to him, boys.
Happy birthday to Jack Benny. Greetings, Jack, from us to you.
Well.
If you're going to give a party, don't be cheap. Invite us, too.
That's cute, Well, thanks, boys, for that lovely sentiment and hint.
Say, Jack.
Yeah?
What about the bee? Are you going to play it tonight?
Well, Phil, I wanted to, but you know my violin was stolen last week. Oh, Mary, did you put that ad in the paper like I told you to?
Yes, here's a copy of it.
Oh.
Lost, strayed, or stolen, Jack Benny's violin. Answers to the name of Stratty and limps on one string.
What?
White spot on tail, owner heartbroken.
Mary, is that an ad for my violin?
Yes, and my uncle's dog.
It's a fine thing. By the time I get the violin back, it'll have fleas.
What's the difference? You'll scratch it anyway.
Everybody's a critic here.
Whom do you think could have taken it, Jack?
Oh, I don't know, Don. I don't know. Gee, it couldn't have been Heifetz. He has a violin.
You didn't hide it yourself, did you, Jack?
Don't be so ridiculous.
Oh, I was only asking.
Well, don't ask such smart questions.
Yeah.
I wish I could help you out, Jack, but there are no violins in my orchestra.
Well, I'm sorry, too, Phil, because I'm really in rare form tonight, and I know I could do justice to the bee. I know. Come in.
Here comes Andy now.
Well, Andy, glad to see you.
Just thought I'd drop up, Jack, and wish you a happy birthday.
Well, thanks, Andy.
And I brought you a little present. Here it is, a combination necktie and suspenders.
That's quite a novelty. Necktie and suspenders. How does it work?
Well, you put it on like an ordinary tie, and you see this hole in the bottom?
Yeah.
Well, you just fasten that onto your trousers.
Well, won't that choke me?
Yes, but your pants won't fall down.
I know that, Andy, but it'll still choke me.
Well, what would you rather do, breathe or blush?
I'd rather breathe.
Then I'll blush. So long, Jack.
Say, Jack, do you know a good lawyer?
A lawyer? Why?
Did you hear what Fred Allen said about me Wednesday night?
Oh, don't worry about that, Andy. He's been talking about me for weeks.
Yeah, and I thought he was pretty funny until Wednesday.
Oh. Well, Andy, don't take it to heart. Look what he said about me. He said I was so anemic that if I walked by a pack of bloodhounds, they wouldn't even look up.
I like that one.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah, believe me, those hounds would look up if Allen walked by.
They would?
Sure, he looks like a dog biscuit.
Nice work, Andy. Nice work. Say, Andy, come on out in the hall with me. I got a couple of gags about Allen that are real stingers.
Yeah?
Sure. Kenny, are you ready for your song?
Why can't I sing out in the hall?
You stay right here and sing. Come on, Andy. Come in.
Special delivery for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary.
Okay.
You coming, Jack?
Be right with you, Andy.
Oh, Jack, look. It's a comic Valentine. It's from Fred Allen.
Oh, yeah?
And it's got a cartoon of you playing a fiddle.
Well, let's hear what Cupid's got to say.
Roses are red, violinists are blue. All over the country on account of you.
That's very funny. Come on out in the hall, Andy. Now I'll really tell you something. That Allen is so anemic that if he ever walked into...
I'm a roving cowboy far away from home, far from my prairie where I used to roam, where the doggies wander and the wind blows free. Oh, my heart is yonder on the lone prairie. Oh, carry me back to the lone prairie where the coyotes howl and the wind blows free. And when I die, you can bury me 'neath the western sky on the lone prairie. Give me back my saddle, give me back my gun, give me back that bronco that I used to run. Let me spread my blanket by a peaceful stream. the cowboy singing by the firelight's gleam. Oh, carry me back to the lone prairie where the coyotes howl and the wind blows free. And when I die, you can bury me 'neath the western sky on the lone prairie.
How was that, Andy?
That was a peach. Say, that's funnier than anything he ever said.
Yeah, that was Kenny Baker singing Carry Me Back to the Lone Prairie.
Oh, Jack.
Yeah?
A telegram came in for you while Kenny was singing.
Give it to me. Oh, it's from my father. Good old Dad. I knew he wouldn't forget my birthday.
What does it say, Jack?
Says, Dear son, received your old suit with the patch pockets and pants. Please send buttons, Dad.
Some sentiment.
Well, that's our code, meaning happy birthday. Buttons he wants yet. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I want to take this opportunity.
Hey, wait a minute. Look, fellas, look who's here. The old maestro, Ben Burney.
Yowza, yowza.
Well, Ben, I'm sure glad to see you. What brings you up here?
Well, I heard it was your birthday, Jack, so I thought I'd come up and rub it in.
Well, I can depend on that. Yeah.
Yowza. And, Jack, I brought you a little present. Here you are. A box of cigars, and I hope you'll like them.
Well, and my favorite brand. Thanks, Ben.
You're welcome, my lad.
Hey, this box is half empty. What's the idea?
It's my favorite brand, too.
Yowza.
Say, Mary, gee, that guy's funny. Who is he?
I don't know, some orchestra leader.
Mary. Ben, you know Mary, don't you?
Oh, sure. Hello, Mary. How are you?
Fine, Ben. How are you and all the cads?
That's lads, not cads.
Don't tell me about those guys.
We put that over. Don't mind her, Ben. She's only kidding. Hey, Kenny, this is Ben Burney, the famous orchestra leader.
Well, hello, Kenny.
Do you need a good tenor?
Kenny.
Gee, I want to get ahead, too.
Well, come over and see me, Kenny. After all, money isn't everything.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine loyalty, Kenny.
Let him go, Jack. I'm available.
I've been working it up there. Some other time, Andy. Say, Ben, I want you to meet our maestro, to coin an expression. This is Phil Harris, the orchestra leader.
With what band?
Pardon me, I didn't get your name.
I'm Ben Burney, the old maestro.
Well, I'm Phil Harris, the young maestro.
I can see you two fellas are going to hit it off all right. You know, Phil, Ben and I are supposed to look quite a bit alike.
Yes, there is a resemblance.
Yeah, between the two of you got a nice head of hair.
Nobody asked you.
Hey, Jack, what am I around here, an orphan?
Oh, little orphan Andy. I'm sorry, Andy. Ben, I want you to meet Andy Devine. You've probably heard his voice on our program the last few weeks.
Well, doggone it, I thought that was Static.
Static?
I was right.
I'd like to introduce myself, Mr. Burney. I'm Don Wilson, the announcer here, you know.
Oh, you're the fellow that talks about Jell-O, like our announcer talks about good old kegline.
Yes, only your product holds just one delicious flavor.
Gee, aren't they subtle?
Say, Ben, you and Winchell are making a picture out of 20th Century Fox, aren't you?
Yeah, it's called Wake Up and Live.
Wake Up and Live. Must be dedicated to Fred Allen. Say, there's a very good friend of mine in that picture, Jack Haley.
Who?
Haley, Jack Haley.
Haley? I can't seem to place him.
Well, you probably didn't meet him. He plays the lead.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I saw you in your last picture, College Holiday.
So what?
You didn't even meet the director.
Is that so? I was in a lot of scenes in that picture.
Yeah, right behind Burns and Allen.
Well,
Gee, if they turn the film around, Jack will be right up in front.
Kenny, you're a genius.
Yeah.
Stick around, Ben. Stick around. Phil's going to play something. You might as well hear some good music.
All right, Jack. It'll seem just like Tuesday night.
How about it? Come on, Phil. Show him what you can do.
Oh, no. I'm not going to do any of my tricks with Bernie standing here.
Don't worry, Phil. I'll stand right in front of him. Play, boy. Played by the orchestra and directed by Maestro Harris. How'd you like it, Maestro Bernie?
I thought it was great, Maestro.
Well, thanks for calling me Maestro, Ben. Alan doesn't even think I'm a musician.
Say, Ben, did you hear what Alan said about me Wednesday night?
You? Look what he said about me 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and he keeps saying that I'm anemic.
He does, eh? Why, that guy Alan is so anemic that if you hit him in the face, he'd have to owe you a nosebleed.
That's good. You didn't muff it tonight. That's good. Say, Ben. Ben, come here a minute. Come here. I want to talk to you a second.
Yeah?
You know, just man to man.
What's on your
now,
mind?
He's supposed to be funny, but I can't see that fellow, Alan. Can you?
No, I can't.
I can't see him either.
Mary, what are you laughing at?
3 blind maestros.
Well, you earned that laugh.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Kenny?
Wasn't that cavalcade he did of you and your ancestors a knockout?
Well, it didn't impress me that way. And incidentally, folks, tonight, as a special attraction, we have a little surprise for you. After much research, thought, and preparation, we are going to present the highlights in the life of Fred Allen. Curtain. Take it, boys. You have just heard the highlights in the life of Fred Allen.
Say, Jack, speaking of silence, when are you going to play the bee?
Well, Ben, I did want to play it tonight, but, you know, last week somebody stole my violin.
Yeah, I heard about that, and to show you what a pal I am, I brought my violin over, and you're welcome to use it.
Well, thanks, Ben, but to do justice to the number, I really should play it on my own violin. You see, mine is a Rembrandt.
Rembrandt? Well, Michelangelo whittled out mine.
Who was Stradivarius, a plumber?
Oh, that's the fella.
Say, Jack, my violin is outside my car, and I'll bring it right in.
Better bring Rubinoff in, too.
Quiet, Mary. Oh, don't bother, Ben.
No, I'll be right back.
Oh, he shouldn't run out without a hat at his age.
Well, Jack, it looks like we're in for a musical treat tonight.
Yes, Don, I guess so, yeah.
Well, go to it, old boy, and remember my band's right behind you.
Thanks, Phil. You remember those special instructions I gave you?
To play loud.
Yeah, no.
Good luck on the bee, Jack. And remember, it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that sting.
It'll be all right, Mary. It's my big moment, thanks to Ben butting in.
Say, I wonder what's keeping him anyway.
Oh, he'll be back soon. Don't worry about him.
You better run out and get him, Kenny.
But Kenny's got to sing.
I did sing.
Oh.
I'll get him, Jack.
Well, well, Don, you might as well give me that big build-up again. Go ahead, introduce me.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jack Benny will now play Schubert's immortal classic, The Bee.
Oh, Jack!
What is it, Kenny?
Ben Burney has disappeared.
Disappeared?
Oh.
How do you know?
I just saw two men grab a hold of him and push him into their car.
Two men, eh?
Yeah, and one of them looked like your chauffeur.
Why, it couldn't have been.
That's a fine way to treat a guest.
Well, this thing has gone far enough. First my violin disappears, then Bernie. If one more thing happens, I'll call the police.
Oh, Jack, look!
What's that?
Someone threw a stone.
Gee, and you haven't even played yet.
Look, Jack, there's a note tied to it.
It might be a clue. Read it, Don. What does it say?
It says, "This will be continued next Sunday night. Who threw the stone? Who wrote the note? Who won the 5th race at Santa Anita?
Who knows where Bernie is?
Who cares, Playboys?
Everybody knows that old saying about the way to a man's heart. And there's no doubt about it, good food surely does make a good impression. So if that certain somebody is coming to your house for dinner soon, here's something that's bound to make a hit with him. It's made with Jell-O, and it's called Midwinter Dessert. And this is how you make it. Dissolve 1 package of cherry Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water. Turn into a shallow pan, chill until firm, and then cut into cubes. After that, arrange grapefruit sections in sherbet glasses and top with cubes of cherry Jell-O, garnishing this grand combination with slices of banana. Wait till you see the reception it gets. It's a dessert that looks like $1 million and tastes more. Better order some Jell-O tomorrow and serve Midwinter Dessert for dinner. But be sure you get genuine Jell-O, for only Jell-O has that extra rich fruit flavor. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O.
This is the last number of the 20th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. I'd like to thank Ben Burney for coming up here tonight, and I hope he shows up on his own program next Tuesday.
Well, Jack, I understand that you and Mary are going to do Brewster's Millions on the air tomorrow night. Is that right?
Yes, Don, we're going to dabble in the drama a bit. Of course, it isn't exactly Hamlet, but it's a start. Huh, Mary?
All the world's a stage. To be or not to be, that is the
Quiet, quiet. Good night, folks.
Jell.
The song Carry Me Back to the Lone Prairie is from Stars Over Broadway, riding high from the score of Red Hot and Blue. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston came to you from the NBC studios in Hollywood over the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles, Earl C. Anthony Incorporated.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
From
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Janet Gaynor and William Powell in Mireling.
Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, we're happy to announce that the Lux Radio Theater has just been awarded a Radio Certificate of Merit by the Women's Press Club of Indiana in cooperation with the National Federation of Presswomen and the Women's Press Club of New York City. We're proud of this award and are deeply conscious of its significance. Out of real life comes tonight's play, the touching drama of Prince Rudolph of Austria and Marie Wetzera, whose love was mightier than a kingdom and life itself. In Mireling, you'll hear William Powell and Janet Gaynor, with Alma Kruger, Robert Barrett, and Frank Riker, while our special guest is Don Eugene Plummer, Hollywood's oldest citizen. Our music is conducted by Louis Silvers. Before bringing you our producer, Mr. DeMille, I want to remind the ladies in our audience that Hollywood's complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, makes a luxurious bath soap, too. This fragrant white soap has a generous, active lather that removes perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt, leaves your skin fresh and sweet with a delicate perfume that clings. Joan Blondell, one of Hollywood's most glamorous stars, tells you, a Lux Toilet Soap beauty bath is the best way I know to protect daintiness. You'll love it. Try it. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Out in the Austrian countryside, nestled in a little valley sweet with the air of pine and spruce trees, is an ancient castle with round and pointed towers, a thick forest that was once the joy of royal huntsmen, and stone walls dwarfed by neighboring mountains. There are days when you'd find this an enchanting place, and there are other days when the castle would fill you with such melancholy that you'd gladly be on your way eastward to Baden or northward to Vienna. Now it's the home of a sisterhood of Trappist nuns who every day offer up a prayer because of what took place within those walls exactly 50 years ago this month. For this is the castle called Mireling, which gave its name to the great drama of the screen. We're doubly happy to bring Mireling to the air with two such splendid artists as William Powell and Janet Gaynor. Mr. Powell stars soon in the new MGM film, The Return of the Thin Man, a sequel to his celebrated exploits as the screen's most sophisticated detective. Tonight he assumes the manner and dignity of an heir to the Austrian throne, Rudolph of Habsburg. Among our listeners up in San Francisco, there may be those who know two Janet Gaynors. One is the dainty auburn-haired girl who plays so enchantingly in the new Selznick International picture, The Young in Heart. The other Janet Gaynor is the girl who used to work in a shoe store on Geary Street, behind a desk labeled Accommodations and Complaints. When her family moved here, she enrolled in a Hollywood secretarial school. 2 years later, she was in seventh heaven and on her way to stardom. Tonight we hear Miss Gaynor as Marie Wetzera. Alma Kruger appears as Countess Wetzera. Robert Barrett is Count Taffa. And Frank Riker plays Emperor Franz Joseph. It's curtain time now, and the Lux Radio Theater presents Mireling, starring Janet Gaynor and William Powell. Austria in 1881. The reign of the Emperor Franz Joseph, an era of social unrest and political upheaval. On the streets of Vienna, there are frequent riots, student demonstrations against the monarchy. Resorting to force, the police have rounded up the leaders of the latest demonstration. In the office of the commissioner, they stand subdued but arrogant, stepping forward quickly as their names are called.
Carl Semmering.
I'm Carl Semmering.
Let me see your papers. Your nationality?
I'm a Croat.
There are no Croats here. Only faithful subjects of His Majesty.
I am a subject, but faithful. That's another thing.
Take him away. Next.
I believe I'm next, Commissioner. My name is Zeps.
Oh, Zeps.
Editor of the New Journal of Vienna.
And an infamous organ known as the Liberal. How do you come to be in this brawl, Herr Zeps?
I was merely passing. I saw a demonstration and I stopped to watch.
Did you? Well, this time, Herr Zepps, your friendship with the Crown Prince will be of no help to you. You'll oblige me by holding yourself at the disposal of the police.
Of course.
Who's next? You. Let me see your papers.
I'm sorry, I have no papers.
No papers? Well, that's very interesting. What's your name?
Rudolph.
This is no time for pleasantries. Rudolph who?
Rudolph of Habsburg.
Rudolph of... Your Highness, Pardon me, please. Salberg.
Yes, Commissioner?
Notify the Emperor at once. His son has been taken by the police.
It's unthinkable. The heir to the throne of Austria, picked up by the police, arm in arm with the men like Zepps, in a riot.
A demonstration, Father.
I say a riot. You mix with the dregs, with the scum of the city. You, the son of the Emperor.
I'm only proving the moral, Father. A ruler should know his people. I learn as I listen.
Let others listen for you. You have secretaries, ministers, police. It's unforgivable, Rudolph. On the night before your wedding, you were with Zepps instead of with your fiancée.
Father, don't ask me to play the lover with Stephanie. You wanted this marriage.
I wanted it, yes. For the good of the crown and for your happiness.
And you can't reconcile one with the other, can you? Ever since I was a child, I've known that. I've seen it in my mother's eyes.
Does she complain?
Neither do I. I've accepted Stephanie. But that's all.
Rudolph, is there another woman?
1? 10, 100. But I'll marry the Princess Stephanie, Father. I'll have an heir. The interest of the state will be protected.
My son, no one can escape his destiny. Pray God that time will make you happy.
Pray God that I should never find a great love.
Marie! 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 Marie, didn't you hear me call?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mother. I was reading and...
Well, isn't it time you went to bed, my dear?
In a moment. Did you read this, Mother? In the newspaper? It's about the Crown Prince.
What about the Crown Prince?
Yesterday was the 5th anniversary of his marriage. They had a fine celebration.
Yes. I imagine they did.
Oh, everyone was there. Why didn't you go, Mother? The Baroness Wetzera should have been invited.
I was invited. But I didn't have the heart to go, my child. It's a sad match, that one.
Is it really? I've always heard it was. But is it true, Mother, what they say about the Crown Prince? That he hardly ever sees the Princess Stephanie? That he lives his own life in
Marie.
a separate house with only his soldiers, drinking every night? And that girl, the gypsy...
Marie! Where did you hear these things?
Well, everyone knows, Mother.
Yes, and everyone talks. Now go to bed, my child. Your brother and your cousin are taking us to the fair tomorrow. It'll be a long day. And, Marie.
Yes?
Don't bother your head about the troubles in the court. They have nothing to do with you. Good night.
Good night, Mother.
It's a very gay crowd, Your Highness. A very magnificent fair. Oh, don't you think so?
Oh, yes, very gay. Remarkable how a few painted baubles can raise their spirits, isn't it?
Oh, you're bitter today, Rudolph.
That's my life, Zepps. Gaiety, song, drinking, and bitterness. I'm quite used to it.
Don't speak like that. Shall we sit down here?
I'd rather walk. Do you know what my existence is like, Zepps?
Oh, I can guess.
I'm watched constantly. Watched like a criminal. Reported like a schoolboy. They know who my friends are when they come to me, how late they stay, what I say, what I do. There are 2 policemen behind us now.
Policemen?
Oh, don't bother to look. I know they're there. I can feel them.
Comfortable sensation.
They're sent by Prime Minister Taffa to make sure I keep out of trouble. Well, they needn't bother. To lose myself in the crowd is the only distraction left to me.
And women?
Women? The last resort. They bore me. They throw themselves into my arms, vanity or self-interest. It's too easy.
Perhaps. But the right one,
Perhaps. What about your daughter, Zeps?
My daughter?
Why not? She's lovely. Young?
Too young. Much too young. And besides, she's not your type.
Oh, don't worry, Zeps. I was only joking.
For a moment, I thought you... Why, what is it, Rudolph? What are you staring at?
Hey, say, look at that girl over there, near the puppet show.
Now, there's a lovely girl, Rudolph.
Yes. Even prettier than your daughter.
And very much in distress at the moment. She doesn't seem to know that gentleman who's speaking to her. A fine opportunity for gallantry, Rudolph.
Gallantry? That will be a new experience. Wait here.
Don't be frightened. I only suggested that one as young as
Will you please let me alone?
But I'm only trying to help you.
Just a moment. What do you want here?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the young lady was alone.
She happens to be with me. Does that satisfy you?
Yes, of course. Certainly.
Are you all right now? I thought a little lie would be better than his insolence.
Oh, he was horrible.
But he was right, too, you know. You're much too young to be alone here.
Oh, but I'm not alone, really. I was with my mother and my brother. I lost them in the crowd.
Suppose I help you find them?
Would you?
Of course. Well, what's the matter?
It's funny, but I seem to know you.
Oh, a great many people seem to know me. I'm sorry, but we're just about where we started from.
Well, I can't imagine what happened to them. They must be here.
Shall we let them look for us for a while?
If you want. I'm enjoying myself. Oh, I love my doll. It's the first thing I ever won.
Very pretty. Resembles you, by the way.
I wish that were true. Here. Have another chocolate?
Must I?
Well, of course. You won them. They're yours.
Very well. Would you like to hear the puppets?
I'd love to.
They're over this way.
I thought I heard someone.
You see, the eternal triangle. The prince, the princess, and the devil.
Shh, listen.
Prince of my heart. Oh, my treasure. Who is this dark man?
I am the devil, and I have come to fetch you.
Why?
To grill you, to roast you, to boil you.
Oh, devil, do not take me. I was going to be so happy.
All the better. I like to take the happy ones.
I think it was very sad, don't you?
Oh, yes. She was in love. Now she's punished. The devil likes to take the happy ones.
Oh, I don't think that's true. It certainly isn't just.
Not very.
Oh, there's my mother. She's looking for me.
Shall I take you over?
Oh, no, please. It's just as well that she doesn't see me with a man she doesn't know.
Well, then stay. Just a little while longer.
Oh, I can't, really. Goodbye. And thank you so much.
Goodbye.
Oh, I know who it is you resemble now. I remembered when you weren't looking at me. It's the Archduke Rudolph.
Oh, yes? Does it displease you?
Oh, not at all. Goodbye.
Bye.
Are you ready to leave now, Rudolph? Rudolph, since when have you liked candy?
Yeah? Oh, candy? Just tonight, Zeps. Quite sudden. Suppose we come to the point, Count Topper. I want to know. You, as Prime Minister, can tell me. Where is Zeps?
Zeps? I believe he has left the country, Your Highness, early this morning.
Because of a warrant for his arrest. A warrant that was issued by you.
Your Highness is well informed. This time I regret it because I wish to show Your Highness my zeal and my sincerity.
Never use words of which you don't know the meaning.
Your Highness is unjust. I came this morning to propose an entente. At heart, we pursue the same goal, the interest of the country. I simply want Your Highness to be well protected.
Listen to me, Count Topper. I insist that Zepp's papers be reinstated at once. The warrant for his arrest annulled immediately.
I am sorry, Your Highness, but I cannot do that.
Then I'll see someone who can. Roshik.
Yes, Your Highness.
My tunic, please, quickly.
Yes, Your Highness.
I'll go to see my father.
It would be no use, Your Highness.
The warrant for Zep's arrest was issued at His Majesty's request. What? Good day, Your Highness.
Your tunic, Your Highness.
Oh, never mind. I don't need it now. Roshek, I can't go on like this. These people will kill me.
Your Highness.
I have one friend. One real friend out of 1,000 false ones. Now they've taken him. Where can I turn? Is there one of the others I can trust? Is there one who will forget who I am? Accept me for myself? I need that notion. I'm a human being. Why haven't I the right to be happy?
Yes, message to His Majesty. The Emperor requests the presence of His Highness the Archduke of the Opera. All the court to be present. His Majesty relies on the Archduke's presence in the Imperial box. I'll tell His Highness.
Gaily evening to the opera. You see, they have a remedy, Loshek. I'm from you.
Maggie, my child, you mustn't stare so. Listen to the music.
Oh, but it's so exciting, Mother. I think everyone must be here tonight.
Except your brother. I wonder what's happened to him.
Look, Mother. Isn't that the Princess Stephanie in the Imperial box?
Daddy, please. Pardon me, Mother. George, where have you been?
I'm sorry, Mother. I had business with the Countess Lalish.
Daddy?
The Archduke's cousin?
Very pleased. She's going to help me, Mother.
Yes?
She has marvelous influence at court. She's going to speak to the Archduke tonight about my joining his regiment.
Oh.
There she is now. See her in the Imperial box? That's Rudolph, who just came in.
That man? The Archduke?
Why, yes. What's the matter, Mary?
Oh, nothing, Mother. He's very handsome, isn't he? Wonderful. I wish you could have been there, Nunu. A governess at the Royal Opera? That would hardly be fitting, my dear. Come now. Let's have the dress. Thank you, Nunu. And then Adeline and Patty sang. Oh, she was so beautiful. But he didn't see her either. He was looking at our box all the time. Who's he? You've no idea how wonderful it was. The lights, the jewels, the music, and all that for him.
For whom, Mary?
Nunu, don't you understand? For the prince, the Archduke, the one I met at the fair. You know, I think he knew me. I think he recognized me.
My dear, the opera has sent your mind reeling. Now you must sleep. There's early mass in the morning, child.
Sleep? I shall never sleep again. He's so handsome, Nunu. He has such sad eyes. I shall never have time enough in which to think of him.
Good night, my dear. I'll call you.
Oh, Your Highness.
Listen to me. Don't be frightened. Don't move.
Your Highness, the mass starts. It's wrong to speak to me now.
I know. But I have no other way. Marie, since I first saw you, I thought of you night and day.
Your Highness.
I hardly know you. But you don't know what joy it gives me. Even to see you, to speak to you like this. I will see you again. Don't refuse me.
Oh, but how can I? I'm never alone.
I must see you. It means so much.
But why, Your Highness?
Because, for you at least, I have no title. I'm just myself.
Your Highness, here's my governess. You must leave me, please.
But not for long, Marie. Remember?
Marie! Marie! Marie, where did you go? The mass has started.
Nunu, tell me. Do you think that a prince can be unhappy like everyone else, Marie? Like everyone.
The curtain falls on Act 1 of Meyerling, starring William Powell and Janet Gaynor. In our few minutes intermission before the second act, let's listen in on a Hollywood party. One of the talented guests has been asked to sing. We're just in time to hear the end of his song.
Doesn't that give you thrills?
It does not. Why should I get thrills? All the time Bill Sanger's looking straight at you.
Oh, Sally, did you notice it? I thought so. I hope so.
A blind man could see it. You're lucky, Alice. You get all the breaks. And then you've got everything. Nice skin.
Why, Sally, you shouldn't feel like that.
Let's hope Alice will be frank with Sally. For Sally's one of those foolish girls who's actually spoiling her own looks. By not removing stale cosmetics, dust, and dirt thoroughly, she's allowing choked pores to cause unattractive cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, and enlarged pores. Lovely girls everywhere who know the charm of a beautiful skin use Lux toilet soap. This gentle white soap has active lather, helps keep skin soft and smooth. 9 out of 10 screen stars use it. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Miley, starring William Powell and Janet Gaynor. For a week, Mary Vetzera has waited, half in fear, half in anticipation, for word from the Archduke Rudolph. No word has come. But now in the Baroness Vetzera's drawing room, Countess Lariche, Rudolph's cousin, has made an unexpected appearance. After greeting the Baroness, she moves slowly toward the piano, where Marie sits playing.
My dear, you'll never know the sensation your daughter caused last week at the opera. Everyone was looking at her. Well, don't stop playing, my dear. I adore music.
Thank you, cousin.
But it was a triumph. A real triumph.
Oh, you shouldn't tell her that, Countess. You'll make her vain.
Oh, Marie isn't vain, are you, child? May I sit here with you, dear? Lay louder and listen carefully.
But, Countess,
go on playing. My cousin wants to see you.
The Archduke?
Now, don't be upset. Control yourself. He talked to me about you for an hour. He wants to see you at the palace today. This evening.
But, Countess, I can't.
I'll manage it. Leave everything to me, my dear.
Did you ring, Your Highness?
Yes, Lushik. I don't want to be disturbed for the next hour. If anybody calls, you'll knock on the door, you understand?
Yes, Your Highness, I think so. A new one, Your Highness?
Oh, yes, a new one, Lushik.
An actress or a lady of the court, Your Highness?
Neither. A very adorable girl.
Really?
There she is now. You go up the passage. I'll let her in myself. Come in, Marie.
Am I late?
I don't think so. It's just that I've been waiting so long. I was afraid you wouldn't come. I'd be frightened.
Frightened? Of what?
I don't know. Perhaps of this cold palace. Perhaps of me.
Not of you. I could never be frightened of you. When I'm near you, I couldn't be frightened of anything. Remember the evening at the fair?
I remember.
But you were gay and happy then. This room, it isn't like you. So gloomy.
Yes, I keep this way purposely.
But why? When those paintings are so dark.
They're not very gay to most people, I dare say. But they cheer me. This, here on my desk, this cheers me, too.
Oh, it's horrible.
Have you ever seen a human skull before? I use it as a paperweight.
Do you look at that all the time? Why?
Perhaps to console me for living. Gives me hope that perhaps I, too, may be useful someday.
You shouldn't say those things. Life is beautiful.
Of course. I'm talking nonsense.
I don't understand you. You look at me so strangely. so sadly.
Why did you come here?
Because you sent for me. Well, I couldn't believe it at first. But then the Countess said that you had talked of me.
So you came. Without a thought, you just came to me.
And I couldn't help myself. That was very strange, wasn't it?
It's unbelievable. But you shouldn't have come. You hear? You shouldn't have come.
You want me to leave?
Yes, I want you to leave now.
But why?
You come to see me. You speak to me as no one has ever spoken to me before. Haven't you anything to ask of me?
What should I ask?
Everyone who comes here has something to ask. Advancement, decorations, money.
But I have everything I want, Your Highness.
Don't call me that. For you, I have no title. Remember that when we meet again.
Then we will meet again?
Yes. Often, I hope.
Have a full report on the Archduke? I have, Count Tavern. Their last appointment was for Friday. Marie Vatsuri came to the palace 4 times during the week. 3 times the week before. You see, Commissioner?
The girl is from a fine family. This can end in scandal.
But it won't. It will end before that, by His Majesty's order. I am having the Archduke watched every moment of the day. They met today in the garden near the Ringstrasse. They were together for an hour and then in at the art gallery.
I followed them to the Prado.
The Archduke sent a note this morning. Madame Vatsuri was seen today on her way. Their next meeting is already arranged, near the lake in the park, at 7 tomorrow.
I was afraid you wouldn't come in this rain.
Do you think a few drops could keep me away?
My dear.
I had to invent an excuse for Mother. Imagine, she thinks she's punishing me by not taking me to the theater. How long have we this time, Rudolph?
About 2 hours.
2 hours. All to ourselves. We've never been so lucky, have we?
Don't speak.
What is it?
Over there. Just beyond the trees.
It's only the branches moving. You see the police everywhere, Rudolph. They've lost you tonight.
No. They've just hidden themselves better, that's all.
Oh, then let them hide. Let them watch. It's they who should be ashamed, not we. Why should we care? As long as they don't stop us from meeting.
2 hours. And I want to spend my whole life with you.
Perhaps you will.
They'll never let us escape. They're working now to separate us. I know it.
Oh, but how can they? How can they separate us? It's so impossible. They must know that, too.
My dear, what faith you have.
I love you. And we have 2 hours.
Daddy?
Oh, yes, Mother?
Come here to me.
Oh, my Mother, you're home. Didn't you say you were going to the theater? Was the play very bad? It must have been you're home so early. Mother.
Where have you been?
Why, what do you mean?
Where have you been?
Please. Please don't ask me.
Then it's the truth. Oh. And to think it should come to me through an anonymous letter. Who is your lover?
Mother, don't.
Who is he? Who? Tell me.
Oh, Mother, we've done nothing wrong. It's true there is someone, but we've nothing to be ashamed of. I swear it, Mother. He respects me. He loves me.
What is his name?
I can't tell you that.
I demand to know.
I can't tell you, Mother. I can't.
Very well. Then I must find a way to cure you of this madness. You will leave tomorrow for Trieste.
Trieste?
You will stay with your aunt until such time.
No, don't send me away. Oh, Mother, listen to me. Do what you like. Punish me any way you want. Oh, but don't send me away from Vienna. Please don't let me stay here.
I'm sorry, Marie. You will leave in the morning.
Mother! Rudolph. Rudolph.
up, Lucia.
Why, she's gone, Your Highness. An anonymous letter to her mother.
Tougher again. He's taken her away from me. Why?
There was no other course, Your Highness. It was for the good of the state.
The state, the state. Does my life mean nothing?
Our lives are not important, Rudolph, but our country is. And if you will not think of your country, then think of her. You can only offer her scandal, disgrace. Think of her.
Rudolph!
No other course for the good of the state.
She's gone, Your Highness.
The good of the state.
Our lives are not important, my son.
No other course.
Think of her. You can offer her nothing.
Rudolph!
Scandal, disgrace. Think of her. Think of her.
Rudolph, I've been waiting for you. I've had this letter from Marie. She's in Trieste. Rudolph! What are you doing? Aren't you going to read it?
No.
Another party. Yeah, there's one every night since the girl left. Well, it makes our life easier. You know, they say he's trying to forget her. Yeah. I wouldn't write that in your report, though. Huh?
A toast to our old friend, His Highness the Archduke Rudolph!
My friends, comrades of the night, I know that I can call you my true friends, every one of you. I know that if I'd been born a coachman's son instead of a king's, I'd still have found you in my lowly hovel, come to cheer me, to praise my humble virtue. Such a mark of true friendship shall not go unrewarded. Name your wish, my friends, and it's yours. Well, you all want something, don't you? Name it.
Rudolph, you are not in a nice mood tonight. Don't you like us tonight?
I don't like myself tonight. Play, go on. Play. My friends want to dance.
1 moment, please.
Good evening, Loshek.
Oh, why, Miss Marie. Oh, I'm so glad to see you again.
Is he here, Loshek?
Can't you hear them in there? Every night since you've been away, it's been like this.
Well, you mustn't worry. He's unhappy, but he won't always be. We'll take care of him, won't we, Loshek?
I tell him you're here, miss. Your Highness. Your Highness. There's a young lady.
Young lady? I made another conquest, Loshek?
It's Miss Marie, Your Highness.
Marie? Did you say I was here?
I had to, Your Highness.
Well, never mind. Keep these people in here. Don't let them come near her.
Yes, Your Highness.
Rudolph.
Marie? Loshek told me you were here. I didn't believe him.
I came as soon as I could. Mother only brought me back this morning. Oh, it's been so long.
Yes. You're looking more beautiful than ever.
Am I? Aren't you going to kiss me?
Of course.
Rudolph, you have blood in your face.
Blood? That's all. It's Rouge. Woman, one of my friends. They're very gay tonight.
Oh, I thought...
Sit down, Marie. Or would you rather come inside? Would you like some supper? Something to drink?
I only came to see you, Rudolph.
You didn't pick a very good time. Not quite myself this evening.
Darling, what is it? You're so strange. Aren't you glad to see me?
Always glad to see you. Always will be. That's what makes it so difficult.
I don't understand you. I'll go now. I'll come back tomorrow.
Marie, don't make me hurt you. There's nothing wrong with me, nothing that tomorrow will change. I'm a prince, Marie. Archduke Rudolph, Crown Prince. No personal achievement. I was born to it. But someday I'll be king. Emperor of Austria. You see, they've been giving me schooling in empire. Stand by the country. Tragedy is they're not altogether wrong. There's something in this, living for millions of people, and...
Rudolph, are you telling me that you don't want me? You don't need me any longer?
The prince needs very little that he can't buy.
I don't believe you. You loved me. What have they said to you? What have they done?
They've shown me that a nation is more important than the individual. More important than I or you.
Rudolph, if that's true, if you really believe that I stand in the way of your throne, and if that's what you want, then there's nothing I can do except leave you. But if there's some other reason, well, I hope there is. If it's something in your mind about me, perhaps, what's good for me or bad for me, I want you to know this. There's no hurt, no suffering, no scandal that could ever make up for my losing you. I love you, Rudolph. No matter what you do, you can't change that. Goodbye.
Marie. Marie, don't go. Marie. Oh, my darling. My dear. I don't want you to go. But they'll ruin your life. They've shown me what will happen. There's no hope. Nothing.
Oh, there is. Just to be near you. That's all I'll ever ask of the future.
Oh, my dear. My dear. There must be more than that. More or nothing. I'll go to my father. I'll tell him I want my marriage annulled. He'll do it. He will when he knows what it means to me. I'll tell him that I'm going to marry you.
Rudolph.
Why not? Why shouldn't I tell him?
Very well. Whatever you think is best.
You may tell the Emperor I'll be there at once.
Yes, Your Highness.
Marie, wait here.
Are you sure this is right?
I'm going to tell him. Remember, no matter what happens.
Rudolph, kiss me. Just once.
Goodbye, my darling.
Good morning. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone was... I'll leave at once.
Oh, no, please. Sit down, my child. Who are you?
My name is Mary Vetzerer.
Mary Vetzerer. Yes, I thought you'd look like this. Did Rudolph bring you here?
Why, yes.
I'm sorry I didn't see him. I see very little of my son these days.
Your Majesty.
Oh, please, don't leave. How is Rudolph? How does he look?
He seems a little tired, Your Majesty.
Yes. He's not made for this kind of life. I never met you, my dear. I go out so seldom. But I know, however, that he loves you. And do you love him?
I do, Your Majesty.
Ah, how young you are. When I was your age, I was already unhappy. But because I was young, I didn't suffer too much. We're living in a sad palace, my child. Don't ever come back.
I know what you're trying to say, Your Majesty. But I can never leave Rudolph. I'd do whatever I thought best for him. But his life is so unhappy. And he says he needs me. He's gone to see the Emperor.
About you?
Yes.
And what do you expect from that?
I expect nothing, Your Majesty. I pray for anything.
My child. May I kiss you? You're very near my heart.
mind, Rudolph. You're making a public show of yourself, putting your name at the mercy of your own officers, and all for a girl who means...
A girl who will soon become my wife.
If you're suggesting an annulment of your marriage, you can put it out of your mind.
What?
I forbid it.
You can't.
I say I forbid it. When you are master here, you can do as you please. But in the meantime, you're going to break off this whole affair.
I may never be master here, Father. Not at the price you ask. I'll abdicate first.
Abdicate?
I don't care for power. I never cared for it. And I'll not sacrifice Marie for it.
You've no right to say that. You are not a free man like others. You belong to the people who hope in you. The people of two nations. You belong to...
Father, I love her.
Very well. You will not sacrifice this girl for power. Perhaps you'd be more willing to sacrifice her freedom for a life in exile.
Exile? I'd follow her.
If you knew where she was. But you won't, my son.
You do this to me?
Break up this affair or exile. There's no other way. Well?
There's a third way.
It will do you no good to abdicate. I've told you that.
I wasn't thinking of abdication this time.
Will you obey me?
I want to see her once more.
You'll see her tonight at the ball.
I wish to see her alone.
Oh, very well. I give you 24 hours. At the end of that time, this affair will be over. 24 hours. Do I have your word?
You have my word, Your Majesty.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Curtain falls on the second act of Meyerling. In a few moments, Janet Gaynor and William Powell will be heard in Act 3. Before Mr. DeMille introduces our intermission guest of the evening, may I remind you of an important fact, important at least to every woman who values, as she should, the charm of smooth, soft, lovely skin. In Hollywood, Lux toilet soap is used by 9 out of 10 screen stars. They trust their priceless complexions to the care of this gentle white soap because experience has taught them that they can. Have you discovered what Lux toilet soap can do? Have you made its active lather your daily beauty care? Here's Mr. DeMille.
Frequently, during the intermission time on our programs, we bring you guests with unusual angles from behind the scenes of Hollywood. Tonight, our guest is Hollywood's oldest citizen, Don Eugene Plummer, who yesterday observed his 86th birthday. During those years when Vienna was gay in the sophisticated civilization of an old world capital, when Rudolph and Marie Wetzera were writing into history one of its most dramatic chapters, our guest was watching the events that were going on in a little valley now known as Hollywood. Don Eugene spent his early childhood in Mexico until Rudolph's uncle, the Emperor Maximilian, triumphantly entered that country. Our guest escaped with his mother and brother by stealing a French schooner. Shipwrecked, he was captured by Apache Indians and held captive for 18 months. Finally freed, he joined his family in the wilderness called Hollywood and has lived here ever since, 72 consecutive years.
But in those days, Mr. DeMille, we called the place Cahuenga, after a tribe of Indians who were still living here.
Why did they drop the name Cahuenga in favor of Hollywood?
In a way, I was responsible. Just about the time that Rudolpho was falling in love with Marie, a man named Wilcox bought a lot of land here. I went riding in the hills with him one day, and he noticed a lot of berries near the road. He asked me what they were. Fusiques, I told him, holly berries. That gave Wilcox an idea. Well, he said, I guess we'll call this place Hollywood.
Mm-hmm. And just what was this place called Hollywood?
Nothing but a cattle and sheep ranch, almost on the site of this theater. I once lassoed a wild deer. And up the street near Gorman's Chinese Theater, I once lassoed a coyote on a bet.
Since this is the Lux program, Don Eugene, what was the soap situation in Hollywood 50 years ago?
It was because of soap that gold was discovered in California. The man who first found gold was Don Francisco Lopez. But he wasn't hunting gold when he found it. He was looking for a amole root. We used to wash clothes by rubbing them with the amole root, which would foam like lather. Later on, we learned how to make it into cake soap. But you couldn't interest the Hollywood girls in that kind of soap nowadays. Not with your Lux soap around. You know, Mr. DeMille, I even use Lux soap myself. And here's a funny thing. The girls of my sparkling days used to make their lipstick from cactus.
To prevent caballeros like you from stealing a kiss, huh?
No, what the girls did was to use the juice of the cactus, wild cactus, called nopal. The juice was red, and it would stay on the girl's lips for weeks. I know.
Do you like movies, Don Eugene?
Oh, sure, I like the good old westerns, but not the love stories. I think you can make love at home without going to a theater. Buenas noches, Senor DeMille.
Adios. Adios, Don Eugene. William Powell and Janet Gaynor in Mireling. "24 hours. 24 hours in which to live a lifetime. The minutes fly past, each one faster than the one before. It's evening now. The ball in the palace is about to begin. The great hall is alive with color and whispered gossip. From the doorway comes the Archduke Rudolph, in full military dress. All eyes are on him, as he strides quickly down the center of the room to Marie Wetzera.
Would you do me the honor, Miss Wetzera, of opening the ball with me?
Thank you, Your Highness. I'm very grateful.
Did you see that?
Marie Wetzera, absolute impertinence.
Unbelievable. His Majesty should hear of this.
Why, it's common gossip. Everyone in Vienna.
Good evening, Your Highness. Good evening, my love.
Marie, my darling. You're so lovely.
Oh, I'm mad with happiness, that's all. How have I ever been able to live without knowing you? I knew nothing before. I didn't exist. And now, oh, Rudolph, I thank you.
No, don't say that.
What is it? What's wrong?
Go on dancing. Marie, what would happen if I had to go away?
I would wait for you.
No, I mean far away. Very far. To be away a long time.
Then I'd follow you.
If that were impossible.
Impossible? I'd follow you anywhere.
Even if there were no returning? To a place from which one never returns?
With you? Yes.
Marie, you know what I mean, don't you? You're sure?
I'd rather die with you, Rudolph, than live without you.
Oh, my dear.
Don't say any more. Not now, darling.
There's my father. I'd like him to see you tonight. You mind?
No, Rudolph.
Come here. Majesty, may I have permission to present to you Miss Marie Wetzera, whose destiny you have fixed.
I'm charmed to know you, Miss Wetzera.
Your Majesty overwhelms me.
Will you excuse us, please? We haven't much time, Your Majesty.
Certainly.
Marie, I'll wait for you after the ball. My coachman will be at the side of the palace. We leave immediately.
I must go home first, but I won't be late.
Goodbye, till then.
Goodbye, my sweet.
You understand my orders, Loshek? I'll make a pretext for leaving Vienna for 24 hours. Arrange a hunting party. I want no one but Foyos and Philip.
I understand, Your Majesty.
Until tomorrow, then.
At Meyerling?
At Meyerling.
Oh, hurry, Nunu. Do you have my bag? Yes. Oh, my dinner. Oh, there's the coach. He said it would be there.
Mary, you'll drive me crazy leaving in the middle of the night. Oh, I should never have helped you.
Oh, please don't worry, Nunu. And don't scold me tonight. You don't know, but it's the most beautiful, the most wonderful thing in the world.
Mary, I don't understand you.
Oh, and there's something else. That letter I gave you. You'll give it to Mother, but only after tomorrow.
Mary,
before.
you frighten me. Before you go, tell me. Tell me you won't do anything wrong.
Wrong? I'll do nothing wrong.
Do you swear it?
Anything I do will be right and good. I swear it. Goodbye, Nunu.
You must do something right away, Count Taffer. My daughter disappeared last night. We heard nothing from her.
I am sorry, Baroness. Perhaps the Archduke could tell us.
The Archduke?
But unfortunately, we don't know where he is. The prince is so fantastic. I think he is hunting in Luxembourg.
Oh, please, then, send someone. I tell you, we haven't a moment to lose.
You can come out now. I told you I'd find you.
Oh, but that's not the game. You were not supposed to watch me hide. You cheated.
Instinct of the hunter. Never let the prey get out of sight. But I have found you anyway. I know every tree in Meyerling.
Meyerling. It's like a fairy tale. So beautiful. I love it here.
You always said that life was beautiful, too. Perhaps you feel it's too beautiful,
Oh,
too.
no. It's only beautiful now, the way we planned it. But, Rudolph, will you do one thing for me? You'll decide yourself the moment when we must go. But I don't want to know. Promise me.
You'll know nothing. I promise.
I think it's getting cold. Should we go inside now? It's so quiet, isn't it? Is it always like this here?
Always.
Oh, I think my eyes are closing.
Perhaps you should go to sleep now.
No, I don't want to sleep yet. Kiss me, Rudolph. Enough for the whole night.
Sleep well, my darling.
Stay here with me, Rudolph. Just for a little while. I'm afraid sometimes during the night. I like the light so much. I wish I were awake already to see the sunshine. Will you wake me, Rudolph?
Yes. I'll come to the door, and I'll call you. Softly. You'll smile in your sleep. Then open your eyes, you'll see the sunshine.
I'll be waiting for you. Do you remember in the park, at the fair, the first time I saw you?
Yes.
Do you remember what the devil said at the puppet show? He said, I like to take the happy ones. I think I know what that means. Because I'm happy. So very happy.
Good night. Good night, my dear.
Tomorrow, my love. Tomorrow.
Highness, excuse me, but I thought I heard a shot.
I haven't heard anything, Loshek. Probably in the forest. What time is it, Loshek?
Just 5 o'clock, Your Highness.
Thank you. Come back and call me in half an hour.
Very good, Your Highness.
Marie, my darling. You won't have to wait any longer.
Torn apart by life, united by death, peace at last came to these lovers. I saw his resting place in Vienna, an ancient crypt in the venerable Capuchin church. There, in the hushed company of emperors and queens, lies one whose greatest misfortune it was to have been born a prince, Rudolph of Habsburg. A word now from our two stars, William Powell and Janet Gaynor. In a year and a half, Miss Gaynor has come to the air only twice. But we are happy and grateful that on both occasions, the scene of her performance has been the Lux Radio Theater.
Well, Mr. DeMille, I've always had a warm spot in my heart for this program. I have 2 reasons for saying that. First, you bring to the air a dignity in keeping with the best traditions of the stage and screen. And secondly, you represent a beauty that I've always liked and used. Lux soap. It's a pleasure to use it when I'm working in pictures and at home, too. Incidentally, it was also a great pleasure to be here tonight with my old friend, Bill Powell.
Thank you, Janet.
Bill, what are your reactions to playing tragedy?
Well, Cecil, after what happened to that royal pair, I think I feel like sitting down and having a good cry. But you know, even though our sympathies are centered upon Marie and Rudolph, I can't help but spare a thought for Rudolph's father, the old emperor, Franz Joseph. You'll remember he lost his wife, the Empress, through assassination. His brother Maximilian met death in Mexico before a firing squad. And in 1914, another son, who became heir to the throne following Rudolph's death, was killed at Sarajevo in a prelude to the World War. All of which leaves me with a decided preference to play rather than aspire to royalty. Thank you, Cecil, and good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Miss Gaynor, Mr. Powell. I hope for a speedy recovery. Good night. Speedy return to him. Our play next Monday night unfolds to the rhythm of roaring presses, the clatter of the linotype, and the chorus of editors barking copy. It's the drama behind the drama of your daily newspaper. The brisk romance of rival reporters, one of them a girl, who refuses to lend an ear to wedding bells until she proves that all good reporters aren't men. It's the loudly applauded screen hit Front Page Woman. I'm happy to say that our leading man will be one whose return here you've requested so many times, Fred McMurray. And opposite Fred, a soaring star who's attracting great attention in Hollywood today, Paulette Goddard. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred McMurray and Paulette Goddard in Front Page Woman with Roscoe Kahn. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for the new film Kentucky. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
It's a bright, sunny day in Knotty Pine. Henry and I are at headquarters, trying to clean up the continuous plague of paperwork that seems to find its way to my desk somehow or other. Stumpy and Grey Wolf are out riding trail, which is the only place a ranger should be expected to be. Everything is quiet and routine. Oh, yes. The name of this story is The Deep Country. Paperwork. It seems this is about all I get to do around here. I'm not an armchair ranger. I should be out on the trail doing the work I'm supposed to do.
Yes, sir.
I think I'm going to move headquarters way out into the hills where the postman can't find it. That'll get rid of this pesky paperwork.
Yes, sir.
First we make out a report, and then we have to make out another report to tell what the first one means. Then we have to report on the report that we already reported on. And if we fill out the report incorrectly, we have to make 6 more reports telling why the report of the report in which we reported was wrong. Then we have to make out a new report, reporting again what we originally reported but shouldn't have reported the way we reported it.
Yes, sir.
If you say yes, sir, once more, Henry Scott.
Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir. What's the difference? Go ahead, belt me. Then I won't have to file this stack of papers.
I wondered how long you could go before you got paperitis, too.
You mean you're not going to smack me one?
No. I might put you in the hospital, and then I'd have to file all the reports myself. You should get off so easy.
Coward. Come on, let's make some excitement, huh, Bill?
Uh-oh, keep your shirt on. Maybe this is it.
We should live so long, man.
Hello, Ranger Headquarters. Bill Jefferson speaking. Yes? Well, I don't see any reason to get excited about it, Walt. No, I really don't. Oh, perhaps they stopped over somewhere and will be along in half a day or so. Well, call me tomorrow if they don't show up. Yeah. Okay. And, Walt, quiet down, will you? Lots of folks have been half a day overdue. Yeah. Goodbye.
No excitement?
No, pal, no excitement. Colonel and Mrs. Anders are half a day overdue from their vacation, and Walt's all lathered up about it.
It's their vacation, isn't it? Besides, if the colonel wants to come back late, who's to say he can't? He's the top man of the whole Western District. Everything west of the Prairie Lands.
Oh, Walt's all right. He just gets too excited, that's all. He's afraid the colonel's going to miss a big conference tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, they'll be home soon. Maybe they're there now, for all we know.
Yeah, could be. Let's go out for a walk, huh?
Say, did I ever tell you the story about the 2 barbers?
No. You tell us, Duffy.
Oh, you're asking for it, Grey Wolf.
Well, but you not tell me anything new, Henry.
Well, this one barber always drank a glass of water after he shaved. And the other barber asked him why he did it.
Why did he?
Well, if it's so funny, you tell us maybe, huh?
Come on, Stumpy, tell us.
Tell us, old-timer.
You know why he drank water after shaving? To see if his throat leaked. What's the matter? Ain't it funny?
Well, not exactly.
Well, what were you young scallywags laughing so hard for?
We were laughing at you, Stumpy.
Oh, is that so?
Now what's gotten into Laughing Boy.
He probably left out the punchline of the joke.
Oh, what's so funny, old-timer?
Well, I was just thinking how much I enjoy my own jokes, that's all.
I've got it, fella. Hello, Ranger Headquarters.
Who is it, Walt? The Colonel and Mrs. Anders haven't arrived home yet. I told you there's something wrong. Well, you'd better get down here right away because you're second in command and you know the responsibilities this job has. I told you this was no good the first time, but you wouldn't listen. I knew from the start.
Walt, just a minute.
Well, you don't have to yell. What's the matter?
Take 2 deep breaths.
Why, I'm breathing all right.
Take 'em.
Oh, all right. There, I took 'em.
Fine. Just keep breathing that way until I get there, and you won't have a nervous collapse.
What do you mean?
Never mind. I'm flying down right away, so hold the fort. Goodbye.
Walt excited?
Excited? That's not the word for it. I thought he was going to blow a fuse.
That there young feller can sure get head up in a hurry. That's why the colonel took him into his office. Walt just couldn't keep from getting up a full head of steam pronto. Why, we just couldn't use him in the field. He gets just like a banty rooster that hasn't had a scrap for 6 months.
I feel sorry for Walt. He a good man otherwise.
That's right, Grey Wolf. Well, let's get packed and into the plane. Henry, call Tom in to take over the office while we're gone.
Sure. I take it the Colonel and Mrs. Anders haven't showed up.
Huh? What's this? We'll tell you about it in the plane, old-timer. All right, let's go. I want to get there before Walt has a heart attack.
This is no time for frivolity. What took you so long? Colonel and Mrs. Anders might be hurt badly, and we aren't doing a thing about it. They might have been held up and taken prisoners or hostages, so the law won't get the robbers. Maybe they had an accident and they're bleeding to death on the highway somewhere. Maybe they got kidnapped and we'll get the ransom note soon. Oh, this is terrible, terrible. Colonel Anders and his wife in danger.
Walt, calm down.
That's better, Sonny. You gotta come up for air once in a while.
All right. But you'll be sorry you took this so lightly. You just wait and see.
Walt, I need some information. Are you going to supply it, or do I have to waste time getting it the hard way?
No. I'll tell you what you want to know.
Where did the Colonel and Mrs. Anders go on their vacation?
San Francisco. They were going to spend some time there.
Mm-hmm. With friends or at a hotel?
Hotel.
You know the name of the hotel?
Yes, I've got it written down somewhere. I'll find it.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Boy, I think we should worry more about Walt than Colonel Anders.
Operator, this is Ranger Bill Jefferson. I need an emergency connection with San Francisco. Yes. I'll have more information in a minute. Thank you.
If they checked out a hotel, then we know they start for home.
Yes, we've got to narrow this down as quickly as possible. Colonel Anders has that big meeting this afternoon. Hey, where's Walt?
I get him.
Thank you, Grey Wolf. That man has got to learn to control his blood pressure. Thank you very much, Mr. Summers. Yes, sir, you've been a tremendous help. Goodbye, sir. Operator, hold the line open for a few minutes, please. Thank you.
What hotel saved you?
They checked out early yesterday morning.
I told you this is no good. Something's happened to them. Something terrible.
Take it easy, Walt. Let Bill think.
What do you aim to do now, Sonny?
I'm going to talk to the California State Police. They may have an accident report. If not, I'll file a missing persons on them. Stumpy, you call Cal and have him put out a missing persons on them. Now, Grey Wolf, call Tom and tell him I want every available man down here pronto. Call Ralph and tell him the same thing.
Right away.
We'll get moving like one of them there big jackrabbits, we will.
What do you want me to do?
Sit tight, Henry, and don't let Walt's imagination run away with him.
Right.
Operator, I want to talk to the California State Police Headquarters.
I knew it the minute it happened. I just had a feeling. Oh, this is terrible, terrible, I tell you. How can an experienced man like the Colonel just up and vanish? Oh, they've been kidnapped, that's what.
Walt, please sit down.
I can't. You know that as well as I do, Bill. I can't sit still. You know how excited I get, and you don't give me any consideration at a time like this, under this terrible strain. I've got to do something.
Well, go take a walk. Or a long run.
So, now you don't want me around to help out, eh? Figure I know too much. Well, you fellows have delayed too long already.
Walt, you know that's a lot of hot air. Now, you go do something to burn off the excess steam before you drive me cuckoo with your pacing up and down.
I can pace up and down wherever I want. I'm nervous.
I know. You pace wherever you want, as long as it isn't in front of me. Now go, please.
Aren't you kind of rough on him, Bill?
Yes, pal, I am. But you know, Walt, if I extended sympathy, it'd get 10 times worse. Sometimes you just can't give sympathy to people who are near hysteria. It only makes them worse. Sounds cruel, I know, but in the final analysis, you're really helping.
Any news on missing person notice yet?
Not a peep, Grey Wolf.
Here's the sandwiches and coffee you fellers wanted.
Oh, thanks, Stumpy.
What are we going to do now, young feller? Wait?
Yes, we've got to give the missing persons reports time to go through the police system. So all we can do is wait. By that time, every available ranger in this part of the country should be here, except for the skeleton crews left behind.
Are you going to take Colonel Anders' place at the meeting if he hasn't been found by then?
Nope. My job is to find the Colonel and Mrs. Anders, and that's what we're going to do. Attention, please, men. Each one of you has a map, and on it is marked your area of search.
Yes, I know.
Now, I want you to be particularly conscious of places where accidents could occur. Look for tire marks, a smashed car, and so forth. Check every doctor, hospital, and first aid station and police department in your area. I want this to be a real search, men. Not one stone is to be left unturned. But don't search foolishly. Someone, somewhere, has seen the Colonel and his wife. I want those people found and found quickly. You understand?
Right, we got it, Bill.
Fine. Henry and I'll be right here at the radio constantly. Now get going, and good hunting.
Okay, let's go. We're going to find Green. Come on, let's go.
Well, here's hoping.
Yes, Pell. I'm beginning to think that we ought to do some praying. Looks like this is going to be a job for the Lord, because we are rapidly using up our human resources. Boy, when I told Walt to take a walk, he sure did. Wonder where he went.
To the nearest telephone, it looks like.
Huh? What do you mean?
He's coming up the walk with Sue Anders.
Oh, no.
See for yourself.
Oh, why did he do that? I didn't want Sue to know about her parents until we were sure they really are missing. Oh, Walt has put his foot in it this time, and he won't get it back out before I spring the jaws of the trap.
I know what you mean. He's sure taken things upon himself.
Well, We might as well get ready for the storm. They're entering the building now.
Instead of one, now you'll have two of them on your neck.
Dad has a dependable assistant because you wouldn't even give me the time of day, Bill Jefferson. Just who do you think you are anyway to keep this from me? You have your nerve. My mother and father might be dead for all you know, and you haven't the courtesy to tell me what's going on. My father will hear about this when he returns, if he returns. Like Walt says, they're probably kidnapped or something worse. Well, why don't you say something?
I'm all out of breath listening to you, young lady.
Well, you used to talk like a gentleman, but now you don't even do that. What's gotten into you, Bill Jefferson?
You tell him, Sue. He won't listen to me. He says I make him nervous.
Walt, you overstepped your authority when you brought Susan here.
Well, that's a fine way to talk. Just what do you mean? I suppose you weren't even going to bother to let me know my parents are in danger.
Are they?
Well, that's what Walt said.
Walt talks too much.
See? There he goes again, picking on me. First, I make him nervous. Now, I talk too much.
Well, don't you? It seems to me that we're wasting a lot of time talking about your hurt feelings, which come as a result of Walt's overzealous efforts. We're doing everything we can to locate your folks, Sue.
Oh, are you really?
I've got a missing person report out on them in 3 states and 40 rangers from each district, which makes 80 men out searching every nook and cranny for them.
Well, a lot of good that's going to do when they've been robbed and beaten, or even worse.
Who told you that?
Walt did. He hasn't held a thing back.
That's for sure. It's just possible, you know, that they could have had an automobile accident, or a motor breakdown, or one of your parents could have been suddenly taken ill. The pressure of their current predicament has caused them to forget about notifying anyone of their whereabouts. How does that sound as a positive approach to the problem, instead of the overworked results of one man's morbid imagination? It's even entirely possible that nothing is wrong, that they just stopped off somewhere and sent a wire which was misdirected.
Well, it does sound logical and certainly more cheerful.
I don't think any such thing has happened. Bill's got a smooth tongue. He could talk his way out of a cave full of grizzly bears. Well, don't you believe him, Susan? I tell you, something terrible has happened, and that's my firm and honest opinion.
Grey Wolf to Bill. Grey Wolf to Bill.
Bill, Grey Wolf's calling in. Maybe he's got something hot.
Let me have the mic, pal.
Sure, here.
Bill to Grey Wolf. Bill to Grey Wolf. Come in. Over.
You come quick to place where Old Rim Highway crosses Big Bend Highway. Maybe we have hot lead.
All right, Grey Wolf. We're on our way. Over and out.
I know where that is. Man alive, that's near the... Ow!
What's the matter, pal?
You stepped on my foot.
Oh, excuse me. Come on, let's get out to the car and meet Grey Wolf and the boys.
Well, aren't you going to invite me along?
No, ma'am.
Well, that's a fine thing. What am I expected to do while you're gone?
Please go home, and we'll notify you in a little while. Or you could stay here and listen to more of Walt's hair-raising tales of horror. You were acting like Walt.
You mean you didn't want me to say anything about Grey Wolf's call, coming from close by the deep country?
You guessed it, pal.
I can understand why, too. You were just about getting Walt and Sue settled down, and that big mouth remark would have started them up again.
Mm-hmm, that's right. I'm sorry I had to step on your foot.
That's all right. Maybe it'll teach me a lesson to keep my big tater trap shut. Hey, there's a couple of ranger cars right ahead by the gas station.
Right. Now we'll find out just how hot this lead is. Let's have it, boys.
This here feller is Cyrus Holman, Bill. He says he might have seen Colonel Anders and the missus pass by this way.
Oh, hello, Cyrus.
Howdy. You the big boss ranger?
That's right. Do you think you might have seen the people in question?
Well, could be.
How long ago?
Tolerable spell.
Tolerable, huh? Could that be a whole day ago?
Yep, could be.
What kind of a car did they have?
It weren't no regular car, as I recollect. One of them there station wagons.
You're right so far, Bill.
Yeah, it sounds hopeful, Grey Wolf. What did the people look like?
Didn't see them.
You didn't see them?
No.
Well, how in the name of common sense do you know they passed this way?
Pa saw them. He allowed about that ranger marker on the car.
Maybe that's
it, all right.
Well, knock me over with a feather. Why didn't you tell us this the first time?
You didn't ask.
It's all right, fellas. Si, where's your father?
Home.
Where's that?
Down the road a piece.
Which road, Si?
That one.
The old rim road?
Yep.
How far?
Well, you go down by the big tree and the short rock. Right there.
Listen, friend. How about showing us, huh?
Got to tend the pump.
I'll leave a ranger here to tend the pumps. Come on. Let's go talk to your pa. Listen, my good fellow. A man and a woman's life depends on your talking and talking quickly. I hope I don't have to pump you like a rusty pump just like I did your son.
I don't think so. But what do you want to know?
Did you or did you not see Colonel Anders and his wife? And if you did, where did they go from here?
I seen him.
You saw the man in this picture?
Yep.
Well, where did he go from your gas station?
That-a-way.
Which way? What road? And how long ago?
Went back into the deep country. Went down Big Bend.
How long ago?
Tolerable time ago. Maybe a day.
Can't you remember exactly?
Nope. It was some spell back.
Well, thank you. Let's get back to the cars, fellas. I've never been so fed up with people in my life. First Walt and Sue, and now those two slow-motion characters. Boy, you'd think it actually hurt them to talk.
Yep, you said it, Sonny. We didn't have to deal with people in this instant. We'd be better off. What's your next move?
I don't like it. They're out there in the deep country. It's a miserable wilderness. Awfully hot.
You said it, pal. Stumpy, Grey Wolf, get your men into the deep country and begin searching. I'll call in all the other units to join the ground search. Henry, call for a helicopter. We'll search by air. Their car shouldn't be too difficult to spot.
Henry to Tom. Report.
Nothing to report. We're searching carefully and moving along as rapidly as possible.
Okay, Tom.
Check another sector off the air search map, pal.
Right. This next lap should take us about a mile away from Big Bend Highway.
Right.
Grey Wolf hasn't reported. Do I call him?
Yeah.
Grey Wolf to Bill.
Go ahead, Grey Wolf.
We find Mrs. Anders and car.
You did? Where?
Now, you come along like you fly right now. You see us 2 miles in front of you. We mark place for you to land. Over and out.
Oh, boy. They found Mrs. Anders.
Oh, that's good work. The score is 1 found and 1 lost. Now, what happened, Mrs. Anders?
I don't know, Bill. Suddenly the car was without water. The colonel pulled in here to look for a certain rock specimen. And then we noticed the water was gone.
Uh-huh.
I've been almost crazy with worry about the Colonel.
There, now. We'll find him, all right. Don't you worry. Grey Wolf, Stumpy, start tracking the Colonel. Let me know as soon as you pick up his trail.
We sure will, young feller. Now, don't you fret, Mrs. Anders. We'll find him.
Thank you, Stumpy. I know you will. I tried to get him to stay here and wait for help. It's so ghastly hot. But he wouldn't listen. Said he knew what he was doing. And that's the last I've seen of him.
We find him plenty quick.
Tom.
Yes, sir.
Stay with Mrs. Anders. Will you have a car brought in to tow out this one?
You bet.
Hey, Stumpy's signaling me. They picked up the Colonel's trail.
But it's hot down here in this deep country. I hope the old man ain't done in from the heat.
He slowed down now.
Let's press on, fellas. Time's running short.
And we should find him plenty quick now.
Hey, there he is, in the shadow of that big boulder. Looks like he's still alive.
Yeah, he is. His pulse is weak, steady. Heat exhaustion.
Yep, appears that way. Better make sure he ain't snake bit.
I look already. He not have snake bite.
Let's get him out of here and to the hospital.
I'm glad we're heading home. Not the Colonel's up and about again.
You're not the only one, pal.
You mean you had enough of folks who talk too much and those who talk too little?
Precisely.
I think you not forget about deep country for a long time.
I'll say I won't. The deep country and the people involved will be deeply grooved in my mind for a long time. That was no idle statement either. And Walt and Sue are on my mind for a long time. Strange how they let their mind and imagination run riot. Why, they even got to believing it was the truth. This ever happened to you? Well, I'll see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Hi there, boys and girls. This is Ranger Bill back again for just a third of a minute with an extra word of thanks to you for joining us today. Hope you'll team up with the Rangers every week at this time when your local station gives us this chance to get together. See you then.
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Are you reducing tooth decay with Amident ammoniated toothpaste?
Well, answer the man, George.
Of course, Gracie. I use Amident twice a day.
You can smile when you say that.
Yes, it's the Amident Show, transcribed in Hollywood and starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. Our special guest, Ronald Reagan, yours truly, Bill Goodwin, Bea Benaderet, Hal March, Marvin Miller, Harry Lubin, and the Amadent Orchestra. For healthy laughter, it's George and Gracie. The theatrical club to which George Burns belongs, the Friars, is giving a testimonial dinner for movie star Ronald Reagan, and George is going to be one of the speakers. We find him now preparing his speech.
Gracie, I've got a very funny opening. Would you like to hear it?
I'd love to.
Friars, friends, Toastmaster, and honored guest Ronnie Reagan. As I look at our guest of honor, I'm reminded of a story. It seems that
George, I heard a terribly funny story that would make a great opening for your speech.
Look, I've got an opening. As I look at our... Gracie, please.
Oh, I can't help it, George. It's the funniest story I ever heard.
Well, if it's that funny, let's hear it.
I wish I could remember it.
I'll use the opening I've got.
It seems a shame to have to write a whole new speech. Why don't you just change the name and use the same speech you made for Sophie Tucker?
Brilliant idea. I'll say, tonight we pay tribute to Ronnie Reagan, the last of the Red Hot Mamas. Gracie, what I said about Sophie Tucker wouldn't fit Ronnie Reagan.
No, huh?
No. You see, one was discovered singing in a restaurant and the other playing football.
Oh, really? Where did Sophie play football?
For Notre Dame.
Oh, you're right. That wouldn't fit Ronnie.
Oh, no. For your information, Gracie, Ronnie was an outstanding back.
Well, Sophie's outstanding on both sides.
Look, what I need is some facts about Ronnie's life so I could finish this speech.
You know, I can tell you what the girls at the beauty shop say about Ronnie Reagan. Some of them have dated him.
Have?
Mm-hmm. You know how girls feel about handsome movie stars.
Sure.
Well, I found out handsome movie stars feel the same way about girls.
I imagine Ronnie's popular with the girls.
Yeah, well, you know, it's hard to decide who's more popular, Ronnie or Bill Goodwin.
It's neck and neck, huh?
Every night.
Let it go.
Well, have I been a help to you, George?
Tremendous.
Oh, I'm glad. I wanted to put you in a good mood before I told you about the dream I had last night.
What was that?
Well, I dreamt that you bought me a 1950 Cadillac, and I bought you a necktie.
That was a nice dream.
Yeah, here's the tie. Well, I've kept my end of the bargain.
And now I'm supposed to buy you a Cadillac.
Well, sure, because I dreamt it and dreams come true.
Well, tonight you can dream that I've changed my mind. Forget the whole idea.
But, George, this isn't my idea. It came from my subconscious mind.
There's another one? Look, honey, I wasn't born yesterday. I know that. Come in.
Well, Blanche Morton. Hello, Gracie. Hello, George.
Hiya, Blanche.
I just had to come over and tell you the dream I had about you two last night.
About us, Blanche?
Yes. I dreamt that George bought you a 1950 Buick.
A Cadillac.
Oh, that's right, Cadillac.
No.
Yes.
Well, that's remarkable. I had exactly the same dream.
No.
Yes.
Have you two Dolly sisters finished your act? Well?
Act?
I know you cooked this up.
Cooked it up?
What do you think I am, a jerk?
You better take that one alone, Gracie. I'm liable to ad-lib you right into a Ford.
Look, Rosie and Jenny. I'm not even getting a Ford, so relax. And as long as you're here, Blanche, I'd like you to listen to the opening of my speech.
Oh, it's for the Ronnie Reagan dinner at the Friars Club, Blanche.
All right.
Friars, friends, Toastmaster, and honored guest Ronnie Reagan. As I look at our guest of honor, I'm reminded of a story. It seems
Oh, George, I heard a wonderful story that'll fit right in there.
I've got a story, you see.
Not as funny as this one.
No.
The husband said to his wife, "Why didn't you mend the holes in my socks?" And she said, "You didn't buy that fur coat I wanted, so I figured if you didn't give a rap, I didn't give a darn."
What's that got to do with Ronnie Reagan?
Well, he wears socks.
Look, will you listen to my opening, please? Friars, come in.
Hello, George. Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Harry.
Hi, Harry. If you're looking for your wife, here she is.
No, George. I just dropped by to tell you about the dream I had last night. I dreamt that you bought Gracie a 1950 car.
No.
Yes.
I dreamt the same thing.
No.
Yes.
Well, Harry Richmond is back with the Dolly sisters again.
George.
You can all relax. I'm not going to buy a 1950 car. We don't need it. It would be different if our car was a wreck.
It would, huh?
Come back here, Gracie. I wish I had some facts about Ronnie's life so I could finish the speech.
Well, I'll go over to his house and interview him for you.
Never mind. I'll get the information.
Oh, well, you'll be too busy buying me a Cadillac. Come on, Blanche. You can go along and meet Ronald Reagan in person. Oh, Gracie!
Isn't that disgusting?
Gracie is staying here.
And so are you, Blanche. Ronald Reagan is nothing to get excited about. He's no different from me. We're both men. We're both flesh and blood.
Yeah. Except you got the flesh and he got the blood.
Just stay away from Reagan's house.
Oh, come on, Blanche. Let's go out in the kitchen and have a cup of coffee. Okay, Gracie.
Some acting.
Yeah. That wife of yours kills me, George. Imagine thinking she could get a new car with that dream idea.
Oh, I don't think she really expected it to work, Harry. She does those things for kicks. I remember once. Come in.
Mr. Burns?
Yes?
I'm Mr. Brown from Hillcrest Motors. I've got your new Cadillac out front. You'll just sign here, please?
I'm not buying a new Cadillac.
But, Mr. Burns, I spent all day yesterday with your wife answering her questions, explaining the car to her. Mr. Burns, I've earned this sale.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Do you know what she asked me to do? Put the windshield wipers on the inside so they wouldn't get wet when it rained.
Well, look, I don't...
And listen, all the time she was talking, she kept running the automatic windows up and down.
What for?
She was cracking nuts.
Well, look, Mr. Brown, maybe in a year or two I'll buy a car from you. But right now you can do me a little favor.
Like what?
Well, you're a salesman and you listen to lots of speeches. Listen to the opening of this speech and see what you think of it.
Okay.
Friars, friends, Toastmaster, and honored guest Ronnie Reagan. As I look at our guest of honor, I'm reminded of a story. It seems...
I heard a dilly you can use, Mr. Burns. You see, these three old men, 75, 85, and 95, are discussing how they'd like to die. And the first one says, I'd like to get it over fast, crash in a jet plane. And the second one says, I'll take freezing. That's just like going to sleep. And they both turned to the 95-year-old and said, well, how about you, Pop? And he says, I'd like to be shot by a jealous husband.
Goodbye, Mr. Brown.
Goodbye, Mr. Burns. You know, it sounds like you got a great speech.
I'm glad you like it. Schmo.
Hey, George. George?
Yes?
I just looked out in the kitchen. Now, wives are gone. I'll bet anything they went to Regan's house.
Don't be silly, Harry. We gave them orders not to. They wouldn't dare.
Yeah, I guess you're right. They wouldn't dare.
Of course not.
Well, here we are, Blanche. This is Ronald Reagan's house.
Oh, Gracie, I'm so excited. Imagine meeting that big, handsome movie star in person.
Oh, well, now, don't expect too much, Blanche. You know on the screen they use all kinds of tricks to make those movie stars look good. Makeup and putty and built-up shoes and girdles and wigs and goodness knows what all. You may get quite a shock when you see Ronald Reagan. Did you hear what I said?
No, what did you say?
I said you may get quite a shock when you see Ronnie Reagan.
Oh, I don't think so. I've seen him from a distance. What a man. 6 feet.
There you are. On the screen, you only see 2.
ring the doorbell, Gracie. You'll see how wrong you are.
All right. But don't say I didn't warn you. I've heard about these things, you know.
Yes, please, ladies. This humble person may be of assistance.
Well, caught you without your makeup, eh, Mr. Regan?
Oh, Gracie!
Excuse, please. Me not Mr. Ligon. Me, Mr. Ligon's boy.
His boy, huh? Do you look like your father?
Gracie, he's not Ronald Reagan's son. He's a houseboy. He works for him.
Oh.
Yes, me, Wong.
Well, it's big of you to admit it. Is Mr. Regan at home?
No, but I expect him very soon. Please to come in and wait.
Oh, we'd love to.
I'll say.
Isn't this exciting, Blanche, being in Ronnie Regan's home?
Oh, it's like a dream. If he walks in that door, I hope somebody pinches me.
Well, don't count on it, Blanche. He's a very nice boy.
Well, anyway, I can't wait for him to get here.
Oh, I just saw him drive in the driveway, Blanche. It won't be long now.
Oh, Gracie, I'm so nervous. I just know I'll stutter and stammer when I meet him.
Oh, now calm down. You'll be all right.
I'll practice my diction. Oh, no, brown cow.
Yeah, I think he'd like it better if you just said hello, Mr. Regan.
My knees are shaking. I'm going to stand behind this chair so I'll have something to lean on.
Oh, Wong, well, looks like I have company.
How now, brown cow? I mean, hello, Mr. Regan.
You're Gracie Allen, aren't you?
That's right.
And look who's behind the chair. It's George.
What? Oh, no, this is my friend Blanche Morton.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Please forgive me, Blanche. Is it all right if I call you Blanche?
Yeah, I like it better than George.
Imagine thinking you were a man. Well, it's the fault of the light in here. I'll make it dimmer. Please sit down, ladies. Now, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Oh, well, we want to find out all about your life, Mr. Regan. You see, George is going to make a speech at your dinner.
Yes, so I've been warned. Told.
Well, now, tell me all about yourself, and I'll make notes for George.
Very well. I'll start by telling you where I came from. I was raised on a farm in Illinois.
Well, that certainly beats California. All they can raise out here is vegetables.
I meant that my father had a farm, and I grew up on it.
Oh!
I went to a country school. This'll sound corny, but I actually had to walk 4 miles to the schoolhouse.
You poor boy. Did you go to college?
Yes, I went to college on a scholarship.
That certainly beat walking, didn't it?
Yes.
Well, tell me more about the farm. Did you raise any silos?
One of the biggest in Illinois, until a cyclone came along. I remember one summer we had 3 cyclones.
Really?
Yeah, but we had a good cyclone cellar.
Oh, he must have been good if he sold you 3 cyclones. Well, so much for your boyhood days. Now, I want to know all about you now. How old are you?
You mean before we started this interview or now? I've aged considerably.
Well, how old are you now? And tell the truth, Mr. Regan. I think it's silly for people to lie about their age.
Well, I'd say I'm about your age.
Oh, and out of college already?
Yes.
Now, tell me some exciting things that have happened to you.
Well, I've had a few narrow escapes hunting. See the bearskin rug in front of the fireplace?
Yes.
Well, that bear charged me.
How much?
He attacked me. If I hadn't gotten him, he'd have gotten me.
Oh, well, I'm awfully glad it was him. He makes a much better rug.
Thanks.
Now, is that the most nerve-wracking experience you've ever had?
Let's say it was the second most nerve-wracking.
When was the first?
It isn't over yet.
Well, now tell me all about how you happened to get into
come in?
Hi, George.
Oh, hello, Bill. I'm glad you dropped by. Would you listen to the opening of my Ronnie Reagan speech and see what you think of it?
Oh, sure, George. But listen, first let me tell you about the dream I had last night. I dreamt that you bought Gracie a 1950 Cadillac. Yeah, how'd you know?
You're the fourth dream I've seen walking. How did Gracie get you into this plot?
Well, she said she'd let me borrow the car to take my girls out.
You've got a car.
Well, it's a coupe. It only holds 3 girls. Gotta keep coming back to Hollywood and Vine for a refill.
Well, the new car is out.
Well, okay, I did my best. Let's hear the opening of your speech.
I think it's pretty funny, Bill. Friars, friends, Toastmaster, and honored guest, Ronnie Reagan. As I look at our guest, Havana, I'm reminded of a story. It seems...
Well, go on.
Thanks. It seems there were...
Hey, I just thought of a killer. Now get this, George. A girl was leaving home for the big city, so her mother said, "Now, Doris, don't ever let a man come to your apartment, because if you do, Mother will worry." So the daughter said, "Okay, Mom, I'll go to his apartment and let his mother worry."
Doesn't Afra have any straight men?
Now, just relax, George. What are you going to say about Ronnie Reagan after your opening?
Well, I'll tell about him being the president of the Screen Actors Guild.
Oh, yeah, that lucky dog. That's how he gets the girls.
What?
He got a law passed. Whenever a screen actor gets married, his little black book automatically goes to the president. Look at December alone. Jimmy Stewart, Cary Grant, and Clark Gable. He hit the jackpot.
Hello, dear. Hello, Bill. Look who I brought back with me.
Well, Ronnie, come in. Glad to see you.
Hello, George. Hiya, Bill. Hello, Lucky.
Ronnie, tell George about the dream you had last night.
Oh, yes.
Just tell me the model. I know the rest of it.
A convertible.
Thanks.
I had a wonderful interview with Ronnie, George. I'll tell you about it as soon as I make us all some tea.
Good idea, Gracie. How would you like it, fellas?
I'll take a slice of lemon. Just sugar for me.
I'll take cream.
Nobody wants tea, huh? Well, excuse me.
Just bring the other stuff, yes. Ronnie, I called Warner Brothers and got all the dope I needed for my speech. I'm sorry Gracie bothered you.
Oh, I didn't mind. But, man, how do you stand it every day?
It isn't easy. Once I decided to throw myself under a train.
Oh, George, you shouldn't have done it.
I didn't.
Oh.
I'll go collect my notes and run through my speech for you.
Okay, George. Hey, listen, Ron, I've been waiting to get you alone. What'll you take for Gable's book? No sale, Bill. But, Ronnie, you've got so many. To date all those beautiful dolls, you'll have to live to be 150. With that incentive, I might make it. Well, you'd know more about that than I would. You're closer. I wouldn't talk, Bill. You're pushing 40. Well, if I'm pushing it, you're dragging it. Are you kidding? The girls are starting to call you the grand old man of Mulholland. Listen, I could take a girl away from you with my hands tied behind me. That's the only way they'll go out with you. Ooh, I wish there was a girl here right now so I...
Well, here you are, boys. A slice of lemon and a lump of sugar.
Gracie, my romantic technique has been challenged by this character actor. Now, just for a minute, would you pretend that you're single? Yes, Gracie. We'll try our techniques on you. Now, forget that you're married to George Burns.
But, it takes time to forget a thing like that.
Well,
that's long enough.
Okay, Ronnie, you start. Ah, Gracie, you're lovely, beautiful, enchanting. I kiss your hand.
Oh.
All right. Now it's my turn.
Oh, you love it, Bill. It tickles.
No, Gracie. It's my turn to show my technique, my line.
What line? Come with me, Gracie. We'll drive through the park.
Come with me, Gracie. We'll drive to the ocean and watch the moonlight on the water.
We'll go dining and dancing.
We'll have champagne and caviar.
We'll brush our teeth with Amident ammoniated toothpaste.
What?
You can't top that, Bill. Girls love Amident toothpaste.
Wait a minute, that's my line.
It leaves your mouth feeling fresh and clean, your teeth bright and sparkling. Amident is a grand wake-up toothpaste.
Ronnie, don't say it so good. I got a living to make.
More dentists recommend Amident than any other dentifrice. How about it, Gracie?
I'll go with you, Ronnie.
Oh, no, you won't. If he's furnishing Amident toothpaste, I'm going with him.
Well, Ronnie, I've got my speech already. Sit down, everyone, and give a listen.
Okay, George.
Friars, friends, Toastmaster, and honored guest, Ronnie Regan. As I look at our guest of honor, I'm reminded of a story. It seems that
George, I know a story that'll be great next.
You like mine, Ronnie.
But wait till you hear this one. A spinster schoolteacher, sweet 36, and never been kissed, has her first date. Well, the moonlight, a smooth line, the fella kisses her. Immediately, she bursts out crying. She says, "Oh, how can I ever face those dear, sweet, innocent children tomorrow with 2 black marks against me?" The fella says, "What do you mean, 2?" She says, "Well, you're going to kiss me again, aren't you?"
Ronnie, that'll never get a laugh. Now, please, everyone, let me do my speech. Friars, friends, Toastmaster...
Yeah, I think it's terrible the way everybody interrupts George. Go ahead, dear.
Thanks. Friars, friends, Toastmaster...
Any man who's nice enough to buy his wife a Cadillac certainly deserves to try out his speech. Go ahead, George.
Friars, friends,
Probably a wonderful speech. Show them, dear.
Friars,
George
friends,
is a fine speaker.
Oh, no, I can't continue. And in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I can only wish Ronnie Regan the success and happiness that he so richly deserves. I thank you. How long did that run, Gracie?
Exactly 10 minutes, George, and it's a beautiful speech.
Well, thanks for listening to it.
Oh, it was a pleasure, darling. Doesn't this new Cadillac ride beautifully?
Yes.
Gee, it's swell in the back seat, too, isn't it, Ron?
Wonderful. But how come the windshield wiper's on the inside?
I'll explain that sometime, Ronnie.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Wednesday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Harry Lubin and the Amident Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. Brought to you by the makers of Amident, the ammoniated toothpaste and tooth powder. Recommended by more dentists than any other dentifrice. The George Burns and Gracie Allen program was transcribed in Hollywood, written by Paul Henning, Sid Dorfman, Larry Klein, and Harvey Helm, and produced by William Burns. And now here are our stars.
Gracie, next week our guest star will be the Bank of America.
The Bank of America?
Well, the same thing. Al Jolson.
Oh, he's wonderful. George, you know that $1 million robbery back in Boston? Do you think any of that money was Jolson's?
No, Gracie. Those armored trucks are too small to carry Jolson's loot. The Navy moves his money in battleships.
Oh, so that's why the Missouri got stuck in the mud.
Yeah, that did it. See you next week, Jolie. Good night, folks.
Next Wednesday and every Wednesday, listen to The Amident Show starring George and Gracie. Good night, everyone.
Stay tuned for the Lum and Abner Show, which follows immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
the Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach, the Green Hornet.
With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Torpedo on Wheels. The Green Hornet strikes again. All night long, heavy trucks lumbered along the trunk highways outside the city, moving with their loads of vital material. From a hill several hundred yards off the road, two men squinted through the darkness, checking the lights of each truck as it lumbered off the stiff grade.
Is that it? What does it come news to Crest to hear?
I don't see any flags.
Nor any lights. No. Let it pass.
I'm getting stiff.
You will be alone. My information is accurate.
I've been waiting half an hour.
Patience is a virtue you know nothing about, Colby, eh?
It's cold, too.
Not a truck.
Yeah.
That's the one, Colonel. See the red light? Now.
That's right, Duncan. Two fellas dead, the driver and the speller. All right. Easy with the rigging. I'm coming. Hello, Michael Axford. Oh, yeah. Hello, Reed. No, I couldn't get close. They wouldn't let nobody close. They said there was some gasoline that might explode. They had it roped off. Only what the cops would tell me. Gail? No, she isn't here yet, Reed, but... Okay, as soon as she comes. I'll be seeing you. A fine thing. And me what used to be on the police force.
Hello, Axford.
Hello.
I declare you all look gloomier than 2 bits worth of black molasses.
I said hello, didn't I? Now will you go away and... Oh, it's you.
Gosh, have I changed that much, Axford?
You got a smudge on your cheek.
I have. Goodness, I haven't had a chance to look in a mirror.
Never mind looking for your mirror now. You haven't got time.
Oh, I have too.
You have not. Reed was just talking to me. He wants to see you as soon as you come in, he said.
Uh-oh.
Golly, you did something wrong?
Well, I'm not sure I was where I was supposed to be.
What was that?
Right here at the Sentinel.
Then where were you?
No place, really. Just up on a hill.
Well, you'd better see Reed. He'll be in a hole. Now go ahead. Say, just a second.
I can't wait.
No, you don't. Up on the hill where?
Why, it was just... Gracious sakes, Axford, what makes you so suspicious?
Aha! That tells me. It was that truck accident, wasn't it? I might have known.
Oh, shucks, supposing it was. Now, I've got to see Mr. Reed.
Okay, but I'm going with you. Suffering snakes, that was my assignment.
I'm just all broken up about sneaking out, Mr. Reed, but honest to Richmond, I was just sitting around the newsroom doing nothing. I didn't have any more assignments than a hootie owl. So when I heard that Axford hadn't been able to get near that accident scene, I just
She up and stole my assignment, Reed, that's what. Holy crow, if I wasn't a gentleman, I'd break...
Just a moment, Axford. You tried, didn't you?
Huh?
You said the police had it roped off and you couldn't get inside, so you came back to the Sentinel.
Sure, that's right, Reed. But it's the principle of the thing. I know Gail didn't get any place either.
Not
but
unless you call getting right inside the ropes no place. How do y'all think I got this smudge on my cheek?
What's that you're saying?
Do you mind if I take off my coat, Mr. Reed?
Okay, I'll go ahead and...
Suffering snakes. A nurse's uniform. So you wormed your way inside them lines by posing as a nurse.
Wasn't it cute of me to figure it out?
Well, you are the... Holy crow! Golly, I tell you...
Stop it, Mike. Well, Gail, you got inside, but you shouldn't have done it. If that trailer full of gasoline had blown up, the Sentinel would have lost its best woman reporter.
Well, that's just it, Mr. Reed. There wasn't any gasoline trailer. There wasn't anything there but just a big hole in the ground. I don't reckon we can print anything because that's why they were keeping people away. But that truck had blown up, Mr. Reed. It wasn't any ordinary truck. It was carrying dynamite.
Sabotage, Kate. It was sabotage just as sure as you and I are sitting here.
Miss Manning's very lucky, yes?
Yeah, she gives the appearance of being dumb, Cato, but there's plenty of brains behind that pretty face.
Sentinel not princess?
And we can't. It's sensible information. That's why that area was roped off.
Poor Axford. He get, hornswoggled.
These days, a lot of trucks are hauling war materials. Guns, ammunition, vital food. And this was a red flag job.
Will you explain, please?
Well, there's no mystery about it. Trucks that carry high explosives are required to fly red flags during the daytime and have red spotlights front and rear at night as a warning.
Why you say sabotage? Perhaps truck have accident and blew up.
It was a clear stretch of road, Cato. And those drivers are careful. It was an upgrade. The truck was traveling slowly. Besides, here's something else. Here. Look at this.
Mr. Britt, this is a Clarion newspaper.
That's right.
That opposition paper.
I tell you, Cato. Don't you mention it and I won't. We'll just keep it a deep, dark secret.
But what?
Here's an ad in the Clarion. The Sentinel refused to run it.
Oh, wanted. Experienced long-haul truck drivers. Get better wages. Oh, Sentinel not run this ad?
No, we turned it down. The Sentinel doesn't encourage job pirating. But here's the odd angle, Cato. Our advertising department didn't get a kick from the people who wanted to place that ad. And yet the Sentinel has the top advertising coverage in the city. Every advertiser wants the Sentinel.
Oh?
And here's another angle. One of our truckmen applied. He couldn't find out where the job would be. They just weren't interested in him.
I don't understand.
Oh, wait, I'm not through. The only ones they were interested in were truck drivers used to hauling explosives. Yet they weren't doing any hiring that he could see at all.
Truck drivers who haul explosives. Oh, Mr. Britt, I don't see what that means.
Never mind. I do. That's why we're going out tonight.
Tonight?
Pick up the Hornet mask and the gas weapon. I hope there's plenty of gas in the Black Beauty.
A few moments later, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. The passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
The Black Beauty car already, Mr. Britt.
Okay, let's travel.
Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. The section of wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
So far, so good, caller.
Now we have another job to perform. This affair of the entire caravan of trucks which will be carrying war supplies. That is, provided your information is correct.
It's been correct so far, Wolf. I got it straight. It's the road race company. They'll be sending out a string of 10 trucks. Airplane batteries in most of them, TNT and a couple of others.
And when will they be sent?
I'll know that tomorrow.
TNT and airplane batteries. Batteries are very important, nicht wahr?
Yeah. I wish you'd lay off those German expressions, Wolf. It makes me nervous.
Then let us find some place to talk. The street is very cold.
Sure, we're going to my office. Save it for then.
We must make our plans exact.
Nobody in my office but my secretary. She knows as much as we do. We turn in here.
Your secretary. I hope you trust her.
Sure, all the way. We go here, Wolf. My office is up on the 3rd floor.
That's all I can tell you.
You sure of that?
Yes.
All right. Okay, let it go. That's all you can tell me.
Yes, Hornet,
Your
please.
boss must know about this, understand? Not a word.
Yes.
Okay. I'll be seeing him later.
Gone. Masked. The Hornet. I mustn't tell ever. Not... Mr. Kohler, I didn't know you...
I was out in the hall with Wolf. We could see you through the glass in the door.
It wasn't my fault. I never saw the Hornet before in my life.
Relax, sister. Maybe I believe you. You told them about the road race job we're planning, didn't you? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, I had to.
Sure. Forget it, see?
Where's Wolf?
Him? Oh, don't worry about a thing, Miss Murdoch. He went downstairs ahead of the Hornet. He's going to follow him. He's going to find out who the Green Hornet really is. Pretty neat trick, huh?
Well, Wolf? Yeah, Kohler. That was a fine idea. The Green Hornet had a car in the alley. I saw it clearly.
You know who he is?
I think it would be a good idea if you wrote a letter to the Daily Sentinel newspapers, Kohler. Well, no name, of course. But the Green Hornet will be sure to see it, yes?
Pick me up around 5 o'clock this evening, Cato.
Yes, sir. Excuse, please, Mr. Briggs.
Make it fast, Cato. I'm due up in my office right now.
You recall last night when we leave Colonel's office in Black Beauty?
Well?
I hesitated to speak of it at time, but now I'm more certain. Mr. Briggs, I think somebody followed us last night.
Somebody followed?
Well, good morning to you, Reed. You're down kind of late, aren't you?
Oh, hello, actually.
I've been down for hours already.
Well, I was out rather late last night.
Are you coming upstairs to your office? I'm on my way up myself.
Yes. All right. I'll see you later, Cato.
Yes, sir. Good day.
Well, let's not stand out in the street, actually. Let's get upstairs. Seems to have turned colder rather suddenly, hasn't it?
Golly, Reed, you don't look good. Maybe you're not getting enough sleep.
I'll forget it, actually.
But you look kind of pale and peaked.
Will you please forget it? I'm all right. I'm fine. She's been doing everything to take my pulse all the way up on the elevator.
Have you had some bad news, Reed? Has somebody died?
No. Not yet.
Not yet? What do you
Actually, I have work to do. I haven't even seen the first edition. I haven't talked with Gunnigan about today's front page and I have a dozen letters to get off. Now, will you please do me a favor and let...
Mr. Reed.
Oh, now what? I should have traffic lights.
Mr. Reed, heavens to Betsy. Oh, I declare I'm all out of breath.
Take a deep one and start over.
Well, I was helping Mr. Gunnigan check the mail, and this came as a Daily Sentinel. And, well, I reckon you all better look at it. I never got such a start in my life.
Sounds important. Let's see.
Suffering snakes, Gay, will you stop your hands from shaking? Here it is, Reed.
See, it isn't signed. I don't know why Gunnigan pays any attention to crank letters like this. Actually, listen to this. To the editor. I won't tell you my name yet because I'm afraid of what might happen to me. The next time I write, I'll have police protection because I'll be positive then. In fact, I'm positive now. Mr. Editor, I know who the Green Hornet is.
Now back to our story. The Sentinel carried the unsigned note in a box on the front page. That night at Britt Reed's apartment, Cato shook his head mournfully as Britt read it.
I'll have police protection because I'll be positive then. In fact, I'm positive now. Mr. Editor, I know who the Green Hornet is.
Oh, that's very bad, Mr. Britt.
Makes a good headline, Cato.
This is no time for joke. Always when I have bad dream is that sometimes somebody find out you're a Green Hornet. You go to jail, Mr. Britt. You get executed for murder.
I've never harmed anyone, you know that.
But police not know it. Police records say Green Hornet very bad criminal. Even murderer.
Yeah, that note isn't signed.
No, but obvious who know this from. I tell you, we were seen when we leave Kohler office last night in Black Beauty.
Oh, it's too bad, isn't it? This time we've got the lowdown on Kohler and Wolf. Kohler's secretary talked, but I wonder how much good it'll do us now.
It's impossible to operate from behind steel bars.
Are we going to take this sitting down?
What is difference? Sitting down or standing up? Pretty soon we are lying down, 6 feet underground. Bad, very bad. Do you think it's safe for us to go out in Black Beauty tonight? After letter in Central, police will be on watch every place.
You might as well, Cato. If our identity is known, it makes no difference what we do, does it?
Yes, that's very true.
Kohler wants to see us. It's obvious we wouldn't have sent that letter to a newspaper where it'd be published. Well, we don't want to disappoint him. Here's the Black Beauty. Hop in.
How you can talk so calmly? Your life's in danger. Please, answer me one question, yes?
What's that, Cato?
Kohler and Wolf know who's Green Hornet. Is that right?
Go on.
It's very obvious what they do. Perhaps they notify police. Perhaps not. But if they offer you choice between jail and helping them with sabotage, what will you do, Mr. Britt?
Get in the car, Cato. We'd better go.
That's all I was able to find out, Wolf. Take another day to check it out.
Never mind, Kohler. So long as we are positive, yeah? Let us figure on the trucks instead. It is tonight?
Yeah, less than 2 hours.
The trucks will be assembled at the truck terminal, yeah?
That's right.
Also, there's a munitions truck which is due at the terminal to unload men.
15 minutes before the rest pick up and leave.
Sehr good. We trail the munitions truck, take over when it stops for a traffic light, and then send the truck smashing into the loading terminal. It should ruin that value.
Mr. Kohler, he's coming.
So. Now he comes. Fine. We shall be ready for his entrance.
I'm back again. Where's your boss?
Why, you...
Hello, Hornet. I've been expecting you.
I didn't want to disappoint you. After all, that letter was practically an engraved invitation, wasn't it?
Sure, one you couldn't refuse. I don't know why you bothered to wear the mask anymore with me.
Just force of habit, Mr. Kohler. Besides, you may be bluffing.
Would you be here? Now, let's get down to cases, Hornet. You're a handy man, see?
Thanks.
That's all right. You came up here the other night and got the dame to talk.
Oh,
Shut
I
up.
did.
Like I heard about you. You want a slice of dough to keep you quiet.
I always get it.
Now, this time it's different, huh? You see, if we know who you are, we can expose you just as easy as you can put the finger on us.
You followed me last night, is that it?
Something like that. We lost you after a while, but we got enough. We saw that car of yours up close.
Oh?
Yeah. Took down the license number. But anyway, Hornet, here's the angle. We know who you are, and you got a little dope on us. It's a Mexican standoff, sort of. We could use a man with your talents, especially tonight. In fact, it's time to leave now. We got to hurry.
So that's it. Tonight.
Oh, you didn't know that, huh?
Go on, Kohler.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we can use you. Do like we say, and I've got some cash to hand you. Get that cash out the drawer.
Yes, Mr. Kohler.
Here it is, Hornet, $2,000.
Not bad for a few hours' work.
Not even for you. But before I give it to you, I want
You
to
want
know...
my answer? It's this. Don't move, Kohler.
Now listen.
Don't move and you listen. The Green Hornet's been credited with a lot of crimes, but I don't want any part of the kind of job you're planning. I'll take that money right now.
No, wait.
Thanks. So make a nice present for the USO. And there's one way to make sure you don't spread your information.
What are you talking about?
Dead men don't talk, Kohler.
Now, Hornet, wait. Now, wait, Hornet.
The knife!
What the? Wolf, get him. Got him. Now, Wolf, now. Open that closet. That's it.
Get in there.
Now, lock it.
It's locked.
Good.
Come, let's get out of here.
Hello. Hello. That's better. Now I see. What? Woman. What happened to Mr. Prince? Hello? Who is inside? One moment. Mr. Britt.
Thanks, Cato. My head.
Oh, you hurt, Mr. Britt.
No, it's nothing. Wolf was in the other room waiting. They were all ready in case I didn't play ball with them. Then the lights went out and Wolf came from behind. He used the butt of his gun.
They put you in closet.
Yes. I was half conscious, Cato. I heard them arguing with a woman about something. They were in a hurry to get away. They were in such a hurry they even forgot to take this money.
Mr. Britt, look. There's woman.
Dead. They killed her. They did it, the dirty yellow back. What time is it?
You watch.
It's late. Cato, we've got to go.
Mr. Britt, no. You are busy.
We've got to go, Cato.
Call the police.
Yes, we'll call the police, but we've still got to handle this ourselves. The Black Beauty's fast. Faster than any police car. It's got to be fast.
It is a good, clear night, Kohler. Here we look both ways, yeah?
Oh, we got those trucks lined up the loading platform.
It is the auto direction that concerns me. As soon as we see the red headlights.
Yeah, that's our baby. What do we do about the Hornet, Wolf?
Simple, Kohler. After this is over, you go back to your office, nicht wahr? You didn't call the police. So you have captured the Green Hornet. They come and arrest him for the murder of your secretary.
She was pretty good.
They were too nervous. His brain was too great for her. Sooner or later, she would have broken down and talked to the police or somebody.
Well, I guess it's the best way. Too bad the Hornet wouldn't work with us.
Patriotism in a criminal. Still, as you say, he's too dangerous. He would kill us both to keep us from revealing who he is.
We don't need that license number now.
Ah. It seems to me...
Wolf, that's it.
Ah. Flashlight. Now.
What's the idea of stopping me, you guys? This here's a hot shot. I ain't got no time to help fix
I
cars.
thought maybe you could give us a lift to the nearest garage.
Sorry, buddy. This is government stuff. No hitchhikers.
Get him. Quick, off the side of the road.
I'll tell you, Mike, how do you jump out of the truck, Wolf?
Yeah. They're right behind me. If the truck is close enough, I jump. It'll be a torpedo on wheels aimed straight at the trucks below. Schnell.
That's it, Cato, with the car trailing it. Pull up on the left of the car. Close. What the? Take it, Kohler. It's going off the road. Now the same with the truck, Cato, up on the left.
Truck loaded with explosives.
I know what. I can't let it crash. I'm going to jump for it. You'll have to get right alongside.
Yes, sir.
Don't
on it, there's a bus. I'll take that wheel, Wolf. That does it.
Truck weave all over the road.
Lucky, Mel. Now we better make ourselves scarce, Cato. Look at those men running up from the truck terminal. I've spotted the truck weaving.
But, Mr. Britton, these spies, they know who's Green Hornet.
No time, Cato. Run for it before we're seen. Well, I'll be... Hey, you guys, something screwy. This isn't a regular driver.
Yeah, Jane, it's sure lucky we came along with the cops. Them two lugs tried to blow up that dynamite truck and the rest of them with it. What a story for the Sentinel. I tell you...
Heavens to Betsy, will you listen to me? I'm trying to tell you. One of those spies says he knows who the Green Hornet is.
Hey, what's that?
Sure thing. I just heard him telling the police. He doesn't know yet, but he says he's got the license number of the Green Hornet car.
The license number? Holy crow, is that all?
Was something wrong?
Something snakes. Do you think the Hornet would be sap enough to have a regular license plate for his car? It's a phony. That number's been spotted dozens of times. They'll never nab the Hornet that way. Never in a million years.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The stories of the Lone Ranger's adventures were told and retold around thousands of frontier campfires, and many of those stories have come down to us through the generations. We know that the masked rider of the plains did more than any other man to bring law and order to the early western United States, and that Hi-O Silver came to be the battle cry of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Baker City. Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver!
The masked man and his faithful Indian companion Tonto rode slowly toward Baker City. Less than a mile from town, as they were passing a grove of trees, Tonto's horse whinnied nervously and for no apparent reason came to a clattering halt.
What matter, Paint Horse? Oh, Silver. Oh. Well, that funny thing. Maybe there's a snake on the trail. Me not see him. But what? Look over there, Tonto. What you see? I may be wrong, but I want to have a look. Oh? Come. You see anything by the base of that tree? Grass plenty torn up. As though there might have been a fight here. But that isn't all. There. Blood. That's what must have frightened your horse. Whoever was here tried to cover it up, but he was in too big of a hurry to do a good job. That's right. You look. There. On tree. What is it, Tonto? They're hair from horse. Yes, black hairs. Someone riding a black horse was here. The horse must have rubbed up against the tree, and these hairs were caught in the bark. That's right. Did you find anything else, Kimosabe? No. That's all. This may mean nothing, or it may mean a lot. Me think feller get killed. What we do? There's nothing we can do except go on to town. What we do there? Perhaps they've had word there of a shooting. Steady, old boy. Most likely, there's nothing to worry about, but it won't hurt to find out. Come on, get him up, Paint Horse.
At the same time, the masked man and Tonto were examining the evidence beneath the grove of trees. 3 men were standing before the bar of the cafe in Baker City. One was Mort Prentice, a rancher with an outfit 15 miles from town. The second was Clem Sawyer, the town's domineering banker. And the third was Phil Tracy, a gambler who spent most of his time at the cafe's gaming tables. The 3 men were engaged in what seemed to be a friendly argument.
Look here, Clem. What I aim to find out is how you and Phil knew I was figuring to buy that there diamond Jason York brought to this town.
You didn't have a notion you could put something over on us, did you, Mort?
I ain't as easy as that. And from the looks of it, Clem ain't neither.
You two are always trying to go me one better.
What you mean, Mort, is that you and Phil are always trying to get the best of me.
Now
That ain't right neither, Clem. It's you and Mort that are staying awake nights to get ahead of me.
Well, I put it over on the two of you the time I bought Blackie.
That horse of yours?
Mm-hmm. He's the best horse you ever seen.
He ain't in the same class with that black horse I bought.
You're both loco. Compared to that horse of mine, yours are just a couple of stove-in cayuses that ain't hardly got the strength to walk to the feed box for oats.
Why, you bragging old
Hold on. That just goes to prove what I was saying.
Yeah?
Because I buy me a black horse, you two fellas think you've got to have black horses to beat mine.
How about the time I bought me that fancy saddle? You two mavericks didn't waste no time having saddles just like it sent out from Denver.
Talk all you want to, Phil. And you too, Clem. But if the both of you ain't here to try and outbid me for that diamond old man York brought from Frisco, then I'm a sheep herder.
Well, you didn't figure on hogging it for yourself, did you?
Say, just who is this fellow York?
Ain't you never heard of him? Why, he's the biggest jeweler in the hull of Frisco.
Know him, do you?
Well, he's never been in these parts afore, but I met him once when I was on the coast.
Well, why can't we go up and talk to him now, Mort? He's in his room, isn't he?
We're supposed to wait for the young fella that's his bodyguard.
Well, ain't that him just coming in?
Well, sure it is. What's his name, Mort?
He calls himself Dick Leonard.
Dick. Hey, Dick.
You want me?
We're waiting to see your boss.
We heard he's got one of the biggest diamonds ever seen in these parts.
That's right. Sure is a beauty. You fellas aim to buy it?
Well, one of us does.
Come along, then. His room's just at the head of the stairs.
Come along, fellas.
Why won't he come down?
Well, if there's cash going to change hands, it ought to be where it's private.
Well, here's the steps.
Well, I'm declaring myself right now. I'm going to have that diamond if I got to get a mortgage on my ranch from claim to buy it.
I ain't so sure I'd loan you any cash.
Well, I got cash aplenty. So I'm warning you fellas. If either one of you aims to get that stone away from me, you'll have to bid mighty high.
You're two of the most contrary cusses
Quiet down. Here's York's door.
I'll knock to let him know we're here.
Well, go ahead.
He don't answer.
Maybe he's napping.
That's funny. He don't often sleep during the day.
Well, rap again.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have gone out, would he?
He said he'd be right here.
Maybe you better try the door.
I don't suppose there's anything wrong, but just...
Well, anyhow, the door's unlocked. He can't be so very
Look
far.
at there. Well, I'll be... Come here.
He's been shot.
Mr. York, can you hear me? This is Dick.
That won't do no good. He's dead, all right.
Real
Take a look
clean
there.
center.
Oh, but who am I?
Diamond, where's the diamond?
Why, he kept it in a little chamois bag in a special pocket he had.
Take a look and see if it's there.
I'll soon find out.
I'll bet it's gone. What else would he have been shot for?
Can you find it, Dick?
Just a minute.
Mort, you better get the sheriff. This is something for the law to handle.
I seen him downstairs. I'll have him right here.
What'd you find out, Dick?
It's gone.
The diamond?
There ain't no sign of it. The bag's here, but it's empty.
What's that under York's hand?
It's a piece of paper.
Well, I'll get it.
What's it say, Phil?
Well, of all the low-down tricks. Put up your hands, you skunk.
You don't mean... Oh, look here. Don't you accuse me of it. I didn't do it.
Reach, Dick. Heist your hands and make it fast.
You're wrong. Look here, Phil. I didn't have...
Heist him. Take his gun, Clem.
I'll take his gun, Phil, but I'd sure like to know what you're accusing Dick for.
Get the gun, then I'll tell you.
There.
Listen, boys, there's a mistake. There's a big mistake.
Shut up. Here, Clem. Have a look at this note. It was written before York died.
Let me see it. Writing sort of scraggling, ain't it?
Yeah.
It's enough to put the blame on you, all right, Dick.
What's it say?
I was shot by my bodyguard. That's you, Dick.
It's a lie. Let me see that note.
So as you can chew it up and destroy the evidence, huh? Not a chance. We told you what it says. Now you just keep your hands high till we get the sheriff here.
I know York's handwriting. Let me see if it's his.
A man don't bother to write in his familiar style when he's dying. Writing don't mean anything.
You gotta listen to me now.
Better save your talk for the jury and the sheriff, Beck.
What's all the commotion?
Oh, here's the Sheriff Mort now. Come in here, Sheriff.
That's what I aim to do. What's going on? Hey, Phil, what are you holding your gun on Dick for?
I reckon we already got the prisoner for you, Sheriff.
Listen to me. It's a frame-up. I didn't do it.
That's what about 9 killers out of 10 say. It's funny the number of men claim they was framed. So it's Jason York has been shot, eh?
There he is, poor critter.
Phil has a note.
Well, let me see it.
There you are. It tells just why I slapped leather and disarmed Dick Leonard.
Sheriff, let me...
Shut up like you're done reading this.
It's evidence, ain't it?
Reckon it is. Let me see your shooting iron.
Here it is.
Thanks, Clem.
You can see, Sheriff. The gun ain't been fired. Smell of it. You can prove it.
Ain't no cartridges fired. Barrel looks clean. Don't smell of burnt powder.
Don't that prove
that?
That
don't prove a thing. The first thing a smart killer does is to clean his gun and replace the fired shells. We'll take the gun as evidence along with the note.
Sheriff, will you let me have a look at that note?
Sure. Keep your hands right where they are and look as much as you please. That's you that's mentioned here, ain't it?
Yeah, but that ain't York's handwriting.
No?
No, it ain't.
The jury will discuss that angle of it, Leonard.
Of all the dirty frame-ups. You can't hang in the strength of that note. You
May
can't...
as well fess up, Dick. Where's the diamond at?
How'd I know?
Don't know why you wouldn't, being as you killed York to get it.
You do best to tell the truth, Dick.
Sure, come clean. Tell us where the diamond's hid. The law might go a little easier with you.
I don't know where the diamond is. I didn't kill York. I didn't touch that diamond. You can jail me if you're a minder. You can hang me. But I won't tell where that diamond is. I can't tell because I don't know, and that's the honest-to-God's truth.
Well, you better come along, Dick. Reckon there's nothing to do but jail you.
I wouldn't decide on that too quickly.
Oh, what the...
Where'd he come from?
Mask.
Well, I'll be. Stick your hands up, mister. You're...
Not so fast. You're all covered.
I got a gun on
It
you.
looks as if we have each other covered. Drop your gun.
I won't.
Drop it. You can't squeeze that trigger fast enough. Drop it. Quick. That's better. Now we can talk.
Who in
Sheriff, I can best explain my being here by saying I'm interested in seeing this murder solved.
Then why...
But arresting that man won't solve it.
Who says it won't solve?
He read a note.
Anyone could write a note. What does that mean?
But it's signed by
Is there anything to stop you from signing whatever name you want?
Me? Well, land sakes,
You can write anything.
My sakes, mister, don't look at me. I don't know anything.
If the dead man is supposed to have written the note in this room, isn't it natural to suppose he would have been shot in this room?
Who in blazes says he wasn't shot in this room?
Now you get out of here and mind your own business. What is there to prove he was shot in this room? What's that? Look around here. Is there any sign of a man being wounded or shot? I don't see any stains.
Well, that don't prove it.
Hold on, mister. I don't know who you are, but seems you're aiming to find a murderer.
How was the man shot?
Drilled clean through the heart.
He was killed mighty sudden.
Mighty sudden, eh?
Well, it must have been.
And yet you claim he was able to get to that table and write a note and sign his name to it.
He couldn't have, don't you see, Sheriff? That lets me out. That shows the note is faked. It proves that the note don't mean anything. And without the note, there's nothing to accuse me.
You know York's handwriting?
As well as I know my own, and that note weren't writ by him.
That's about what I thought.
Well, you thought what, stranger?
Perhaps I'd better keep my ideas to myself.
Now, see here. If you're going to bust into this case, you got to let me know.
I've nothing to say right now, Sheriff. Suppose you go right ahead as you had planned.
Don't let me down. Wait, stranger. Don't leave.
We'll meet again, Dick.
Don't go. You're the only friend I got. You're the only one that believes in me.
Keep your chin up.
Now, you hold on. I want to talk to you.
Don't try to follow me. Now, get the key out of the door.
Sheriff, don't let him get away.
Grab him.
I've a cupboard.
Now, hold on there.
Out the back way.
Why you not tell law what you find?
I nearly did, Kemosabe. Now I have another plan.
What? That?
We need certain information. But when we have it, Tonto, we'll trap the killer.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. On the strength of the note which accused young Dick Leonard of murder, the sheriff of Baker City, accompanied by Mort Prentice, Clem Sawyer, and Phil Tracy, took Dick to jail and locked him up.
There. I reckon that'll hold you all right.
You're making a bad mistake, Sheriff.
Maybe so, but I'll take my chances on that.
Sheriff, what we want to know is where he put the diamond he stole.
He'll talk before I'm through with him.
You heard the things the masked man said. I'll bet Jason wasn't ever killed in that room.
You ought to know.
How in blazes could Jason have written anything after being shot through the heart the way he was?
That ain't for me to say.
What's more, I can prove that note wasn't in Jason's handwriting.
Yeah? How?
By sending to Frisco for other things he wrote. Then you could compare them.
Frisco's a mighty long ways off.
But it's one way...
I reckon the judge will be sober enough to hold court long before you could get an answer.
I wish I could talk to that masked fellow again.
Uh-huh. There's some things I'd like to ask him myself.
Sheriff, maybe Dick and the masked fellow was in on the killing together.
They might have been.
It sure wouldn't surprise me if it was so.
By golly.
Huh?
Maybe that explains it.
Explains what more?
Where the diamond got to. Maybe Dick killed Jason, stole the diamond, then slipped it to the masked hombre.
That's it.
Sheriff, you got to find that feller.
I'll get a posse together.
I'll ride in the sheriff.
And so will I.
We'll all go.
You fellas are clean loco. I'll bet the masked man didn't have no more to do with the killing than I did.
But that was a plenty.
Let's get started, Sheriff. If we don't wait too long, maybe we can pick up the trail.
Yeah.
Come on.
What's that?
Look.
The masked man again.
He was listening to what we said.
Then it's just too bad for him. Now we'll get him for sure.
The sheriff and his companions tried to follow the Lone Ranger, but the great horse Silver soon outdistanced the pursuit. For the next 3 days, a posse led by the sheriff scoured the hills for some clue to the masked man's hiding place. They were unsuccessful, however, and in the meantime, Neither the ranger nor Tonto had been idle. The faithful Indian had made careful inquiries in the surrounding district and brought the information he gathered to his friend.
Then there are 3 men who might have killed Jason York. That is, if we're right in supposing he was shot near that grove of trees instead of in the hotel.
Tonto not think him shot in hotel.
Doesn't seem likely. Only Mort Prentice mentioned hearing a shot. He may have imagined it.
That right.
3 men in town own black horses. Mort Prentice, Clem Sawyer, and Phil Tracy.
And that all?
All 3 wanted to buy the diamond Jason brought with him. And not a one of them could really have afforded it.
That what me hear.
Mort has had a bad year with his ranch. There's been talk that Clem's bank is shaky. He might have stolen the diamond, knowing someplace where he could turn it into cash.
Plenty fellers say bank need cash.
And Phil Tracy has had an unlucky streak at gambling. I've heard he's lost thousands.
And him, bad feller.
The gambler would probably be able to dispose of a diamond easily.
What you think about feller named Dick?
I doubt that Dick killed Jason. The murderer wrote that note accusing Dick. And he certainly wouldn't have accused himself.
That's right.
And no matter what the sheriff thinks, Jason couldn't have lived long enough to write that note.
What will you do, huh?
Tonto, I think we can trap the killer tonight.
That'd be a good thing.
Here, Silver. It'll be dark by the time we reach town.
Here, paint horse.
You understand what you're to do, don't you, Tonto?
Me no.
Good. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, paint horse.
That evening, Phil Tracy, the gambler, following his usual custom, went to the cafe where he joined in a game of poker already in session. His luck, however, was still against him, and at length he pushed back his chair impatiently and threw his cards on the table.
Blast the luck. I haven't had such bad cards in years.
Phil! Hey, Phil!
Yeah?
A fellow just pushed a gun in my back.
Well, what's that to me?
And then he gave me this paper for you.
What's that?
He said to give it to you right away.
What paper? Where is it?
Here.
Who was he?
I never got a look at him. He said if I tried to turn around, he'd shoot. But maybe he...
Well, I'll be...
What's it say?
None of your blame business.
You needn't get mad.
Was it bad news, Phil?
What are you looking so white about?
Can't you tell us what's in it?
Ain't the note signed?
It ain't signed, and I just said it's nobody's business what's in it. But if I find the fellow that wrote it, I'll fill him full of lead.
Clem Sawyer was alone in the office of his bank when suddenly the door burst open.
Don't turn around.
There ain't no cash here.
This isn't a hold-up.
But
careful. I said not to turn around.
Who are you? I've heard that voice before.
I've got a message for you.
A message?
There. But don't read it until I've gone.
Wait.
You will understand when you've read the note.
But listen here.
That's 2 of them, Silver, old fellow. Now to call on Mort Prentice. Come on, Silver.
Mort Prentice had been talking with the sheriff about Dick Leonard's trial for more than an hour. Finally, he said,
I guess we can leave everything up to you, Sheriff. Good night.
Night, Mort.
Yeah. Well, looks like that young feller's gonna hang, sure enough, but
Stand where you are.
Hey, what
Don't
the...
turn around.
I'll call the sheriff.
Read this. Then I think you'll change your mind.
What is this?
You'll soon know.
Wait, come back here.
We may meet again, Mort. Come on, Silver.
That's a blame funny thing. Who was that feller, anyhow? And what in blazes is in this paper?
After Mort left, the sheriff made ready to lock up his office for the night. But first he went to Dick Leonard's cell. The young man still protested his innocence in the face of the evidence against him.
Sheriff, if you hang me, You're hanging the wrong man.
The judge will decide that, Dick.
But you ain't even let me write to Frisco, like I said, to get samples of Jason's handwriting.
I did that myself.
Huh?
Yep, I figured if you was bluffing, I'd just call your bluff.
And you'll get an answer before the trial?
Can't say about that, but it ain't impossible.
I reckon maybe I ought to apologize to you, Sheriff. I had a notion you were just trying to frame me for the killing without caring whether I'd done it or not.
Well, I got to thinking over what the masked man said, and
you decided he was right?
No, not exactly. But he did mention one or two things that might need a little clearing up.
Well, a redskin.
Huh?
You stand still.
What are you...
You do what Tonto tell you.
He's got you covered, Sheriff.
Boy, you only...
Take key and open door.
You can't make me,
Open door.
Careful of that gun, Injun.
You hurry.
Just when I was beginning to think that maybe you wasn't guilty, you try a stunt like this.
Sheriff, I had nothing to do with the redskin coming here. I never seen him before.
You expect me to believe that?
It's the truth.
You open door.
I am. But you'll pay for this, Injun. And you too, Dick.
You come.
Me?
Redskin, this makes you just as guilty as him.
You come, too.
But I tell you,
We take ride.
A ride? Where?
Tonto show you.
All right. You got the drop on me now. But I'm telling you, Injun, I'll have you in jail or turn in my star.
His work in town finished, the Lone Ranger raced toward the grove of trees where he and Tonto had stopped several days before. There he dismounted and stood beside Silver. The minutes passed slowly, but he made no move. Then, although he carefully concealed the fact, his ears caught the faint sound of a man's footsteps.
Quiet, old boy.
Hold it.
So you came.
Sure I came. But you never figured I'd show up without you hearing me, did you?
Perhaps.
Let me have a look at you. Well, bless my hide if it ain't the masked feller. I'm right glad to meet up with you again, stranger.
Yes?
And first I'm going to find out how you knew it was me that killed Jason. Then you're getting the same as he did.
You're sure of that?
I'm holding all the high cards in this game, stranger. I reckon you ain't got no choice but to follow my lead.
Go on.
Well, speak up. How'd you get on to me?
You read my note, didn't you?
Uh-huh. It said for me to meet you where the killing took place. And if we could come to terms, maybe you wouldn't tell the sheriff what you knew.
That's right.
But that ain't answering my question. Did you see it happen?
Maybe.
Don't feel like talking, huh? Well, I reckon I'll have a look at what's behind that mask of yours. Then we'll get down to business.
Careful.
Now just stand still, or this shooting iron of mine is liable to go off. There. No.
That him, Silver?
Stop it! Up, boy! Blast you, I'll kill you!
Drop your gun!
I'll let loose.
Back, Silver.
That horse is a devil.
He knows how to handle murderers.
Don't shoot me. I was just fooling when I said I was going to kill you. I didn't mean it.
Now we'll talk terms.
What do you want?
Will you give me half of the value of the diamond you stole?
Now, look here.
Make up your mind.
Sure I will, stranger. I'll give you half. Just put them guns down.
Where is the diamond?
Oh, wait till I sell it.
I'm not trusting you. Where's the diamond?
It's out at the ranch.
Good. I suppose you tricked Jason into coming here with you, then shot him and took him back to the hotel.
I thought you knew about that.
I know most of it.
You and me are really going partners?
We are, if I take half the diamond.
Well, then I guess it won't hurt to tell you. Sure. That's just the way it happened. Jason thought I was the only one wanted to buy the stone he had. So I said if he'd ride out to my ranch, I'd give him the cash.
But you left the cafe by the back way.
You must have seen that, too.
No, but it was the only way that you could have left without being discovered.
Yeah, we went out the back. And after he was shot, I got him to his room the same way. Wrote that note, then joined the fellas at the bar.
You need more evidence, Sheriff?
What's that?
We heard all of us needed, stranger. Mort Prentice is going to hang.
Stranger, you saved my neck with
You
this.
double-crossed me.
Mort, you trapped yourself.
But,
Tonto and I discovered where the shooting had really taken place. But we didn't know who the killer was.
But you gave me that note.
And I gave notes just like it to Clem and Phil. All three of you owned black horses.
Blast you!
3 men received identical notes. But only the guilty man could have known he was to meet me at this grove of trees.
I should have shot you when I first came up.
We was watching you, Mort. We'd have shot first if you'd have tried anything.
All we was waiting for was a masked man to get you to tell the whole story.
I'll get him for this.
Mort, you won't get anybody. Because just as soon as you've had your trial, you're going to hang. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Cedar Valley. There's going to be trouble. Hello, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is walk. W-A-L-K.
Really? You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only... Groucho! That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Well, Groucho, we invited some good humor girls to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Tony Cacavallo, and her partner is a lifeguard, Duke Gilbert, and here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and if you say the secret word, you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you do every day. Duke Gilbert, you're a lifeguard?
Yes, sir, I am.
Where are you from?
Born in the Philippines, Manila, Philippine Islands.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, sir.
Well, why are you called Duke?
That's my name.
Well, that's an excellent reason. Is that your real name?
Yes, sir, it is.
Where do you do your life saving, Duke?
At Avalon, Catalina Island, California.
Miss, what did you say? Tony Cacavallo?
That's right.
You're a good humor girl?
I sure am.
Where are you from, Tony?
Hammond, Indiana.
Isn't it unusual for a girl to be a good humor man?
We're an experiment.
You're an experiment?
That's right.
How are you an experiment? I don't understand, Tony.
Well, there are only 13 of us, and if we make good, you may see us all over.
all that for a dish of ice cream, it's not fair. Now, as a good humor man, and of course I use the word loosely, what are your duties?
Mostly selling ice cream.
Mm-hmm. You sell it all over? What do you do with the money you take in? Do you go out and buy yourself an ice cream cone?
Well, usually they expect us to turn it in, fill out a slip, and...
You fill out a slip, huh? Yes, I imagine you would, huh? And rather well, too, huh? Are you in a good humor right now, Tony?
I think so.
Well, let me hear you laugh. Go ahead, laugh out loud, huh? Would you mind keeping that laugh going until I can think of a joke? Well, that's enough, Tony. You'll have us all weeping if you keep that. Now, what do you carry in your wagon, Tony?
Well, we have good humors, juicy freeze, pint, banquet rolls.
Fine, say, could you sell me a fifth of scotch?
No, but I might sell you a pint of butterscotch.
No, I better not. I have to drive home tonight. Now, Duke, your Royal Highness, pardon me. Let's talk about your job as a lifeguard. Is it true that a drowning person always goes down 3 times?
No, sir, that's a fallacy.
It is?
They've gone down more times than that.
Well, as far as you know, what is the greatest number of times a drowning person has gone under?
Well, I remember seeing somebody bob up and down about 7 times.
That's nice. The poor sucker's out there drowning, and you're standing on the beach counting, huh?
The match who goes in after him.
You do, huh? Well, do you finally save him?
Oh, certainly. Haven't lost anybody yet.
I see. Well, that guy was certainly lucky you couldn't count over 7. Now, Duke, do you have any other duties at Catalina besides jumping into the drink after romantic damsels?
Oh, yes, I do. I have a very important job. That is an official greeter for the visitors that come to the island every day.
Oh, well, that's a pretty important job, huh?
Yes, it is.
Well, exactly how do you greet the newcomers to the island?
Well, just before the steamer arrives, all the townspeople gather around at the steamer entrance. We line them up on both sides of the street, and as the first visitor comes off the boat, we all yell, "Hi, neighbor," and then we go into our song.
And what does the visitor do? Go back on the boat again?
After each song, we say, "Hi, neighbor, what's cooking?" Say, "Hi, neighbor, what's cooking?"
Hi, neighbor, what's cooking?
Chicken. Want a neck? Let's have another one.
Hiya, Joe. What do you know?
No,
that's no good?
No, that's no good.
What?
Hi, neighbor, what's cooking?
Hi, neighbor, what's... Oh, I have to keep saying
Keep saying that, because after every song we do, we have a routine.
By this time the boat is sunk and you can't get off the island.
There can't be a better place than at Catalina.
Okay, but hi, neighbor, what's cooking?
Bacon. Want a strip?
Oh, you wouldn't be interested in little old me, I don't think. Wait till the Catalina people start wondering why next season was a bad year. Huh? Well, you make an interesting couple, and Tony, if Duke wants to rescue you, don't reach into your wagon and give him the raspberry. Huh? Now, in just a minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at $1,000. But first, here's news that just can't wait any longer.
It's here. It's new. It's designed for you. DeSoto. DeSoto is the car that's a revelation to ride. DeSoto Plymouth dealers now presented nationwide. So drive a new DeSoto before you decide. The 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
Presenting the great new 1951 DeSoto. The car everybody has been waiting for. The magnificent new DeSoto. It's a beauty, all right. As for the ride this proud new DeSoto gives you, well, it's so smooth, so comfortable, so new. It's a revelation. The 1951 DeSoto has an amazing combination of features that bring the motoring public an entirely new concept of driving pleasure. New Oriflow shock absorbers, new big, higher-powered engine, chair-high seats, and a host of other features make driving a dream. Yes, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer proudly presents
the 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
See it when it goes on display this Saturday.
All right, now let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected big cities of South America. Here's your first question. Now, how much are you going to go for?
You bet. $10. What do you say?
That's okay with me.
We'll be betting $10.
$10. In what country is the city of Rio de Janeiro?
In Brazil.
Brazil is right.
And you're off to a good start. You have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 will you bet on your second question?
Not our money. Let's bet $29. Make it hot.
Okay.
$29.
$29. That'll baffle Panama. In what country is the city of Santiago?
Santiago, Chile.
Chile is right.
Finally, you have $59.
How much have we got?
$59.
We have 59. So we bet 58. We'll bet 58.
$58. In what country is the city of Buenos Aires?
Buenos Aires is
Argentina. Argentina is right.
You're really on your way now. You have $117.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 117 you're going to go for?
Shoot the works.
In what country is the city of Lima? Lima.
In Peru.
Peru is right.
And you'll wind up
something later. Now,
with a grand total of $234.
Well, that's wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Groucho.
Yes?
Secret word is still walk.
Still walk.
That's right. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected an insurance man, and his partner is a housewife. And here they are, Mrs. Francine Plessinger and Mr. William Kent. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, folks. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you do every day. An insurance man and a housewife, huh?
Yes.
Mr. William Kent, you're the insurance man, I take it.
Yes, sir.
Where are you from, Willie?
I'm from Poland.
And how long since you've left Poland?
Well, I left Poland when I was 18, and in the meantime, I've lived practically all over Europe. I came to America when I was 24, went back to Europe, lived in England for 7 years, and came back to America.
Well, I think you made a very wise decision, Willie. And Mrs. Plessinger, huh? Francine?
Right.
Where are you from?
I'm from Shrub Oak, New York.
From where?
Shrub Oak, New York.
Shrub Oak, New York?
Yes.
Is there a place called Shrub Oak?
There is.
Where is it near?
Jefferson Valley.
Is that near Governor Dewey? Or... Where did you say Shrub Oak is near where?
It's near Jefferson Valley.
And where's Jefferson Valley?
Near Lake Mahopac.
Where's Lake Mahopac?
In New York State.
Well, that clarifies everything. What does your husband do, Mrs. Plessinger?
At the present time, he's unemployed, but he is an automobile man.
How did you meet this wheelwright?
Well, I was at Miami Beach, and I was walking along the beach with a grass skirt.
Mrs. Plessinger, you and Mr. Kent have just stuck us for $100, huh? Now, there you are, walking along the beach with a grass skirt. And what happened?
Yes, and
Foolish
a
question.
man passed by, and he looked at me, and he said, would you mind very much, young lady, if I took a picture of you? And I said, no, not at all.
He was just a nature lover, this man.
So, he stepped back a little bit so that he could focus the camera properly.
A likely story,
And he said, well, no, I guess that isn't quite right now. Just a minute. So he stepped back a little further, and pretty soon he was gone. Just vanished. So I looked into the water, and I saw him coming out with his camera. The water was dripping out of the camera, and there he was. And I said, well, I'm terribly sorry. And he said, well, it'll be perfectly all right if you will have dinner with me this evening. So I did.
Well, that's the most unusual way to meet a man. By the way, is he in the audience tonight?
Yes, would you like to meet him?
Well, not if I have to run on the water with a camera. Now, Mr. Kent, what insurance company do you work for?
Well, I am a broker, and I represent the Fireman's Fund Insurance Company, the Founders Fire Marine Insurance Company.
Marine insurance?
Yes, sir.
Where do they write this? Underwater?
Under and above the water.
Uh-huh. Well, you sell all kinds of insurance, huh?
I sell the insurance, and they underwrite it.
Now, suppose I was on a train and somebody stole my clothes. What happened?
Well, if you'd be a client of mine, I'll send you a check.
That's nice. I'm sitting in the Union Depot naked, and they're going to send me a check. Now, I'm pretty well covered with insurance. Let's see how good you are. And you try to sell me some more. You go ahead. Let's see your pitch.
How about some more life insurance?
No, I've got all I need. I could use a little more life, but I don't need any insurance. Well, what else have you got?
Burglary insurance.
Let them insure themselves. They make more than I do.
Well, now, Mr. Marks, I think you should do something about insuring your mustache.
For what, fire or theft? Why should I insure my mustache?
Well, now, you're now on TV, and after all...
That's television, you mean, huh?
Yes.
We call it television. It's shorter than TV, huh?
And after all, the Groucho Marx mustache is your stock and trade. It's a very important item.
I guess that's probably true. 35 years in showbiz, and the only thing worth insuring is my mustache. Okay, you told me. Now, how much should I insure my mustache for?
Well, suppose we capitalize your earnings and say $500,000.
All right, it's a deal. Now, could you advance me $1 on that $500,000? I want to buy a razor. Well, it's been most enlightening talking to you two. I think I've learned one thing about insurance, that the best policy is honesty. The fellow wrote that is now serving 20 years in Leavenworth. Now we're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat the other couples and the two couples, and you get a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The lifeguard and the good humor girl won $234.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected mythology. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
Well, shall we say 15?
15? It's all right with me. What was the name of the Roman god of the seas?
Neptune.
Neptune is right.
You have $35.
All right, remember you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 35 will you bet on your second question?
30.
Okay. What were the mythical creatures called that were half men and half horse?
Centaurs.
Centaurs is right. Now you have $65 and 3 centaurs. Now, let's see. How much you going to bet?
$60.
$60. Have you discussed this with Francine?
Yes, she's agreeable.
She's agreeable to this?
Got courage.
Okay. Well, she may not have any money when she's through, but she'll have courage. What was the name of the river of the underworld over which the dead were ferried?
Did you say the name of the river?
Yes, the name.
Styx.
Styx is right, huh?
Now you find $125.
$125, and here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the $125 are you going to risk?
$120.
$120. What was the name of the Greek god of the underworld? Take a stab and talk it over between you now. Well, I'm sorry. The answer is Pluto. Pluto. You should have known that.
And you wind up with $5.
You knew much tougher ones than that. I'm terribly sorry. I'll give you one more question. If you get it right, you'll win $10, so you'll have 15. Now, think hard. No help from the audience. Who was buried in Grant's tomb? General Grant is right, huh? I'm sorry.
Groucho, the secret word is still walk.
Still walk,
We invited some Austrian war brides to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. and Mrs. Keith Schwander. And here they come. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kiddies, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you do every day. An Austrian war bride and her spouse, eh? What part of Austria are you from?
I'm from Wien-Purkersdorf.
Where?
Wien-Purkersdorf.
Wien-Purkersdorf, yeah. Is that anywhere near Governor Dewey?
No, it's a little town outside of Vienna.
And what is your name, Charlotte?
Charlotte, yes.
Is that just a ruse, or is that really your name? Huh?
That's my name.
Oh, that's your name. Do you have a little pet name, or should I keep calling you Charlotte?
My pet name is Susie.
Susie, yeah? Does that have any reason for that, or is that just a...
Oh, the soldiers in Red Cross didn't pronounce my name right, so one soldier asked me... one soldier called me Susie, and from then on, the whole army called me Susie. And
Well, kid, you certainly covered a lot of territory.
Maybe not the whole army, but...
Now, how did they get
half of it.
confused between Susie and Charlotte? I mean, there's no connection at all. If they'd called you Charlie, I could have understood.
No, I wouldn't like Charlie.
Well, I wouldn't like Charlie either. As a matter of fact, I despise Charlie. Where are you from?
From Michigan.
Your name is Keith Schwarber.
Keith, yes.
Keith, huh? Well, you're from Michigan?
Michigan, uh-huh.
Whereabouts in Michigan?
Grand Haven.
What sort of work do you do, Keith?
I work for U.S. Electrical Motors. I'm in inside sales work over there, general sales department.
Oh, and Susie, how did you meet Keith?
Oh, I worked in American Red Cross serving the soldiers coffee and donuts, and they always were asking me for a date.
You were just crazy about donuts, those folks.
But I never did go out with anybody.
You never went with anybody in the whole United States Army?
Oh, till finally he came along.
Is that the whole story, Keith, or did she forget some of the important details?
Well, I thought she refused dates because she didn't like Americans, but I think she had an American on the sly there, a boyfriend. In fact, I know she did, but I was persistent. I ate enough coffee and donuts to finally I kind of worked him out of the way, I think.
How many donuts would you estimate that you ate in the course of this romance?
He was coming in 11 hours a day.
And how many donuts did he eat on each trip, would you say?
Oh,
I
my
don't
gosh.
know.
I must
Quite
have
a
eaten
few.
hundreds. I don't know how many. I can't eat any today, though. I'm sick of donuts.
You must have been a very heavy lover, I should say. Keith, in the morning, do you kiss your wife or have a cup of coffee first?
I kiss my wife first.
Well, it's very sentimental, isn't it? Isn't it unusual to kiss your wife before you have a cup of coffee?
No, lots of husbands do it.
Doesn't it bother you to have lots of husbands kissing your wife? You keep that up and it's liable to wreck our honeymoon. Is there anything in particular that you miss being here in this country, Susie?
Oh, I miss my parents and my sister and my 3 brothers and the delicious Austrian food.
Uh-huh. Such as what?
Oh, Zwetschgenknödel.
What's that?
Zwetschgenknödel and Suppengoulaschen and Zwiebelfleisch and...
What is Gretchen Kronberg?
Zwiebelfleisch?
What is Zwiebelfleisch, huh?
Yes, onions and meat.
Why don't you say that instead of beating around the bush? And what do you like about Austria especially? What is it famous for?
Oh, music and art and tourist country.
Uh-huh.
It's a little country, but a lot of people come there and enjoy the mountains and sports, winter sports.
Mm-hmm. Did you know any winter sports over there?
I don't
The old
know.
joke used to be, the fellow says to the girl, says, do you like indoor sports? And she says, yes, if they go home early. That's where they go. Well, that's the origin of this joke about winter sports. I don't want you to think I just made this up. Now that you've been married all these years, Susie, could you tell us what there was about Keith that caught your eye in the first place?
He had a Jeep. And
He had a what?
A Jeep.
A cheap what?
You know, the little cars.
Oh, a cheap car he had, huh?
No, I mean, you know, the soldiers were riding around, the little things, the little cars, a Jeep.
Well, we have them here. We call
I think
them...
you spell it G-E-E-P. I don't know.
Now, Keith, what was there about Susie here that made you decide to marry her? As though we had any choice.
Oh, she's beautiful. She used to be sure I had plenty of coffee and donuts all the time.
When you met Susie, could you speak Austrian, Keith?
No.
Well, when you had a date, how did you get along?
There was
Just
always...
toss donuts at each other, huh?
Oh, no. Seemed to be always something we could do.
Let's stick to the subject. I'm asking you a simple question. Well, for example, what did you do on dates?
Oh, we went dancing, swimming, skiing in the wintertime. I like to go fishing.
That was a pretty tough war you were in over there, huh?
Rugged.
You could have gone to Lake Arrowhead for what you did. Now, what is the official language of Austria, Susie?
German.
German?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Do you have 5 or 6 small Maidlock and boy chicks running around at home? What's that?
9.
9 children, huh? Well, son of a veteran. Holy smoke.
9 means no.
No what? No more children? You have no children?
No.
Oh, well, congratulations anyway. Now, you make a happy and charming couple, and if your marriage can survive me, Susie, it'll last a long, long time. That's a nice dramatic quality I got in that last piece. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You're a very pretty girl, Susie.
Thank
Anytime
you.
you get sick of the donut situation, give me a buzz, huh? I can speak German. You know, we could go around. I have a cheap car and... Now, you beat our other 2 couples, and you get the chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. Now, obviously, I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners.
The lifeguard and the good humor girl are still leading with $234.
So here we go. You have $20. How much of the 20 are you going to bet? You selected famous fighting groups.
10.
Famous fighting groups. Now, that's something you ought to be familiar with while you were skiing and swimming in Switzerland. You bet $10. The troops commanded by Teddy Roosevelt during the Spanish-American War were called what?
Rough Riders.
Rough Riders is right.
You have $30.
Rough Riders in the Sky. Now, here we go. You have $30?
Right.
Remember, you're going for $1,000. How much of the 30 you're going to bet on your second question?
20.
20. What was the name of the flying group that fought under Chennault during the last war?
Flying Tigers.
The Flying Tigers.
Now you have $50.
How much will you bet on the next one?
40? 40.
$40. What were the GIs called in World War I?
Doughboys.
Doughboys is right. Now you've won $90. Now, let's see. You have $90. Here's your last chance to beat the other couple.
All of it? All of it.
All of it. Susie's a gambler. What was the name given to Australian and New Zealand troops during the last 2 wars?
Diggers.
One answer between you. Now, talk it over now.
I have no idea.
I'm sorry. It's not an easy question. It's the Anzacs.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Well, we can't let them go away empty-handed.
Not. Have another question here.
We have another question. You're going to win some money here if it corporizes our entire corporation. I'll give you one more question. You get it right, and you win $10. In what sport do you wear tennis shoes? Tennis is right, Susie.
Yes, Groucho, this couple went broke, and that means the good humor girl and the lifeguard with $234 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
DeSoto is the car that's a revelation to ride. DeSoto Plymouth dealers now presented nationwide. So drive a new DeSoto before you decide. The 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
Yes, it's a revelation. The great new 1951 DeSoto. You'll enjoy it from the first moment you sit in the luxurious chair-high seats. The whole car is a revelation to ride and drive. From the tiptoe shift to the amazing new Oriflow shock absorbers and feather light steering. Yes, all these and a host of other features mean a ride that's truly a revelation for you. Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer proudly presents
the 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
See it when it goes on display this Saturday.
And here comes the good humor girl and the lifeguard, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question, Groucho.
Now, in just 1 minute, you two are going to have a chance to win $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and no help from the audience. Here it is. We all know the United States Naval Academy is at Annapolis. The Army School is at West Point. West Point. But for $1,000, can you tile me? It says here T-E-I-L. Tile me. You think I'm a bathroom, I guess. Can you tile me? I read anything I put in front of me. Quiet, microphone. Stop wiggling around there, will you? Can you tell me, where is the United States Coast Guard Academy? the answer you two have decided upon?
New London, Connecticut.
New London, Connecticut is right. Put it there. Tony, you're a fine girl. Well, now let's see. You win $1,000 plus $234 in the quiz. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations. From the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast, you bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
Before I say goodnight, I'd like to thank the more than 500 radio editors of the United States and Canada. Again this year in the Motion Picture Daily Poll, conducted for Fame magazine, they voted our show the best of its kind on the air. Thanks again, and we'll try to live up to the high honor. Good night, folks, and remember, now just be sure to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Slow down at sundown. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
You know, Matt, you were on to something with the whole being hungry thing. Yeah, I know. It's a brilliant thing I just invented. I could use something from one of the basic food groups, too. Too bad you had to lose your wallet. Ugh. Only in the... That's because of you. But, yeah. Even if I had my wallet, it's not like we could buy food with it. None of that money would be spendable. It's all money from the future. Ugh, that's a kick in the teeth. Well, I guess it's time to use the old standby. But we are going to have to find jobs. We're not staying here. We're going to find a way back to our time. Yep, well, until then, you're looking at one hungry seal, so we're going to find a job. Well, I can't see anything going wrong with this plan. See you next time, folks.